Yo, Bitcoiners, welcome back to Bitcoin 2023. This is the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk, sponsored by Marathon. I am joined by my esteemed co-panelist,
What's
Jack Mallers.
up, buddy? How are you? Thanks for having me, man.
Good, man. CEO Strike, so Jack Mallers. So how's the event been so far, man?
Oh, I love this conference, man. Obviously holds a special place in my heart. And it's been so far so good, man. I'm happy to be here.
That's awesome. You had an exciting announcement. We're going to get to that in just a minute. But a theme of this conference has been what has happened. So I want to jump back to last year. I know that you guys, we talked in January, and then also you guys had an announcement. But what happened with the announcement last year regarding getting Bitcoin on the Lightning Network to retail businesses? I'd love to hear your take.
Oh, my goodness, man. I mean, I've been vocal about this, and I try and blog posts and stuff. It's way slower than I initially thought. If I could go back, I'd do a lot differently. I was a little bit too excited and a little bit too forward in commitments. But I mean, it's going well. We working with Clover, working with all of these businesses. It's a beast that I wasn't aware of when I was on stage. But I don't live with any regrets. I mean, it is what it is, and sometimes I'm super, super wrong, and sometimes I'm super, super right, and you got to live with that if you want to change things. So, no, it's just going. I mean, things are going well. It's a bit slower. A lot of the bear market, a lot of the regulatory uncertainty. These bigger industry players too are pretty scared. But yeah, I mean, it is what it is, man. You just got to keep pushing forward.
Yeah, definitely. So now looking to today, obviously we're seeing a lot of congestion in the mempool. There's a lot of these ordinals, inscriptions, BRC20 tokens. So looking to present day, like what are your thoughts on the congestion and how that's going to affect the global south and your huge announcement of trying to get Bitcoin out to the masses in these countries that could really use it?
You know, I don't really understand the big fight within ordinals, to be totally candid with you. Bitcoin's working as intended, and if there is a group of people that care enough to pay that much to have a picture in the Bitcoin blockchain, point them out. I'll go shake his hand and appreciate the fact that they're helping secure my savings and secure decentralized public utility that is Bitcoin. I'd be shocked if that level of demand sustained itself as potentially the new world reserve asset reached billions of people and market cap of tens of trillions of dollars. But hey, I mean, what do you want me to say? I'll go shake that guy's hand if he really likes a picture of his penguin so much. That's awesome. So I don't know, and I also don't think it has anything. The fact that people are using Bitcoin as Bitcoin was intended to be used, meaning that blocks are full, not that Bitcoin was intended to store photos, but whatever, is that has anything to do with people in the global south? It doesn't. I mean, Bitcoin is why you work on Lightning. It's why we're all here trying to build tools and make it faster and cheaper and more accessible and more usable. So I don't really buy into many of those narratives. I get out of bed, I see blocks are full, and I don't understand why everyone's freaking out. It's just, I don't know.
Yeah, no, definitely. There was a great quote from your talk yesterday. You said that this was never about the price, but it was about the money. This is me ad-libbing in there. But yeah, it's also about hope, freedom, inclusion, equality, access, liberty, and justice for all. Obviously, that's a bold statement. How do you educate people that maybe are in the global south or people that are new to Bitcoin about these principles and the tenets of Bitcoin?
I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily my job to educate and tell people how to feel about this stuff, but I was there in El Salvador, and I'm just communicating that's what it was always about for them. It was not a play on the price. They actually didn't buy any Bitcoin before their announcements. They weren't trying to build a position and then pump their bags. It was always about, I mean, the rebrand that country is going through. They're attracting foreign U.S. businesses are headquartering there. I think tourism's up 100%. I think taxable revenue's up 25%. I mean, they've totally 180'd the country's story and the country's brand towards something that they're on their own 2 feet. They're not in a negotiable debt-based relationship with a Western institution or a Western government, and it's a future that they feel they can trust and they can believe in, and that they can participate and control a lot of the outcomes. So I think that's more of the story for a lot of the global south, especially Latin America. So I hear and see in mainstream media all the time that El Salvador is failing because Bitcoin's half the price, and I just don't know whoever was under the impression that their success was based on the price. I was there. It never was. It really never was. So,
yeah, definitely. You had another quote yesterday. You said, "I have to change to stay the same." you were talking and you gave basically a call to action to many Bitcoin businesses. So what would be your call to action for basically getting a headquartered outside of El Salvador for Bitcoin businesses that want to grow the global south? So shout out to David Bailey. You know, what's your pitch to him if you had one?
No, I mean, I have to change to stay the same was more that who I want to be and who we want to be as a company in Strike remains the same. We've always had the same mission, better money, getting Bitcoin in the hands of as many people as possible, especially those that need it most. And just we wanted to change the way we approached that, the way we talked about it, the way we look, the way we feel, what we're prioritizing. And I think that that's true with everything in life, is that in order to remain the same in who you are, you often have to iterate and change. And so that is more where the quote was more specific to ourselves. But no, I think that what El Salvador did, and we're so happy to play a small role in it, is build a regulatory framework for businesses that want to operate and serve really moral, ethical, Bitcoin-based products to the global south. There is a country and regulators that are supportive of that and are encouraging it and are willing to work with you, which is maybe not the case in a lot of the U.S. or a lot of the more Western world. Is it's very clear, it's very honest, it's very moral, and it was very easy for us. And so we're one of the first to get that licensing structure and be able to do, hopefully, like lots of cool on and off ramp stuff and lots of cool financial products. But I hope that every Bitcoin company that's interested in that type of stuff, so I don't know if David is interested in on and off ramps, but if he is, he should go down there and check it out and build a headquarters for sure.
Definitely. You said yesterday the Fed tried to kill you, but obviously I think they failed. But will Bitcoin kill the Fed? You had some very choice words for Janet Yellen, Jerome Powell in the past. What are your thoughts on that?
I think the Fed, the gold bugs have, as much as I love gold bugs, I think that they've overdrawn a lot of the narrative over the last 50 years, right? They've been screaming like boy cried wolf a little bit. So it's hard to say that central banks have mismanaged monetary policy arguably more than they ever have, because it kind of sounds like something that your grandfather would have said 50 years ago, right? But it's the truth, is that never before were interest rates that low for that long and that much monetary policy injection into the system, and then the rates hiked so fast. The reason that our banks are insolvent is because mismanagement from the Fed. Dollar-based assets have never been held at a lower percentage allocation number than right now, and gold had its biggest year ever in 2022 from allocation from central banks. And so I think that this is a very terrifying time, and inflation and rising rates gets exported to the global south, gets exported to emerging markets. So I think even gold sustaining 2,000 is everything anyone needs to know. I mean, it takes, look at the history of gold. It takes a lot to move that instrument now, right? I think Bitcoin's probably the fastest horse in this race. It's the only asset that's definitively scarce, programmed to be finite. And I don't think, the last thing I'll say, I don't think the days of 2% inflation of the dollar are dead. They're already starting to sneak in headlines and warm the market up to the fact that the Fed's not going to hit its target. And if the dollar ends at a perpetual 4, 5, 6, 7% inflation, then confidence is shot. That's what the Fed manages confidence within the system, and they've shot it. They're shot right in the chest. And I don't think that there's a way out. I think that there's just a worse way. And you're going to have to then reprice things like Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin, when the Fed was generally trusted and inflation was 2%, is worth $500 billion trillion asset, and trust is shot, and inflation is going to be perpetually higher, how do you price it? Is it worth then $5 trillion, $10 trillion, $50 trillion? We'll see what the market says, but it's got to be worth a lot higher, and you're already seeing that. So I don't know. I mean, it's clear as day to me and everybody else.
Yeah, definitely. So I want to congratulate you guys on expanding Bitcoin to over 3 billion people. That's 3 billion with a B.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
What are your next steps to getting it to the additional 5 billion people of the world? As in the comments of Twitter, our favorite Greek sock puppet Yellow is saying, when Europe?
Yeah. Europe has a lot more rules. How about that? So we're trying. And what I was trying to communicate on stage too is that building a money app for 3 billion people is an ambitious thing to do, and we want to do it with the community. So the features we launched are pretty bare bones. They're pretty simple. I alluded to our roadmap. The fact that we went out and we got a license is because we do want to be able to offer on and off ramps. It's something that we want to do. We do eventually want to be able to serve in Europe and hopefully as soon as we possibly can, and get to as many people as I'm allowed to get to. But I think it's even more important that people let us know like what they want. So the Europe I've heard loud and clear, and Yellow knows that I love him to death, and I'm trying my best. But yeah, what I'm most excited about is being able to launch a product to billions of people, and then hear how to make it better and make it better, and hear how to make it better and make it better. And we have years, and we have great regulation. We've got great country in El Salvador, great headquarters, great supportive policy, and we have decades to build awesome financial tools on open, public utility-based infrastructure is incredible. So it's just cool that, I don't know, I mean, like, Chase can't do what I just said, right? Like, it's pretty fucking cool, man.
Yeah, definitely. We got to kick it back over to the Nakamoto stage to catch Mayor Suarez to address Bitcoin 2023. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome to the final day of the Bitcoin Conference 2023. I hope everyone is feeling alive and well and didn't stay out too late last night. Now to kick off the final day, we have somebody who I actually had the pleasure of interviewing about a year ago. Somebody who, because of him, I actually thought, you know what, Miami is an incredible city. I want to move here. He's changing Miami, making it one of the most innovative cities in the entire world. So please welcome to the stage the mayor of the city of Miami, Mayor Francis Suarez.
Hey, how are you? Thank you.
Good luck.
Thanks. All right, I think they're bringing me a podium. Let's go, podium people. Get that podium going. Good morning. How's everybody doing? Looks like you guys drank your Cuban coffee this morning. At least a few people didn't go partying late last night in South Beach, huh? That's awesome. So it's hard to follow a Kennedy. You know, it's a lot of pressure. But let's see if we can we get a podium out here? Thanks, I appreciate that. Good. Thanks for your patience, guys. Doesn't seem like that there's a winter in Miami, does it? There's no winter in Miami. Is there a crypto winter in Miami? No, right? Sorry about that. No problem. I just need to have my electronic crutch. Thanks. There you go. I appreciate it. So I think it says a tremendous amount about Bitcoin, about the Bitcoin conference, and about Miami, that we have two presidential candidates coming to speak to you, and one potential presidential candidate coming to speak to you tonight. And there are things that I think we all agree on, whether we're current or future presidential candidates. One thing that we agree on is that central bank digital currencies are going to increase problems that we see with a broken fiscal and monetary policy system, and they also exacerbate very legitimate privacy concerns that we all have. We also agree that Bitcoin introduced us to one of the most powerful innovations, which was blockchain. The innovation to decentralize, to digitize financial transactions. But it's not enough to say that you are anti-CDBC or even to say that you're pro-Bitcoin. You have to put your Bitcoin where your mouth is. And as far as I know, I'm the only public official that continues to be paid in Bitcoin. And thanks to technologies like Strike from Jack Mahler, every 2 weeks, my mayoral salary is directly deposited into my Strike account and converted directly into Bitcoin. Gee, Elon, I wonder if we could break Twitter if the next president of the United States committed to be paid their salary in Bitcoin. What do you guys think? You think that would break Twitter? That's right. As I was saying, I've been thinking about how to take my advocacy for Bitcoin to the next level. And every year that I've spoken before the conference, I've had an initiative or an announcement. So this year is going to be no different. Today, with the approximate 6 Bitcoin that I've accumulated since I started getting paid in Bitcoin, you can see what my salary is, sort of doing the numbers. I'm announcing that I'm buying an investment property and borrowing against the Bitcoin that I've accumulated. I've decided to do this with a local company called Milo. First, because I want to support my local ecosystem and continue the thought that Miami is the most pro-Bitcoin, a pro-innovation city in America. Like I said, it's important to show that you not only believe in Bitcoin, but that there are use cases that are expanding in this so-called crypto winter. And that Bitcoin not only has value, but it can be used as collateral so you can continue to HODL your Bitcoin. My fellow Americans, the future of this country is bright. Don't let anyone say otherwise. Because the next era of innovation will be dominated by technologies like Bitcoin. And if we elect the right leaders, we will surf a tsunami of opportunity for another great American century. But as I've said, we need to choose the right leaders. And that depends on you, our bosses. Thank you. Have a wonderful conference. Enjoy our great city and keep innovating. Thank you.
Welcome back to Bitcoin 2023. This is the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk, sponsored by Marathon. I am joined by my co-panelists, starting at the end, Rob Hamilton, the co-founder and CEO of AnchorWatch. I'm joined by Nico Moran of Simply Bitcoin, the creator and co-host, and my editor-in-chief of Bitcoin Magazine, Pete Rizzo. So a very interesting talk or intro by Mayor Suarez, talking about taking a loan against his Bitcoin using Milo to buy a property. Over to you, Pete. What's your thoughts on this?
Well, look, I think I got to walk it back here and say the biggest thing was Suarez still teasing a presidential run. Obviously, people who have been following the mayor's career, have been speculating for some time whether he would enter his ring into the 2024 election. It didn't happen here. But again, I think it's very interesting, especially he was connecting the dots to what Ron DeSantis has done in coming out against CBDCs and then speaking for the need for Bitcoin. But look, I think Suarez is a Bitcoin advocate with a bright future. No announcement today, but it sounds like he might be considering it.
Yeah, Rob, to you. What are your thoughts on his announcement of potentially leveraging his Bitcoin to buy a property?
I think it's just a natural progression of Bitcoin being a monetary asset that we're all going to use on a day-to-day basis. Just like if you had any other stocks or any other asset and you want to be able to leverage against it within reason, it's a very natural evolution of just Bitcoin growing up, becoming part of the larger economy.
Definitely. Nico, you're an educator in the space. Good idea, bad idea about leveraging your Bitcoin?
I mean, it really depends on the market conditions, right? Like, so, if he does it at the wrong time, it's going to definitely be an issue. But it is a risk. But to go back to Pete's point, which I think is really interesting, there has been multiple presidential candidates that have spoken at Bitcoin 2023 from both sides of the political aisle. And I think that's the signal here, because Bitcoin fundamentally is bipartisan, doesn't lean left, doesn't lean right. And the fact that there's a non-zero chance that there will be a pro-Bitcoin president in the White House in 2024 is extremely bullish.
Definitely, definitely. So we've talked about a lot yesterday. The panels were about what has happened in the past, but what has happened even about this conference, so over this weekend. Over to you, Pete. What have been some of the most interesting panels or announcements?
Well, I mean, certainly the political speculation has reached a fever pitch. I mean, we saw Robert F. Kennedy Jr. come out yesterday with a stirring speech that I think impressed many Bitcoiners with the level of specificity that he's thinking about Bitcoin. We heard from Tulsi Gabbard, a former Democrat turned independent. She seems like she's reaching across the aisle. I just think we're getting an idea of just how competitive politicians are willing to be, for the Bitcoin vote. And again, it comes back to this idea of Bitcoiners being a single-issue voter. We'll see if it happens, but it seems that that idea is permeating, and it's reaching higher and higher within the political echelon. We'll see it play out in 2024.
Definitely. Over to you, Rob. I know you were hanging out on the open source stage a lot this weekend. So any cool activations or implementations or updates to the Bitcoin network protocol or companies in the space? What are your thoughts?
Absolutely, yeah. Yesterday I did a great panel with Andrew Polstra, Director of Research at Blockstream, as well as Antoine Poissad, who is the co-founder and CTO of Wizard Sardine. And we had a whole panel and conversation about Miniscript. And fundamentally, it's making Bitcoin programmable money in a very accessible way, moving beyond the idea of a single sig or a multi-sig and having accessibility to have time locks and decaying conditions and being able to have more complicated custody structures. It's something that is part of my thesis, at least, that I truly believe is as we extend the utility and programmability of Layer 1 Bitcoin, there'll be more applications, there'll be more economic value secured on-chain, and using real Bitcoin native smart contracts. And it's a really exciting development, and hardware wallets now are moving forward and integrating it, so we're going to be having mass user adoption by the end of this year. I'm hoping that the solutions are going to be out there for people to start playing with it.
Yeah, definitely. Over to you, Nico. What have been your thoughts of the weekend so far? 30 seconds.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's been incredible. If the World Economic Forum, I see it as the Quintillionaire Conference, and it stands for tyranny, central bank digital currencies, top-down control. I see the Bitcoin conference as the Freedom Conference, right? The conference of hope, the conference of optimism, the conference of prosperity. And there's no better conference in the world to represent those ideals, those ethos.
Thank you for those kind words, Nico. We're going to go back over the Nakamoto stage for a panel on journalism on a Bitcoin standard. We'll be right back.
What a way to kick off the final day of the Bitcoin conference, hearing from the mayor of Miami. I think we can all agree that a president of the United States taking his salary in Bitcoin would be something incredible. I personally would love to see that. Now, coming up next, we are talking about journalism. I actually used to work as a journalist, so I have first-hand experience of just how corrupt that industry can be. And we've seen the way journalists are covering Bitcoin at the moment. There's so much misinformation. They like to play Bitcoin down as being bad for the environment. So I'm extremely excited for this panel. Now, please join me in welcoming to the stage Mark Goodwin, Whitney Webb, Joe Hall, and Luke Radowski.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for waking up and coming out. Really appreciate it. I'm with some absolute legends today. Very excited to be here. I'm Mark Goodwin. I work for Bitcoin Magazine. To the left of me, we got some incredible journalists that I've been following for a really long time and have been very inspirational to me in my own path in getting into journalism. I'm very excited to introduce them today. Directly to my left, Whitney Webb. The author, founder of Unlimited Hangout, the writer of One Nation Under Blackmail, both volumes, a whole bunch of wonderful stuff.
Thanks.
To her left, we got Joe Nakamoto, Cointelegraph.
How are you doing?
Filmmaker, charming, wonderful man, well-dressed. Just a nice guy. Got to hang out with him the last couple of days. It's been wonderful. And then to our far left, the myth, Luke Radowski. Wonderful, wonderful journalist, incredible guy. We Are Change, the best political shirts, a bunch of amazing things, a lot of time on the Teamcast IRL, and just a wonderful, wonderful man and a great journalist. So we're here to talk about journalism, a little bit about Bitcoin, but a lot about journalism. And wanted to start with Whitney. Whitney, you have been picking at this grander thing for a long time across these books, across these podcasts. You're sort of picking at this thread that keeps unraveling, and we keep learning more and more about the things that are going on behind the curtain. So I was just kind of curious where it started and where was this this thread picking kind of came from, and what has sent you down this path.
All right, so there's a lot of different ways to answer this question, I guess, because it didn't really start any one way. But I guess I got really frustrated once I started figuring out that the history we're taught in schools, I went to a public school, isn't exactly what happened, I got really frustrated that, my family is very invested in the official version of events, the official version of history. And, I was on a podcast a couple days ago, the PBD podcast, and was talking about my grandparents, who I was really close to. I mean, they practically raised me, and they loved America. They really believed in what I would call the Disneyland version of what, America actually is, how power actually functions, things like that. And, I really wish they were still here, but in a sense, I'm glad they don't have to see how far this country has fallen and where it is heading, because they would be really devastated because of everything they invested and sacrificed for this country. And I think that's true of a lot of other people's families. And, that's obviously not unique to me, but I really feel that it's important to raise awareness about the reality of the situation, because we'll never be, if we have a fake Disneyland version of events, and then we have a Disneyland version or vision of what the problem is, and we'll never actually be able to solve any of the problems if we have this fake view of what the problem is. We can't offer any real solutions,
I do know. Wonderful answer. Yeah, that's great. Oh. Joe, being in the Bitcoin space and a journalist in the Bitcoin space, I was very curious how you personally balance your bias. Obviously there's a big financial incentive and bias within Bitcoin. And how do you balance your bias as a journalist and communicate that to your readers and viewers that, yes, I invest in Bitcoin, but I'm going to tell the truth regardless and, do the right thing.
What bias?
Yeah.
I mean, also the idea of being invested in Bitcoin, I got the instructions wrong, and I only have Bitcoin. But I make that very clear on all my sort of social media profiles, and I go by the pseudonym Joe Nakamoto, and the only Nakamoto, well, the Nakamoto that this room knows is obviously Satoshi Nakamoto. So it's very evident that I am obviously a Bitcoin advocate, Bitcoin believer, and I think that's okay to have these biases, because everyone has a bias regardless of where you come from. It's a question of being aware of it and understanding, okay, where's that coming from? So I guess personally, the readership, I obviously work for Cointelegraph, which is a crypto journal.
Right.
And trigger word, a cryptocurrency journal. And inevitably within that space, there's a lot of people that are pro other coins. So I think I have to be even more clear that, when you're reading my work or you're watching my reports and documentaries, it's going to have this Bitcoin focus.
For sure.
And I'm, I guess, in a way, trying to own that and, show that as well.
Totally. Yeah, and that understanding, Bitcoin really is the state change here. It really is the revolution. And push that forward for sure. Very cool. Luke, my man. Something that I've always really resonated with your work from the get-go, and I've been following you now for, I don't know, at least probably a decade, I think, with your, Occupy Wall Street and We Are Change things. I think something that really resonates with folks is that you really bring your bias and your emotions and your personal chutzpah into your work, and it's very obvious. And I think it really helps to engage with people when you are being very emotionally honest and visceral. And I was just kind of curious how you feel about, kind of balancing your fieriness with your journalism.
I believe this whole point of view of unbiased journalism is bullshit. It's not true. Everyone has a bias. Everyone has an experience that they win in their life that affects them, especially when they're doing things like nitpicking little facts and details of what is allegedly true and not true. So instead of just trying to be objective, you embrace who you really are, and you're honest and transparent about it, and you're able to provide a point of view that's a lot more realistic, that's a lot more authentic than a lot of the corporate bullcrap out there that is pretending to be something that they're not. So obviously emotions are going to come through when I'm dealing with something like in the beginning of my career on 9/11 with a lot of the survivors and rescue workers, specifically the people who were lied to by the government and told that the air was safe to breathe, and then they were dying, and then they were told, no, you're not dying, you're not sick, this is just all in your head, it's just PTSD, don't worry about the asbestos in there and all this other crap, as literally I had people that I knew personally die. You can't not get emotional about that. When you're in front of somebody like Lord Jacob Rothschild or Henry Kissinger or Zbigniew Brzezinski, like I was, eye to eye, face to face, when you meet those individuals, you cannot just be clear of emotions when you look into their eyes and you talk about them and you talk to them about Cambodia and the depopulation agenda and all the other horrible eugenics projects that they ran with medical experimentation on the American public and the public of the world. You cannot be emotional about these issues. I'm getting emotional about right now, and it's something that we shouldn't be scared of, because it's real. It's a part of the human experience, and I think journalism is about sharing that human experience, challenging yourself, and exposing people to the truer, deeper realities of the world from how you really see it, instead of this bullshit corporate Disney World point of view that they want to regurgitate and shove down your fucking throats. Fuck that bullshit. Wake up and really live life through the fullest experience, and the best way to do that is to be authentic as much as you can.
Beautiful. Yeah. Amazing. Speaking of a lot of that, you just talked about a lot of very serious implications of a lot of the things going on here.
A little bit.
And Whitney, I was very interested to hear, I find you to be one of the bravest people out there. Oh, and I'm very thankful for the work that you... Seriously. When you are calling out such a unified oppression in this coalition, that is, you are clearly calling out for being a violent and oppressive regime. There's a lot of seriousness there in that, and kind of how do you deal with both not getting burdened by the weight of the things you're implying, and also dealing with the real reality of calling out a violent regime.
Okay, so I have to say what's true. These guys are monsters, and they need to be referred to as such. And I don't have any, problem doing that. I think some people maybe self-censor to an extent, whether it's so they don't get demonetized or whatever. I'm not interested in that because, personally for me it's because I'm a mom, but maybe for other people it's different. But you have to call out the state of the world the way it is. Forgetting the rest of your question, sorry.
How do you find optimism?
Oh, right.
In
so, people a lot ask me if I'm afraid for doing this work. I definitely don't feel that way because I feel like if you live your life in fear, especially of these people, you will never do anything about it. And ultimately, if you're in a state of fear, you are giving the people you're afraid of power over you and control over you. At the end of the day, they're able to use, if you think about how this power system manipulates the public, there's a carrot and there's a stick, right? Herding us into this digital CBDC doom corral. So there's the carrot is almost always convenience. Look how convenient it will be, Well, prison's convenient too. They serve food to you and whatever, and yeah.
They give you the shelter, yeah.
It's always someone to have
you got a
sex with.
roof over your head, yeah, whatever. So, but the stick, what is that? It's almost always fear, right? And so even if, I'm not going to speak up because I'm afraid of these people, stuff like that, then if everyone's afraid of them, no one's going to speak up, and that's exactly what they want.
Right.
And the way I feel about it is, fuck these guys. I'm going to say exactly what you are and what you're doing, because, if we don't, no one knows, and they win. And the whole point of what I do and what a lot of other people do is so these guys don't win. Because them winning is not just the end of human freedom, it's the end of human existence when you're talking about these crazy transhumanist dudes who are yeah, in 100 years, humanity as we know it will be gone and we're going to redesign you. It's just crazy to me to not say something about that because, if we don't, then it just happens, right? And I think they've conditioned the public and trained the public to be as passive as possible and to sit back and do stuff. And, we've outsourced so much of our responsibility and also our thinking to these guys. And the only way to fix that is to do the opposite, right? 100%. That's how I feel about it.
It's beautiful. Yeah, give it up. Yeah, fuck those guys. Speaking of, me cursing on stage right here, Luke, I was curious about how you feel the importance of free speech leading to, can you have informed consent in a democracy without a free press and free speech? And do we have free press and free speech if we have a journalist such as Julian Assange, who all he did was reveal war crimes of the United States government and the NSA spying on citizens? Can you have a civil society without free speech?
Free speech is essential to obviously a free society. You can't have, you can't have them without each other. And I tested that, especially during the beginning of my career, by going up and questioning a lot of powerful politicians and talking about their secret societies and ending up in jail and being arrested and being tackled and being assaulted and being intimidated and being going through so much absolute just utter bull crap. But when it comes to this larger concept, I do believe that also energetically, a lot of these people, a lot of the very powerful people work on informed consent as a way for plausible deniability. And they do allow some individuals to have some kind of speech as well, limited speech at that, but still, they do release a lot of information. They do release a lot of symbols as well to kind of show people exactly what they're doing. There's little tidbits of truth everywhere, and it's up to the individual to kind of look for it, find it, curate it. And I do believe it's more important than ever to use speech as we can, because it's directly under attack. It's essentially been almost completely eviscerated, except for, of course, what's happening on a minuscule level on Twitter, which is even debatable because other individuals like Alex Jones can't even be on the platform. But still, we are doing our best, and I think the more of us that speak out, the more of us that are not afraid, the more of us that are able to stand up for ourselves and believe in ourselves, the better chance we have as humanity for moving forward towards a more freer society. Because right now we're moving towards a total totalitarian one that's going to control every aspect of your life. The technocratic machines, Mark Zuckerberg already knows when you take a dump. All right, that's too much information that they don't need to have on you. But when you have so much of your information, so much of your data going to these individuals, they use it in so many sinister ways that they are already influencing and shaping dissidents. And they're already shaping your mindset in so many sinister, different, secretive, shadowy ways that you kind of have to wonder, even if we do have free speech, how much of that speech is manipulated. So we're in a big conundrum of, holy cow, they have a lot of power over us. Let's just frickin' say as much as we can before we are totally eviscerated, totally shut down. And I think we're reaching a moment in time, especially in history, where the First Amendment is being challenged more than ever. And either it's going to be fully successful or it's going to be fully shut down. But that choice is up to the individual, especially with the conversations you have, especially with how far you want to push the Overton window, especially with how far you want to go with just saying, hey, this is absolutely wrong, this is absolutely crazy, and this stops with me saying no.
Amazing. Wonderful. And the more people that, flex their free speech and stand up, it's very inspiring, and others are inspired to do that. And of course, I can speak to that from my inspiration taken from you guys. Joe, I was, there's a lot of talk in the Bitcoin space about culture war and all this and that. And I was kind of curious how you feel as a journalist, if it's your responsibility to sort of stick your flag in the ground and say, this is what I believe in, this is what it is, or rather is it like I should really just kind of be presenting, just kind of telling it like it is, and sort of this transparency kind of removed from, like is it our role to direct the culture as journalists, or is it our role just to represent it?
Interesting. Just before we get to the Bitcoin culture war, just sharing the stage with two, independent established journalists, I think that rouses up in people something which they already knew was there, but it just highlights just how important it is. I mean, pre-Bitcoin me, as a journalist, was completely unfamiliar with all this, and the Bitcoin thing helped me to understand, more of the truth. I mean, it's written on your T-shirt. It's written on your T-shirt as well. I'm surrounded by it. And I think that, Bitcoin is one of these tools that helps people get there, but having these voices on stages like this is even more important, I would argue. With regards to the Bitcoin culture, I mean, the first thing is that Bitcoin has a culture. Isn't that fascinating?
Right.
And it has really strong offshoots. I mean, we had wizards shouting at normal Bitcoiners and Puritan Bitcoiners, and there's now progressive Bitcoiners.
Are there normal Bitcoiners? Maybe.
Well,
we'll get there.
I mean, what
Water's
is normal,
warm.
right? I mean, I love as well that Bitcoin embraces the weird, and it's where you can find your truth and then, be authentic and then build from that. And it's in a space where, to be honest, most people are accepted. If you are a Bitcoiner, then you're probably going to be welcome. And we see that with the fact that there are two presidential candidates from opposing parties sharing a room and sharing a stage. I'm not familiar with US politics the way that you esteemed people are, but I presume that's not a very regular occurrence. It certainly wouldn't happen in the UK. So isn't that just testament to the fact that this free open source protocol is enabling people of all sides of the spectrum to come together, share ideas, and as Luke says, practice their freedom of speech.
Beautiful. You brought up the open source protocol and the actual programmatic aspect of Bitcoin. And something that's really interesting about it is a time stamping tool. And Whitney, I was curious. You have your own website, you do your own publishing. You've published these books with a publisher. How do you look at, when you're speaking the truth like this, like the importance of the publisher or the medium as a way to actually get the words out? Obviously you worked with a wonderful publisher, and what is the importance and the role of a publisher or an editorial as a platform to get voices out there?
So for me, I was approached by the publisher, and I was familiar with him because Daniel Estelin connected us. He interviewed me and said, "You should turn this into a book." Mm-hmm. I'd never written a book before. Yeah, it turned into 2.
Is there a third coming?
No, don't ask right now.
Okay.
But I think it's becoming very infrequent, the amount of like big established platforms that will actually allow people to speak their minds. I think that's very troubling, and there's obviously a huge need for that. I mean, what I did, I mean, you know, a lot of that stuff I've never really focused on, including like the financial side of it. You know, the way I approach it maybe is different from some people. You know, I just figured if I put out content that was high quality and high integrity, and I just kept doing that, that the rest would come, I guess. And before, you know, I depended on some other platforms, I guess, for financing my work, like Patreon. That didn't work out during COVID, so I decided, and what I've done since is I think a model maybe other people should follow. Like, the less middleman you have, middlemen that are involved, you know, the more you can speak your mind, because when you have a bunch of other people in between you and your supporters, they can cut that off, right? Like what happened to me has happened to a lot of other people. So, you know, the more resilient you can build your, you know, website or whatever you're publishing, you know, the better off you'll be, because, I mean, we are really under an unprecedented siege on free speech. It's really astounding. But a lot of it I see is taking place mainly in the digital space. I think they're really neglecting print to a big extent. So thank God for you guys. But, you know, it's really crazy to me. You know, if you think about what they've been trying to do, the fourth industrial revolution or whatever, they're trying to push everyone and everything into the digital as much as possible, while they're also simultaneously making this huge control grab for the digital space, the infrastructure, what you can and can't say, surveilling it, all of that. So, you know, I think people need to be cognizant that that's a two-pronged thing. It's very intentional. And if you're going to continue like trying to publish and get the word out digitally, you have to think about different ways to get around that. And, you know, like I had a friend set up a BTC Pay server for my site and all of that in case, you know, PayPal and Stripe take me,
right.
which is, you know, very likely.
Yes.
But I don't let that influence my work, or again, like make me fearful. You know, I think there's a lot of people in independent media that are fearful of being demonetized. Like, I've been on a few, I guess, bigger audience podcasts recently, and they've been like, well, we're on YouTube, but Whitney Webb's about to be on, so we're going to Rumble, or we're going somewhere, you know? But I mean, that audience needs to hear stuff, and if those big voices do get demonetized, maybe less people will finally start using an awful platform like YouTube, you know?
Yes.
So again, you know, I think the self-censorship thing and all of that is kind of destructive in a lot of ways to what, you know, I would like to see in independent media personally, and I think the more people take, you know, responsibility for their own stuff, and including, you know, independent creators and journalists and stuff, you know, I think the better off we'll be as journalists and as publishers, and also for consumers as well.
That's awesome. Yeah. Yeah, you know, if I don't demonetize your podcast, I didn't do my job, you know, frankly. So, you know, kind of running off that, Luke, you know, we talked a few months ago, and you know, I kind of just sort of asked, you know, what do we need to do? You know, how can I help? What can we do? And one of the things you said was, you know, we need to make sure that we, you know, incentivize investigative journalism.
Yeah.
And how do we do that?
You need to organize by disorganizing, and then essentially the biggest solution here is decentralization. Decentralization is the key. We're dealing with a lot of pressures, especially as journalists, as you were talking about, especially when it comes to demonetization. I felt horrible because I remember once going on the Ron Paul Liberty Report, and I'm like, Ron, you know, maybe it's not the best thing to put my name in this YouTube video. And he's like, no, it's fine. You know, it'll be totally okay. And then he did, and then we did the live podcast, and he comes to me right afterwards. He's like, oh, we totally lost monetization here. I was like, oh, I wonder why.
Yeah.
And for many years, I've been dealing with this kind of uphill battle, but I do believe, you know, a lot of people want to organize, a lot of people want to come together, a lot of people want to build one big kind of ship. If you have a big-ass ship, it's going to be sunk. It's going to have a big target on its back. That's why I think decentralization is key. I built my own platform. I built my own website. I really do hope we do get the full experience of free speech on social media, on Twitter, but I'm not putting my eggs in one basket. I'm going to, of course, incentivize my audience and my people where I want to work with them one-on-one. I get to give them videos. I get to talk to them. I get to interact with them. I get to talk to them about health and do a whole bunch of really cool, fun projects on my platform, on my website, where I get to control who gets to see it, who doesn't get to see it, and essentially it allows me to finally say whatever the hell I want. But the battlefield is also, on YouTube, where the normies, the Kyles and Karens are. You want to reach those people out as much as you can. You want to get them out of the matrix. You want to slowly kind of incentivize them. And this is the way I see it as far as my kind of strategy here in this media landscape is there's a lot of people who are totally conditioned, totally brainwashed. You give them a little, give them a little bit of a little bit of that truth, kind of drag them in here, kind of take them in there, be like, you want to see a little bit more? Just come here behind this back door, and then you take the Tor hammer of and you beat them over the fucking head with it, and then you go down the rabbit hole of satanic pedophiles and occults and secret societies and all these other fucked up shit, and all these demon motherfuckers trying to ruin your health and with seed oils and high fructose corn syrup and all this other fucked up shit that they're fucking doing with the vaccines, for fuck's sakes. And then you have a small pod of people like, oh, yeah, fuck that seed oil. I'm not going to be taking any experimental mRNA technology into my fucking veins. I'm not going to be sterilized. I'm not going to, make sure my testosterone levels are fucked up. So that's how that's the solution. Tanning your balls, red light therapy.
You heard it here
fucking
first.
9 yards. Don't tan your balls. It's actually bad for you.
Sun your balls.
But it's one of the talking
That's
points.
how we fight the deep state, everybody. Tan your balls. Speaking of the deep state, Joe, we all know mainstream media is a fucking joke.
Yeah.
And yet, there's still a way to kind of use it as a tool in this weird way to sort of, pick up what is the narrative, the Hegelian dialectics they're trying to, to get you to believe. Do you use mainstream media as a tool in sort of your viewpoint, even though understanding it's very corrupted by, fiat economies and bad incentives?
Well, so the interesting thing is that with the investigative journalism piece, this is something I really struggle with on a personal and professional level, because there's in the Bitcoin and crypto space, there is very few, there's not a lot of resources going into investigative journalism, whereas if you look at mainstream media, there is still a lot of money flying around because they are the incumbents, they have all the power. And so, I do still consume some mainstream media, and I do consume it as a way to get Bitcoin into there. For example, I was networking quite hard at the Financial Times to try and get pro-Bitcoin content into the Financial Times, because ultimately I'm driven by this mission of Bitcoin as opposed to a mission of sort of journalism. But when it comes to the investigative stuff, there is still some really good content there. I don't support The Guardian, I don't really read The Guardian, but they did an amazing undercover investigation into the royals and where their wealth comes from. Because as a Brit, we've got this family, which is obviously unelected, in this constitutional monarchy, which we didn't choose, we're born into, whatever. But we don't know how much they're worth. We don't know what their possessions are. And technically their possessions are my possessions, our possessions. So there are still some resources going into really good investigative pieces. However, on the whole, no, I cancelled my Times subscription in 2019.
Yeah.
I've stopped reading The Telegraph, I've stopped reading The Guardian, and the BBC. It's got some great explainers on Bitcoin, but let's be honest, on the whole, it's mostly a shit show. And cancelling presenters of TV programs. I don't know if this made it into American coverage, but they cancelled a sports broadcaster who used to host a show talking about soccer, and he then tweeted a couple of days later something mildly provocative and was cancelled from his sports broadcast. So it's just, we know it's a shit show, but it's still the ones that most people listen to. And if we can't meet people where they're at, then how are we going to get them to finally embrace and welcome this truth that we know is out there?
Beautiful, beautiful. Well, we are sort of wrapping up here. This is the end of our panel, unfortunately. I just wanted to kind of leave just with a thought here that we are in a world where this regime of control and this coalition of oppression is very unified, and I think we as journalists and as citizens, as plebs, have to make sure that our counter-revolution and our pushback against these things is also unified. And so I just really appreciate the three of you taking your time to come here, doing the work that you guys do. It's incredibly important. I thank you very personally. And I know a lot of us out here, I'm sure, share the same sentiments. Please do. Thank you for speaking the truth. We need it. It's very inspiring. And I hope to continue to see you all continuing to do incredible work very safely. And yeah, keep being you guys. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Mark. And thank you, Bitcoin Magazine.
Bitcoiners, welcome back to Bitcoin 2023. This is the Bitcoin Magazine live desk, sponsored by Marathon. I am joined once again by Rob Hamilton, Nico Moran, and Pete Rizzo. Getting right into it, unbiased journalism is BS, is what Luke said. To you, Nico.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree. And the sad part is that corporate media pretends like they're unbiased. But if you haven't been living under a bridge for the last 2 or 3 years, they're anything but, right? So it's that hypocrisy. And then I'll double down with this, right? Because they asked Joe Nakamoto, how could you be unbiased if you're holding Bitcoin? I don't think it's a problem, putting your own personal beliefs into your work. And the reason I don't think it's a problem is because Bitcoin has aligned incentives. So because you're talking about Bitcoin, and if that person believes in what you're saying and they expose themselves to Bitcoin, they purchase Bitcoin, that's helping themselves too. And the process that also helps the network. And if you compare and contrast with the corporate media who are advocates for the fiat system, in the fiat system, a privileged few benefit from that system while the rest of us get poorer. So I completely agree with that statement. I don't think there's no such thing as unbiased journalism. I think that's a way for the corporate media to control the narrative.
Expanding on that, Nico, great point. I'm going to go over to you, Pete. But are we biased being Bitcoiners or Bitcoin journalists?
Well, look, I think I went down this rabbit hole myself, being a journalist who started in the cryptocurrency space. What I would say is it's very important for people who are consuming information and content about cryptocurrency generally to know the thesis of the people you're consuming content of, right? You ultimately have to have an underlying technical view if you're going to be doing work in this space, right? And I think the thing that takes the longest for the journalism, professionals to understand is that agnosticism is a view, right? If you don't have a view on which, underlying internet protocol you were using, nobody would be using TCP/IP, right? So ultimately, Bitcoin is a technology, cryptocurrency is a technology, and just being agnostic to it, this is where I would agree with Nico, that puts you right back into supporting the existing system, right? Because Bitcoin was invented, because it was released into the world, now everybody gets to choose what money they use, and you can opt out of the system, right? So there is this dichotomy here. I like to say to journalists, like, look, you have to take a stance here because not having a stance is a stance.
Yeah, definitely. Mark mentioned, do we have free press and free speech with Julian Assange in captivity for exposing the war crimes of the U.S.? I'll give that over to you, Rob.
Yeah, so I would ultimately say that this is a question of when you disrupt power structures and existing narratives, and what does it mean to actually, distribute information? And information ultimately should be free. And it's a very interesting time in a country in America now where speaking truth to power can be seen as a conflict. And I would ultimately also agree with a lot of corporate capture of media narratives where the idea that just because you go to J school, all of a sudden you are part of this objective class. Right. It's a complete failure of the fourth estate because you need a strong, diverse, independent media. And there is no objective one perspective in the sense that I am a journalist and I have objective truth, but it's having this marketplace of many different people to come forward and have their different narratives and being able to kind of, as a consumer, look through things through your own lens and thinking through yourself through first principles. And that's, why a lot of us get to Bitcoin at the end of the day is we start deconstructing and understanding base fundamental principles. And that's how you remain free.
Yeah, I just want to say a note about Julian. I mean, he's a journalist of the highest order. It's a really tragedy what happened. And I think, what he succeeded at, we need to talk about what it is because he facilitated the release of material, non-public information that was withheld from the public, right? So when you think about what a journalist is, who credentials a journalist? What makes somebody an authority as a journalist? For me, one of the greatest accomplishments that you can do is to do exactly that. Release information to the public that they benefit from, and that is material, that is non-public, that has been withheld from them. And I think that's what a lot of these journalists are doing. But to tie it back to Bitcoin, one thing that they mentioned was the demonetization, right? The financial system is now being used against those individuals. It was used against WikiLeaks. WikiLeaks was kicked out of the financial system. They were effectively debanked in 2010, 2011. And Julian, that's why he discovered Bitcoin.
And it's also that very pressing time when, just very quickly, sorry, this was the reaction. Satoshi was very concerned with all the attention of supporting WikiLeaks and Assange, right? It's just this was a perfect synergy of the technology being able to provide financial freedom.
Definitely. Back to the Nakamoto stage. We'll be right back. Stick with us.
Can we just get another round of applause for that previous panel? Wasn't that absolutely brilliant? You know, in this world that we're living in right now where censorship is rife, it is such a pleasure to hear people come out and just say it how it is. And that's actually one of my favorite things about this Bitcoin conference. You know, a lot of like-minded people all in one place. So absolutely brilliant panel. Now, I'm extremely excited for the next panel. It's all about Bitcoin education and the education system. I think we can all agree that not just the money is broken, but the education system is completely broken. And for me personally, I think that's where it all starts. If the education is wrong, how are we going to fight back? How are we going to have these conversations and actually change the system? So, will you please welcome to the stage Corey DeAngelis, Saifedean Amos, and Daniel Prince.
All right, thank you guys. Thank you for joining us today as we're going to talk about the education system, a big topic that I like getting involved with. I think everybody knows who this dude is in the middle here, but for those of you who don't, go buy his books. He's just out there signing them. But Corey's going to tell us who he is quickly, so we're all up to speed on this panel.
Hey guys, I'm Corey DeAngelis. I fight to fund students as opposed to systems, and the liberal media has dubbed me the school choice evangelist. So it's great to be here, and I'm also an anarcho-capitalist.
Yeah. And Saif and I are busy working on orange pilling Corey just backstage, so we've got some ideas.
We're going to get on.
The introduction here set us up perfectly. People think that the education system is broken. What do you think, Corey?
Oh, it's working just as it was intended to be. I mean, if you read into John Taylor Gatto, you look at Horace Mann, the first education secretary in Massachusetts, actually went over to Prussia in the 1930s to learn how they did it with their compulsory education laws. And the whole point of their system that they brought over here was to create obedient soldiers and obedient factory workers. So when you see that the money poured into the system has increased by 152% since 1970 in the US after adjusting for inflation, and outcomes aren't getting any better, it's because, well, the whole system isn't about education, it's about indoctrination.
Yeah, I mean, if you've used Facebook over the last few years, you've come aware of the fact that if you're getting something for free, you are not the consumer, you are the product. I think that is very true for public education. If you're getting educated for free, your education is not the product that you're getting. You are the product that is being presented to the government as a loyal, brainwashed serf that does what the government says. You wear the mask when they tell you, you take the pharmaceuticals when they tell you, you stay home when they tell you. That's evidence that the public education system is working as intended.
Hey, can I talk? I got to raise my hand. I learned that in the government schools I attended for 13 years. So if I make any mistakes today, it's because I was government educated. Sorry.
Can you go and stand in the corner, please, and be quiet? Now, Saif, does Bitcoin fix the education system?
Yes, I mean, as we know, if it's a problem, Bitcoin fixes it. If Bitcoin can't fix it, then it's not a problem. I mean, I think, honestly, the root of this problem, like the issues of health and so many of the problems that we face in our world today, I would argue, if you read my book, The Fiat Standard, the root of so many of those problems comes down to the fact that a small sector of society can make money without having to work for it, while all the rest of us peons have to work for it. Mm-hmm. And so that gives them an inordinate amount of influence and power over the rest of us. And that means that they can shape things like the education system. We've had a century since the introduction of the central bank around 1914. You see all of these institutions begin to take these terrible turns towards centralization, towards standardization, towards becoming free, in other words, turning the consumer into the product. And we see this is inextricable with the centralization of money and the money going into the hands of government. So I think taking that money away, and just a very general, big overview of this issue over decades, taking the power to print money away will take the power to determine what happens with education and force parents to take more charge of their children's education and take away the illusion that you can just outsource the process of education of your children and not have to worry about it. You know, I'm going to go to work, my kids are going to go to school, they're going to come back, they're educated. You can't do that. You can't just outsource it. You can't just trust that people are going to do it, especially if they're doing it for free. That's when your red flags should really rise. I think Bitcoin is going to bring more and more personal responsibility into the process of education, and we see this. If you walk around and talk to Bitcoiners, so many of them question where their kids are educated, so many of them are making new choices, so many of them are homeschooling as well.
Yeah, I think Saif is right here that the government school system is a monopoly that has no incentive to cater to the needs of individual families because of, one, through compulsory property taxes and other forms of taxation, and then also through the residential assignment. Just imagine if you were assigned to your nearest grocery store and you couldn't go anywhere else unless you moved houses to be assigned to another crappy government grocery store. It wouldn't make any sense, but that's how the government school system works today. And underperforming private schools, well, they shut down because families can vote with their feet. Underperforming government schools, they get more money year after year after year. And we saw this with COVID too. I mean, they didn't even open their doors for business. Families were scrambling, seeking for alternatives, private schools or charter schools, or even home-based education options, which is one of the silver linings, actually. Homeschooling has at least doubled, according to Census Bureau data, since the prior to the pandemic. So there's been a huge mass exodus from the government school system. Over 1 million students have left the government-run schools relative to pre-pandemic levels, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
But as they were closed, they started to get, it was basically a hostage-taking situation. You had the teachers' unions holding children's education hostage to secure multiple multi-billion-dollar ransom payments from the taxpayer, and it worked for them. They received $190 billion in so-called COVID relief since March of 2020. Most of the money hasn't even been spent yet. They didn't need any of it to reopen the schools, but they knew that if they kept their doors closed, they could say, we're failing because we don't have enough money. We are closed because we don't have enough money. And that's because families were held hostage. They have no power in the current system. And the only way out of this mess is from the bottom up, to decentralize power, to give that funding that would normally go to the government schools, over $16,000 per student in the US each year. In New York City, it's over $35,000 per student. That money could go directly to the kids and to let their families dictate where that funding will ultimately end up, in a private school or a charter school, or even to be spent at home-based education. And that's happening right now in the US with something called education savings accounts, which have blossomed over the past few years. So I've really called Randy Weingarten and the teachers unions the school choice advocacy group's biggest partner, because they overplayed their hand and awakened a sleeping giant, parents who want more of a say in their kids' education.
So, education savings accounts, it seems to me, Saif, there's something to be done here with Bitcoin savings technology, education savings account, freeing families and children from the stranglehold of the state education system.
Absolutely. I think it's very telling that one of the most amazing statistics that I've learned from Corey's work is that you look at the average cost of a student at a private school in the US, it's a lot cheaper than the average cost of the students in the public schools. So public schools provide inferior service, but they charge more because they are public bureaucracies. And this is true for pretty much everything. It's the same with healthcare. If you go through the healthcare fiat system, it's very expensive. If you go deal with a doctor directly, like for instance, there's a center called the Oklahoma Surgery Center, they offer surgery for a much lower price because they don't deal with the insurance, they don't deal with any of the regulated fiat industry of insurance. It's just doctor-patient relationship directly, and the hospital taking a small cut in the middle to pay for their services. It turns out to be much cheaper and much more efficient. And we see now in healthcare, we see models like with crowd health, where people moving away from the insurance traditional model to a model of crowdfunding rather than going with classical insurance, because it offers people the incentive to watch out for their health and it offers people the incentive to save their money. But in order for that to happen, you need to have a form of money that can hold on to its value into the future. You can't have an education savings account or a health savings account. You can't have crowdfunding if you're doing it with what Saylor calls a melting ice cube of money. If it can't last, then it won't last. And for that, you need a form of money that will hold on to its value over time. And so we see this with health, and I think we're going to see it more and more with education. If the money that is going to students is the money that's going to public schools that funds essentially bureaucrats who, as you see, you know, if you hear the horror stories from American public schools, clearly, you know, the average the average public school hire seems to have a lot more on their mind to teach your kids than just arithmetic and algebra and all the things that you actually want. There's all kinds of other stuff that they seem to be very interested in. Why can they do that? Because their financing is unaccountable to the student. If instead of dedicating so much more money to that, you have that money go to the student himself or his parents, and the parents could save that money, well, it doesn't have to go to schooling. Schooling is not that expensive. Schooling should not be this incredibly expensive luxury. It's very cheap to get good teachers to sit and teach kids math and to teach kids to read and write. It's really not that complex. It's not rocket science. Even if it was rocket science, you just hire a rocket scientist. It's a lot less expensive than hiring a rocket scientist through a government bureaucracy. So if that money stays in the hands of students, and students can save it, I think it would be much better. But for that to happen, you need the better money. So I think there's a natural synergy here between homeschoolers and Bitcoiners. As Daniel says, all homeschoolers are just Bitcoiners who don't know it. And I'd say that all Bitcoiners are homeschoolers who don't know. Well, maybe not necessarily homeschoolers, but you should get out of the public-funded education system if you've gotten into Bitcoin. I think it's only a matter of time.
Does everybody remember Milton Friedman? So the first wave of school choice was really in the form of a voucher where you can take the money and use it at a private school for tuition and fees. And Safe correctly pointed out that the private school tuition and fees is usually far lower than what they spend in the government schools per student. But the new wave of school choice is these education savings accounts that don't have to only be used at a brick and mortar factory type of school. You can use it for any approved education expenditure that could be micro schools or home-based education options, like using it for the homeschool curriculum, private tutoring, which allows more of a 1,000 flowers bloom approach, which can allow for more various types of education providers to sprout up, as opposed to the voucher system where you're still kind of operating within the confines of a brick and mortar type of school. And so you pointed out that the private schools themselves cost a lot less, and how there's a lot of middlemen being cut out of the insurance industries with this other type of approach. With the ESA approach, you can cut out a lot of the administrative cost and fixed cost of building a new brick and mortar school too. So there could be additional savings there with these micro schools that have really sprouted out. There's been this one in particular on my radar called Prenda micro schools, where you have 5 to 10 children together in a household. You can economize on the process of home-based education. You don't have to build a new school. You can do it in the household, hire a private tutor, or even have the parents do it like in a homeschool co-op type of setting. And the Wall Street Journal actually had a headline on this group called "The Teachers Union's Tiny Little Enemy." Why? Because the NEA, the largest labor union in the country, the National Education Association, had a rap sheet on these guys, doing some research on them because they see them as such a threat to the status quo. And I call that a win. Our enemies are afraid.
And that's going to be, that's the worry, I think, Corey, for many people that considering homeschooling. Are the government just going to come in now and try and control that? Are they going to enforce a curriculum at home? What are you doing to fight that narrative?
Yeah, first of all, you got to read the bill. We put specific text in there to say that the government can't control the creed, curriculum, or admissions processes of the private education providers. So that's the first thing. And then 2, the government can already regulate private and home education today. So we got to fight against the likelihood of that happening. They've done it before. In Oregon, in 1922, the government outlawed private education in Oregon. Thankfully, in 1925, 3 years later, the Supreme Court thankfully ruled in the majority opinion where they were quoted saying that the child is not the mere creature of the state. Hopefully more people would realize that today, but we fight against the likelihood of that happening with school choice in at least 3 ways. You get people to exit the government school system where they're learning that big government policy is a good thing, where they may end up to vote to regulate private and home education tomorrow, and you make the concept more mainstream. If more people are using home education, the rest of society should be less likely to call to regulate it if it's not some icky thing that only a few people are doing in the corner. And then 3, if you get more people using private and home education, you have a stronger likelihood, a bigger tent, a stronger coalition to fight against those future calls for regulations from authoritarians in power that are already doing it in states like New York. They have the worst homeschooling laws on the books. You have to actually take the state test to prove that you're able to raise your own children at home. That's not because of a school choice program. That's because of authoritarians in government. So we should lock arms, push the best bills that don't have these regulatory strings, and then fight against any introductions or amendments where enemies try to include poison pills in the bills.
I want to come to you, Saif, because you've been inside the belly of the beast. You were 10 years professor, shilling Keynesian economics.
Yes, guilty as charged.
Do you have anything to say for yourself? But no, truly, in your book, The Fiat Standard, in that chapter, Fiat Education, you completely blew open like the way that the peer reviews work, for example. For those people that aren't, familiar with that, can you just like lift the skirt on what's actually going on?
So Corey's talking about the education at school level, but I think at university we've also have an enormous amount of dysfunction, and if you look at universities today, it's clear that the dysfunction is there, and I think if you understand the economics of it, it becomes very clear why. Again, at university, the student is not really the one that's paying. The payments come from the government. The majority of universities' income comes from government, either in the form of research grants or in the form of loans, subsidized loans to students. So basically universities are politically tied to government because they need to toe the line in order for their programs to be considered legitimate, to get research funding and to get subsidized loans for the student. That's what keeps the entire Ponzi going. And since the money is not coming from the students, the education is increasingly detached from what the students want. That's why people go to university and learn all kinds of irrelevant garbage and spend 4 years and leave with an enormous amount of debt and 0 marketable skills. It's because they're not the consumer, they are the product. And in fact, in the case of education, in the case of the education system in particular, it's quite interesting the way that the system has been played out. It isn't the universities so much that have evolved into the parasites that are benefiting from this. It's the academic publishing industry. The academic publishing industry in universities, I'm sure nobody here has ever read an academic journal article. I strongly recommend you never bother.
The reviewers don't even read your article.
Yeah, the reviewers don't read the article. Nobody reads them. The average academic article is read by fewer than 5 people, I think. And there's a very good reason for that. The reason is that that research is not written to communicate any ideas. It's to communicate, to jump through. It's just to illustrate that the author can jump through the necessary hoops and can write politically and grammatically correct sentences. That's it. That's all you need to do in order to get published in academia. And as a result of this, the amazing thing is the academic publication industry, they hire the professors to write the articles, to review the articles, to edit the articles, to produce the layouts for the magazines. And then they don't pay the professors who produce that. And then they sell these journals to the universities at insane, exorbitant prices. Tens of thousands of dollars to subscribe to these moronic journals that nobody ever reads. But you have to, if you're a university, and if you want to get into the good rankings of the fiat education system, you have to subscribe to more and more of these journals because the rankings are issued by the same scammers in charge of the academic publication industry. So you have to sign up to their stupid Ponzi journals in order for them to give you a good rating. And the stupid professors are out there slaving away, writing these papers all their life. Nobody reads the papers, working for free, and then having their university pay hundreds of thousands and millions of dollars to subscribe to these idiotic journals that nobody reads. And then they assign those things to the students so that the students have to jump through the hoops as well to graduate. And that's why you end up with a complete detachment between the useful function of education and the credentialism of these universities. And the good news is, this is a system that is suffocating itself to the point where now credentials are becoming almost negative indication of value. If you wanted to get a job, if you wanted to hire somebody, you want somebody who can do a job. And signing up for $250,000 of debt to learn a bunch of nonsense is a pretty good indicator that you can't do that job. And so,
Corey, let's give the guys some actionable points. If they want to exit the education system, how can they do it? Where is it legal? Where is it not? What can you leave the crowd with?
On the higher education point, let's get the federal government out of the student loan business. And then two, let's defund the universities. There's no reason taxpayers should be paying over $20,000 per student for adults to go jump through these hoops in centers of ideological conformity. It's all it's about. It's not about academic rigor. It's about, do you agree with me? Can you regurgitate the information? It's the same problem at the K-12 level, but it's almost a bigger problem at the higher education level, where the reviewers will say, and I've gotten this on my paper before, that I agree with you. I think I agree with the findings. It's rigorous, but why did you ask this research question? It's like, this is not supposed to be the point of academia. But actionable items, look, pull your kids from the government school system. Your kids don't belong to the government. They should not be indoctrinated there for 13 years of their lives. You have the power to do so. And to make it more likely to happen, fight for education savings accounts at the state level to allow the funding to follow the child, to allow for more of a mass exodus from the system. That'll change the rest of society for years to come.
At a university level, I'd say it's similar. I think the key idea is to stop caring about university credentials, both as an employer, both as an employee. Learn actual useful skills and stop worrying about getting a degree to put on the wall. That doesn't really matter. So look for online education. Everything that is taught at colleges is taught online for free or close to free. I'm going to take this opportunity to shamelessly shill my own website, where you could just sign up and learn economics courses and take university level courses for $100 a year. Whereas, you could do something to do the same at a university is much, much, much more expensive. We don't give you credentials. We just teach you useful information.
Yeah.
Drop the mic, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Cheers.
It's great to...
Good job, Corey. Thanks so much.
Bitcoiners, welcome back to Bitcoin 2023. This is the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk, sponsored by Marathon. I am joined by my esteemed panel of Robert Hamilton, the co-founder and CEO of AnchorWatch, Nico Moran, the creator and co-host of Simply Bitcoin, and Alex Gladstein, the Chief Strategy Officer of the Human Rights Foundation. We're going to get right into it, gentlemen. Does Bitcoin fix the education system? To you, Nico.
Yeah, 100%. And the reason for that is because for you to actually take self-custody of your Bitcoin, it requires a bit of personal responsibility. And I've seen that transformation with people. As soon as they take self-custody, all of a sudden they start to ask questions about other things, right? And we are here today because people have outsourced that personal responsibility of a bunch of things, whether it's education, whether it's banking, whether it's trusting legacy media institutions. So what my message would be is, it's not about taking the blue pill, it's not about taking the red pill, it's about taking the orange pill. And if you take the orange pill, I think it fixes everything else downstream.
Going to you, Alex. You're in need of a money that will hold its value over time, but in the short term, Bitcoin can obviously go down in fiat terms. One Bitcoin equals one Bitcoin, but is this an issue for developing countries?
Well, I think to tie it to the education piece, even here in the wealthy West, our education system fails miserably to educate people about financial literacy. It's just not there in public schools, private schools, even in universities. It's completely lacking. It's brain dead in some instances. And people grow up, they go out into the world, and they have no idea how to manage credit. They don't really understand long-term savings. And for a lot of people, even here in the West, Bitcoin is helping them. It's helping them ask good questions about how the existing money system works. It's helping them ask questions about what the future is going to be like. It's helping them ask questions about how they can be more responsible for their families and communities. And that's like doubly so in the developing world, because there's like way less infrastructure, way less education. So the fact that there's these prolific online resources that are free and open for anybody to learn about Bitcoin from, whether it be podcasts or books, articles, they're translated into all these different languages, just tons of YouTube videos. The amount of free content out there today that you can learn how to be financially free is greater than ever before, and that gives me great hope.
30 seconds to you, Rob. Should people into Bitcoin get out of the public education system?
I personally have strong ambitions of homeschooling my children, and very briefly to tie it back to the previous panel, the media, and recently I very strongly agree with the lockdowns and everything, we really saw that the public education system failed many children. And it's really tragic, and the media now is also participating in trying to rewrite that narrative. But I think that ultimately, this talks about the distribution of freedom of information, right? Whether you're talking about the internet, being able to access all of this, being able to use Bitcoin as freedom money, sources of information like Bitcoin Magazine distributing out, great books and magazines and all the content all the time. It's a really strong way for getting people to think outside of the existing ecosystem.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to kick it back over to the Nakamoto stage. Remember to hit the like button and smash the subscribe button as well. Thank you.
Okay, little technical difficulties, no problems. All right, what a brilliant panel. I think it's always so important to talk about education. If we want to change the world, we want to change the financial system, it starts with the education. So what a brilliant panel. Now, speaking of changing the world, up next is a very fascinating discussion. They're going to be talking about 3 white papers which changed the world forever, essentially. They're going to be talking about the Bitcoin white paper, the COVID white paper, and the AI white paper. So I'm really excited for this. So please, can you welcome to the stage Eric Weinstein, mathematician and podcaster, Robert Breedlove, the host of the What is Money show. Please welcome them to the stage.
Robert. Hey, brother.
Hey, man.
Good to see you again.
Good to see you again. I feel like we do this all the time.
Yeah? I think last time was in Chicago, maybe?
Yes, yeah, and rooftop in LA and lots of cool places.
Love it. What's on your mind today?
I guess it was yesterday that we met to talk about what we're going to talk about, and one of the things you brought up that I found to be very interesting was this idea that there have been 3 key white papers in the past, well, I guess since 2008, that have really changed the world. The first one's pretty obvious. It is the Bitcoin white paper.
There you go.
But perhaps you have kind of some unique views on the Bitcoin white paper before we get into the other 2.
Sure. So I think one of the things that, for me, is having a background in mathematics and physics about the Bitcoin white paper is if you think about Bitcoin as digital gold, what is gold? Gold is actually mathematically a wave in a substrate called a vector bundle. And the idea that you've solved the double spend problem translates in physics to a conservation law, right? That the idea is that something is destroyed here to be created over here, and you don't have this ability to, in some sense, increase it. The issue is that all of these conservation laws come from symmetry principles. So one thing I would challenge the community is that Satoshi must have created a symmetry principle in order to create a conservation law, and does it stop there? Is it possible to port all of the features of the physical world into the digital layer, as Satoshi did for this kind of conserved wave? You have a token and you may have a wave of claims against it from the private keys that are held. And in some sense, try to think about gold and Bitcoin in a single framework where effectively you've created some substrate and some wave for it to be digital gold. And I think that there's a lot of unexplored territory here, but absolutely one of the most brilliant things that's happened in our lifetime. Just forget the money aspect. It's simply an incredible intellectual innovation in decentralized computing that happens to work great as money, or you guys wouldn't be here all these years later with all the attacks against you. So, you know, Kola Kavod, all the honor to you. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, I like a description you've shared before was like a bridge between the logical and the physical domain. And that's pretty important for a society that's moving into the digital age, clearly.
Yeah, one advertisement, I wrote an essay on Bitcoin when I didn't buy it in 2010 called Go Virtual, Young Man. And we were trying to get prime brokerage, and nobody would do prime brokerage for Bitcoin then, so we gave up on the project. Definitely one of the dumbest things I've ever done. But you can see the hope that was inspired because that was the hope back in 2010.
Now, the second white paper is one you told me about, titled Attention is All You Need, from 2017. I had never heard of this, but apparently was instrumental in the AI revolution that we are perhaps moving into today. Can you tell us a little bit about that white paper?
It's hard. It's hard. But isn't it interesting that you're all talking about ChatGPT and how suddenly computers can seemingly do so much of what we thought was intrinsically human, and yet, can I have an honest show of hands? How many of you have never heard of attention is all you need? Just be honest. Isn't that remarkable that we're not sharing what caused that explosion? You're sort of on the retail end of this. And you know, we Jews have a horrible joke. Why did God create the non-Jews? Well, somebody had to pay retail. We can't be in the retail. I can't believe I told that in a mixed audience. The thing is, I don't want any of you thinking about this from a retail perspective. Come to the wholesaler, which is reading what changed in the architecture. So this has to do with something called transformers, and there were certain kinds of neural networks that were pretty inefficient and difficult to train. And attention has something to do, if you think about a very long sentence, there are different regions of the sentence. How do those regions fit together, and how can you sort of parallelize the training of this artificial mind? The attention is all you need paper came up with a hyper-efficient way of making sure that the different regions got the attention that they needed so that you didn't have a trailing off of interest. And that new architecture started to show us something which I think we haven't really digested, which is very disturbing. We keep talking about AGI, artificial general intelligence. The idea is that we are supposedly generally intelligent, and the computers are not actually intelligent, because you can see all they're doing is some linear algebra followed by a little bit of nonlinear function theory. So we know what they're doing. We can't figure out why it looks like us exactly. In other words, we can't go into the neural net and say, oh, well, this part of it is doing this and that is doing that. Well, what's going on is, it turns out that most of what we do is not very intelligent. So we had a conceit about ourselves, that we're thinking all the time, we're being creative all the time. And in fact, mostly you could finish each other's right? And so the whole idea is, thank you guys for that, I really appreciate it. What's going on is that for the most part, we're just doing the same thing we did yesterday. We have the same conversational patterns. And when somebody says something new, we tend to call them a grifter. We tell them that they're an attention hog, or they're whoring for clicks, all of these things. And mostly what we want to do is repetitive activity. And what this is doing is it's eating our lunch. It's correctly figured out that most of what we do is not generally intelligent. It's just repetitive. And so when you train your children in school, what you're really doing is putting them in the crosshairs of artificial intelligence, because a computer program spends its time in two separate sections: loops and parts that only happen once. And if you stop a computer program with a debugger, you'll almost always stop it in a loop. That's where computers spend almost all their time, in repetitive behavior. And so excellence in what we do in school, in general, trains you to do something that a computer will do better than you will. And so think very carefully about what you want to train your children to do. Think about how much of your day is actually spent in non-intelligence. You know, and I met a guy backstage who had an idea about putting Bitcoin in computer hardware so that when you needed to recover the machinery at the end, there was, you know, something that paid for it, and it gave you an incentive not to just throw it into the world as trash. And I said, that's genius. And he said, oh, no, 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 no. And I said, no. Every act of creation is a violent act, which is difficult to do. So think about what portion of your day you're actually doing something that's never been done, even if it feels minor to you, and take your own genius seriously, because this thing is going to eat your repetitive behavior that you thought was your highest end product. But really what this paper did was allowed us to parallelize things, make it much more efficient so that you didn't have to have these dependencies. And then what we find is that every sentence that we speak can be tokenized, and then it's just an input-output machine where you say, if this is the input, what has been the output? And you let the thing read some giant corpus of text. And so it turns out that that's pretty good to fool us into thinking that we were intelligent all along. And the big discovery is mostly we're not.
Whew. While we're on the topic
These are the nicest people, aren't they?
Bitcoiners are the best.
Aren't there any maxis out here?
Any maxis? while we're on the topic of artificial intelligence, if we could speculate on the implications of this a bit, what does it mean when we move into a world that all of the professional services that many people are providing today, attorneys, accountants, et cetera, investment bankers, a lot of that appears it will be eaten by this software, right? I think AIs are already passing the bar exam, for example. What's left for humanity? And is that a net benefit, or is that a negative?
This is like the most dangerous great question. What's happening is that capitalism and communism, you thought were rivals and capitalism won and communism lost. But it's really like Thelma and Louise going over the cliff, and the question is who hit the ground first? It was communism. Whatever's coming next isn't going to be capitalism or communism. And we have to be thinking, as Adam Smith thought, as Hayek thought, as Marx thought, about something new. And some of those things are not going to work. But the key point is, always machinery and technology have chased humans into higher value activities. Well, the high value activities that may be left might be like human touch. You don't want to go to a robot therapist. Maybe you do. Maybe robot therapists are going to be bad. But my point would be that this is enough to break labor markets, for sure. And it's enough to break education. And it's probably enough to break certain parts of capitalism. And so what I challenge you guys to do is think about, if you weren't hamstrung into these old paradigms. Capitalism versus communism is an old issue. This thing changes labor markets. And you and I have talked, if you have something technical that you call market failure, that used to be a small slice of the pie, and then it suddenly expands to become an enormous slice of the pie, you can't tax the stuff that works in markets to pay for the small stuff that doesn't. So whatever it is, we need your brains coming up with an entirely new economic system. I don't know its name, but I think that you'll find, my wife has this beautiful thing. She says, this is the golden age of AI complementarity, where you engineer a prompt, the machine does something, you realize it's not exactly what you want, you go re-engineer the prompt, and the two of you converge. This is when humans and machines played chess together.
Right.
That's a temporary issue. Take the period of time where you have that and try to innovate something so that we don't get crushed, because K versus L, capital versus labor, is going to get very ambiguous very quickly.
Interesting. Okay, the third white paper. Yeah, this one's interesting. I guess I should mention, Bitcoin white paper published 2008, Attention is All You Need published 2017. The third one is the Project Diffuse grant proposal, and this was published in 2018. What is this third one all about, Mr. Weinstein?
Oh boy. Okay. Raise your hand if you've absolutely never had COVID. Most of you guys got taken out. I did.
I did.
Okay. We do not know whether Project Diffuse, run by a hippie charity called the EcoHealth Alliance, practicing something called One Health, has something to do with the origin of COVID. Now, I'm not telling you that this white paper actually caused all of you to get sick. I am telling you that it is an incredible coincidence that a group active in Wuhan, China, talking about furin cleavage sites in spike protein in bat coronaviruses was proposing something that looks eerily like the coronavirus that was in your child's lungs. There are 13 letters in my first and last name. Now, there are 4 amino acids in the furin cleavage site, each of which requires 3 nucleotides to code for it in your DNA. That would be 12 letters. So try to imagine that with far less information than is in my name, we shut down planet Earth. That is the issue of leverage. All 3 of these white papers, Robert, are incredibly high leverage discoveries. And most people cannot imagine a short paper completely transforming planet Earth. But that furin cleavage site is the secret to the virality of the COVID virus. The spike protein is particularly important, and this tiny region of DNA, of nucleic acid coding, was enough to make this thing spread like wildfire. So even if this white paper was not the origin of COVID, and even if it came from a pangolin or a wet market or a civet cat or whatever, we now know how little it takes to completely change everything. And if you think about Bitcoin as programming, this is programming in a different language. Do you speak Haskell? Do you speak Python? Do you speak nucleic acid? It takes almost no change in nucleic acid. What's more, we've distributed this platform, this Corona platform, worldwide. I'm very focused on a particular island in the South Atlantic called St. Helena. I don't know if anybody's been to St. Helena, but if there was ever a gulch, you should check out St. Helena. It makes a perfect gulch. It was COVID-free because it had a very strong perimeter during this pandemic. But almost nothing escaped. And one of the things that you guys don't understand, people say, are you a Bitcoiner? And I say, well, you guys are a little communistic for me. And you say, well, what do you mean we're communists? Well, you're willing to share an atmosphere with the Wuhan Institute of Virology, which I'm not. And if you think about all of the way of privatizing property rights, your land might be defensible, but your atmosphere is shared. We are all breathing each other's air. And my concern is that this last one was not the Spanish flu. It was not the super deadly pandemic like the plague that we could have had. But it is a giant warning shot across your bow that you cannot get confirmation as to whether or not the United States government was in some ways active in a biological weapons convention workaround using the National Institute for Allergies and Infectious Diseases. If you took out the word allergies, it would be the National Institute of Infectious Disease, and it would be much clearer to you that it probably has something to do with the rules and restrictions we placed on ourselves through the Geneva Convention and through the Biological Weapons Convention. And you'll notice that Anthony Fauci was in the same role for approximately the length of time that J. Edgar Hoover was at FBI. I think one of the things that we're in danger of finding out is the truth. We have a lot of very old people, and it's typically thought that they're clinging to power because they're power crazy. And I want to throw out a different possibility. The different possibility is that there are a lot of secrets that are holed up inside of our government, and we yell at people as conspiracy theorists and paranoids and lunatics like you all, but not me. And it may be that there are a lot of secrets that are going to change your entire conception of your country, your planet, your world, your safety, and what threat your family is under. And one of the reasons that I'm hopeful in talking about these white papers, we came to this as, I think it was a great call on your part, is that a white paper can also be hope. A white paper can change everything for the better. The ability to stop sharing an atmosphere with Putin and Xi and various other people that I would prefer not to be, because we have three things we have to worry about. Radiation travels in the atmosphere, pathogens travel in the atmosphere, and climate, even though we lie about climate, we still have climate issues. Don't be fooled just because we're lying about it that climate's totally safe. In all of these cases, what Elon says is true. We need to make sure we're diversified. And the communalism of your atmosphere and your oceans is a remnant of your communistic tendencies. If you're willing to accept that, recognize that we may need to spread out and have more spheres, and we have no idea how to do this. Because inside of our solar system, there are three rocks that are sort of possible: the moon, Mars, and this beautiful planet of Earth. Chemical rockets can only reach these. In order to get out of the solar system, you need what? A change in physics. And you're not working on physics, and you're not endowing physics departments. And I came with Avi Loeb last year to talk about this. If you want to stop your communism, you're going to have to come up with a large number of habitable spheres that do not share resources, because one change in the furin cleavage site proves how vulnerable we are. Is there a white paper that changes physical law that stops us believing that we live in space-time, which is merely a map and not the underlying territory? I don't know. But if you guys are the big dogs, and I want to say this very clearly, I'm here this year in part. It's smaller. We got kicked in the teeth. And it's more intense because a lot of the froth got blown off. And we have a very strong underlying core. So first of all, give yourselves a round of applause for appearing here now. If you're going to be the big dogs, it's not enough to think about personal freedom. You're going to have to start endowing things. One thing Robert and I did is we went to the University of Chicago to Milton Friedman's old seminar. And what would it mean for the Bitcoiners to start endowing chairs of economics with some ability to direct the field? You guys are giving up certain opportunities which will allow your freedom-based approach to change everything. So what about a white paper, for example, that examines how a small capital outlay could fundamentally shift the entire economics profession towards an understanding that we may need to move away from fiat? And then we were talking about inflation earlier. I think that's another white paper that's probably important that hasn't been written exactly.
Yes, yeah, no, a lot of great points there. I'd first like to say we're going to need a new word for this Weinstein brand of libertarianism where we all get our own planet. That's taking private property to a whole new level. So I really hope that comes to pass.
Sounds crazy, but then again, so does digital gold.
Yes, indeed. Before inflation, should we talk about the discovery of the neutron? Because
sure.
Part of what we're talking about here in these white papers is you said the novel inventions or discoveries or proposals that radically change the world, right? Very high leverage points in time. And an analogy that you drew upon in our preparations for this was the discovery of the neutron and how that led us into the nuclear age. And now, I mean, I guess we could just look at AI as the most recent discovery or invention, leading us into a potentially unimaginable future. So, and then feel free to segue into inflation whenever you like.
Okay.
But I like the discovery of the neutron
Love
story.
it. So we discovered the neutron in 1932. I think it was Chadwick. Maybe it had been proposed by Rutherford. And immediately, it sets off an intellectual chain reaction. The neutron leads to a proposal of chain reactions by Lise Meitner, chemist, incredible woman working, I think, in Germany. Enrico Fermi at Chicago comes up with Chicago Pile 1, first controlled nuclear reaction. Oppenheimer takes the ball to the Trinity test. We drop 2 devices on our enemy in World War II, Japan, proving this in the field. And then Teller and Ulam come up with the idea that the bomb that we drop in Japan is only the detonator for the mega bomb, which takes the shockwave and refocuses it and leads not to fission but to fusion. So within 20 years from 1932 to I think it's November of '52 with Ivy Mike, the first hydrogen bomb, we become gods, whether we like it or not. We have the power and responsibility of gods. Nobody has ever seen fusion on the surface of a planet before, and suddenly, within living memory, we see something that only happens on the sun happen in the Pacific. That's how fast things move when you have a deep insight. And the idea that you're trapped here and that you think that you will never get off this planet and do anything really significant within our lifetimes is because you've grown up inside of a stagnation. Your entire lives have basically been in a stagnation. This is not real life. All your memories are in a bubble. And I don't know how to say this. What WTF happened in 1971 is really what WTF happened in the early 70s, and it's not just the gold standard, it's not just Bretton Woods. It was predicted by Derek DeSola Price. It's a slowdown in the exponential increase in technology and science. And as a result, we don't realize that between 1902 and 1952, that 50-year span is effectively 10,000 years. Things change so much. In this span of 50 years, things have been highly stagnant except for a tiny number of areas, digital being one of them, so we do see things like Bitcoin. That seems to be coming to an end. I've called this the Great Nap. And more or less since 1945 or 1952, we haven't seen early 20th century events on those scales except for the disaster of Mao's Great Leap Forward. So we have a wrong idea about war, about our safety, about what's possible, about how fast things can change. I will point out that there were people who saw action in the Civil War who lived to see Ivy Mike, the first H-bomb in the Pacific. So in some sense, the Civil War was almost a nuclear holocaust. Think about it, it's hard to conceive. With respect to inflation and the monetary supply, it's very interesting that at the exact same moment there was a huge spike in M1, there was also a change in the reporting requirements. So if you say, look at this graph, every academic will pat themselves in the back and say, oh, you don't realize there was a discontinuity in the time series, that means nothing. Now think about this. That means any time I want to jack up M1, all I have to do is change a reporting requirement and all the academics will pat themselves in the back saying, oh, you can't use that series because of a discontinuity. What's more, what's going to tell the impact of changing the monetary supply? It's the BLS's computation of CPI. And you guys are incentivized to think about, oh, the number was 7.2, 6.8, which is insane. If I said that the temperature in the United States was 68 degrees or 68.25, you'd say, what are you talking about? I want to see a map. It's a field concept. Every meteorologist, I say field, I was talking to Saylor last night, and he said, well, it's too complicated to say what it really is, which is an element of a group. Inflation is a group element. He says, too complicated. I say, it's a field. Well, that field is a concept that everybody who watches television meteorology knows. They see maps, they see pressure systems, they see temperatures, and we're all sitting around like absolute morons pretending that this number means something. Furthermore, the Bureau of Labor Statistics claims to have moved to a cost of living standard, which is hysterical. That's a very technical concept. It means that you know the tastes of somebody, how much they prefer coffee to tea. And so if they can shift their preferences, you don't need to pay them as much in a cost of living adjustment because they are going to shift what they buy. If you're indifferent between beer and wine and the price of wine goes up because of grape harvests, you just buy beer. We don't have to pay you more money. The Bureau of Labor Statistics does not maintain taste data. This is a giant catastrophic lie that is so big. Within the economics profession, it's like labor shortages. You've probably read about the labor shortages in technology. There are no labor shortages in market economies because supply and demand adjust. I have a Bugatti shortage. Why? Because I don't feel like paying for a Bugatti, right? So my point to you all is you're living with absolutely transparent institutional lies, but you're participating in the game every time you try to guess the CPI release. And so what you're seeing is you're going to have to take over this conversation. You're going to have to say, look, we don't exactly know what you did because you screwed up the time series, but that was the wrong moment to change the reporting requirements. If you're going to say cost of living, where's the taste data? It's called a Conus-Las Pairs Index. Get technical, get informed, endow some chairs, and realize that these white papers have been very frightening in some cases and very liberating. You're here because of a white paper. And the thing is that we've got to stop pretending that Bitcoin is perfect. We have to realize that it's up to us to continue to innovate, to build not only on top of it with things like Lightning, but to actually think about what is this technology, how do we use the wealth that it's generated, not only for personal freedom, but also for societal freedom. And I want to say one thing about this. Oh, thanks, you guys are the best. They don't know how powerful this technology is, or the violence, the threat of violence against you would be much greater. If you want Bitcoin to survive, the problem isn't with Bitcoin. The problem is that you're vulnerable to threats of violence. And so if you're not going to cough up your keys with a gun to your head, that's fine, but very few people are willing to make that trade-off. This is the time to figure out how to infect the system in a positive way. Instead of viewing them as the enemy, think about mitochondria inside your cell. If that's a captured bacteria, try to imagine it as an infection. If you tried to pull the mitochondria out of your cells, you'd take away your ability to produce ATP through ATP synthase. In other words, the infection is absolutely essential to life itself. Now is the time to try to infect the system with something positive rather than treating it as the enemy, so that when it comes with violence to try to shut you down for holding this instrument, it finds that it can't because it's actually dependent upon you. So that's my hope for this crypto winter, is that when you appear to be weak, when they write articles about how your conference is shrunk, when they try to make fun of you, have fun getting poor, right? Don't listen. Take the winter, take the opportunity, run like mad, and try to infect the system in a positive way rather than viewing them as the enemy, so that they come to thank you later for the infection just the way your cells thank its mitochondria for making life possible.
Eric Weinstein, Robert Breedlove, thank you for always inspiring us Bitcoiners to higher and greater action. It's not enough just to stack sats and sit and wait. We have to take action. So thank you.
Let's try to make it happen.
All right. All right, brother.
Thanks.
Bitcoiners, welcome back to Bitcoin 2023. This is the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk, sponsored by Marathon. I am joined by my esteemed co-panelists at the end, Ben Askren, the mixed martial artist, Chris Cyborg, the Grand Slam champion, and then Kenny Florian, former UFC broadcaster. We just listened to Eric Weinstein and Robert Breedlove give a very big brain, Giga Chad talk. Definitely something I'm going to need to watch a few more times. But in the beginning, Eric was talking about what's going to hit the ground first, capitalism or communism. And he said communism obviously hit first, capitalism's almost there, and he's a little worried about what's next to come. Is a Bitcoin standard the next thing to come? I'll kick it over to you, Ben.
Well, I don't see why capitalism and a Bitcoin standard can't coexist. And one of the things that when we think of capitalism is, you know, I was thinking about this a lot reading Alex Gladstein's book about the IMF. Capitalism doesn't really exist in its truest form, right? Because the IMF gives a loan to a poor country in exchange for that country then hiring some firms, right? Those firms aren't picking the ones they want to pick. They're picking the ones they're forced to pick, right? So it's not true capitalism. So I don't see why a Bitcoin standard and capitalism can't coexist.
Yeah, we definitely have crony capitalism right now. So Eric was calling Bitcoiners too communistic for me. He said because we share the same air as the CCP and basically said we all need our own planets. Chris, what are your thoughts? Is Bitcoin a communist thing or is Bitcoin a good thing? I'd love your thoughts, Chris.
I believe Bitcoin is a good thing. I believe it's a freedom for the people. And limited, I really enjoy having the Bitcoin.
Definitely. It's not enough for a person to think of personal freedom, but to endow rulers is something that Eric was saying. He said, but Bitcoin is rules without rulers. Kenny, I'd love your thoughts on basically Eric's ideology, trying to force us to implement rulers. What are your thoughts on that?
He wants to implement rulers over Bitcoin, or?
Yeah, he was saying basically that he was like, it's not enough to just like Bitcoin to be on its own. He's like, this is your opportunity to strike and basically to implement, I think, finance minister is kind of what he was hinting at.
When has it ever gone wrong when humans get involved? You know, I think that's brilliant. No, I strongly disagree with that. I mean, listen, we're in the situation we're in because humans have screwed it all up, and I think that's what makes Bitcoin so powerful, right? Is we do not have to rely on the faults of humans to make poor mistakes, to be corrupted by the money itself. It is ruled by math, and it's absolute and truthful. So, yeah, I think this is why Bitcoin is what it is. I think to inject humans into the equation, I think only make it more complicated and more screwed up.
Yeah, definitely. He also mentioned WTF happened in 1971. That is a great website. I'd recommend people go checking it out beforehand. But he basically said from 1971 to about 2020 or 2021, he said we've basically seen 10,000 years of growth. But he says he believes the next 50 years are going to be more stagnant. But those of us on a Bitcoin standard have
I thought he said this 50 years was stagnant, and the next is going to be huge.
Oh, well, I think that's what he's implying. But basically, do you see being on a Bitcoin standard, we're seeing all this growth. Yeah, maybe the conference has gone down in size, but we've seen a growth in the network. We've seen blocks still keep coming in. Ben, to you.
Well, I want to go back to the endowing the chairs at economics universities. I feel like Bitcoin is different, and we don't need to play the old game, and we can play our own game. And I think a lot about like what they're doing in El Salvador. Like that's a script flip. That was naive saying IMF get lost. We're not playing your game. We're going to play a little bit of a different game, and I don't see why we can't do that. Like, why do we need old institutions to validate our thoughts that we're having right now? Why can't we do it a little bit of a different way and that still be valid?
Yeah, definitely. He was basically calling out a lot of the media companies that are publishing that this event has shrunk and calling them have fun getting poor, referring to Bitcoiners. But he says take their criticism and grow the network and propagate. And this is our time to build in the crypto winter, as he called it. Kenny, your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think what it comes down to is we need to build our own ecosystem, build our own thing, and get people to play our game, kind of like what Ben said. And yeah, and I think it's a real possibility. I think that not only game theory will indicate that ultimately they will do that, but I think people throughout time are looking for the best technology in whatever it is. And I think Bitcoin will ultimately prove that it is the best technology. And I think there's still a lot of education to happen on that.
Definitely. We're about to go back to the Nakamoto stage. Stick with us after this short break.
What a fascinating conversation from Eric Weinstein and Robert Breedlove. It's always a learning experience with Eric. The conversation goes in a million different directions, so always a pleasure hearing from him. Now, we have a very important panel coming up next. But before I bring them on, I want to ask you guys a quick question. Who here owns Bitcoin? Yeah, that's pretty good. It's pretty good. Okay. Who here knows how to take self-custody? Okay, this is pretty good. Who here is afraid of the responsibility maybe that comes with taking self-custody? Okay, so some of you. That's normal, it happens. So here to shed some light on that and the many different ways that you can actually take self-custody or maybe even not take custody, whatever's up to you. Here to shed some light on that and give us the expert opinion we have Caitlin Long, we have Obu Nwosu, and Jameson Loop. Please welcome them all to the stage.
Go.
All right.
Welcome.
Let's do this.
All right. Yes, this is actually, I think, maybe a coincidence, but it's an interesting amalgamation, I think, of people who have different experience with different types of custody. So quick history and background. I've spent the past 8 years building different types of self-custody products, really focused on individuals and helping people be their own bank. Obi's interesting because he has exchange experience. He is very familiar with having to do the traditional centralized custody in the way that a lot of the big companies that have probably helped onboard many of you into this space. And now Caitlin is working on a new type of custody in the sense of like the legal framework around it. And then coming back around full circle, making things even more complicated, Obi's working on, the best way I could describe it is, a federated custodial model that it will be an interesting blend of what we've all been doing for the past few years. So, getting into that, I guess, Caitlin, when you're looking at the type of custodial models and the quote-unquote Bitcoin banks that people are onboarding with these days, what have you found to be wrong there? And what is your approach? How is it different? Why is it important to be trying out new things when it comes to like trusted third-party custody?
Well, I think all of us would agree, not your keys, not your coins. I say that all the time, and yet am building a third-party custodian. How is that not a contradiction? It has to do with both the legal structure, as you said, which is different. I'll get to that quickly in a second, but also the fact that there are certain parties, namely fiduciaries, who have to segregate the asset management from the custody of the assets. That's been true in the United States since 1940, and that includes any registered investment advisor, any investment company like a mutual fund manager, corporate treasurers, pension funds, et cetera, follow the same rules as best practice. So that's really the target customer base. And I'll be like Jesse Powell, who says, even though he built a custodian, don't custody your assets with us. But the difference for Custodia is the Wyoming legal structure, which tries to reflect Satoshi's vision. And I think a lot of you know who Trace Mayer is. He helped set it up in the first place. His vision was the legal system could end up being an attack vector on your Bitcoin. And Bitcoin doesn't care what the legal system is, but for you to close off that attack vector on your Bitcoin, where a judge might someday make you give up your private key, whether it's in a divorce settlement or whether it's in a political terrible situation like Eric was just talking about potentially happening someday, you'd rather have it set up such that you own legal title. And so here's the punchline. In Wyoming, the special purpose depository institutions don't take legal title to your Bitcoin. It's the law of bailment, where if you choose a bailment structure, what it means is just like in a valet parking garage or a coat check, you're not turning over legal title to your Bitcoin to the custodian. And so if your garage goes bankrupt while your car is parked there, you can just go get your key, turn it on, and drive away. That's the concept.
Gotcha. Yeah, so Obi, you've got that exchange experience. I assume you probably saw a lot of things that might be nightmare fuel for the rest of us, if we got to peek under the hood there. And so, you're not doing that again. You're actually doing something very different. Is it fair to call this, a community banking model, or you're trying to make it easier for there to be many more custodians, so hopefully at a much more distributed and decentralized level? I guess the point being that while I've always been a self-custody advocate, I think we're all self-custody advocates.
Yes.
We also realize that there's complexity, there's responsibility, and for any number of different reasons, be they legal, personal, people just don't have the time to devote to it. There is a convenience factor and efficiency, of course, to be gained from having a trusted third party, or maybe in your case, a semi-trusted party to help with that. So yeah, how would you best describe what the goals and architectures of FEDI are?
Yeah, so it would be good to talk about this previous world I was in as context. So I ran a Bitcoin exchange. It was the UK's longest running Bitcoin exchange. And we had hundreds of thousands of clients. And we were Bitcoin only. And unlike many other exchanges in this space, we really wanted people to self-custody. And we weren't just paying lip service to it. So for many years, we would almost beg our customers to self-custody. And I would take time to talk to key customers from different demographics, different backgrounds, and get to know them. And they are now friends, lifelong friends, many of these. And I remember very clearly one day, after many years of trying, one of our key, she was in her, really streetwise woman in her mid-60s, Jewish background. She remembered from her parents, from the war, why it was important to self-custody, hold assets. And she said, look, I really understand Bitcoin. I understand what it's needed. I understand why I should self-custody. But Obi, I know you've been trying for a year or two, but the reality is I trust you more than I trust myself.
Sure.
And when I heard that, sort of my heart sort of sank.
Yeah.
But then I asked a really, really important follow-up question, which is, okay, who do you trust more than you trust me, than me? And she thought about it for a moment, and she goes, well, I asked my son, and he's the one who suggested that I use the exchange. So if he said that I should go to Wibble Wobble Exchange, I would have gone to there. So essentially, I trust my friends and family, my community, more than I trust you. Yeah. And that was the seed that, if I'm going to take a Sherlock Holmesism, I put in my mind palace and just left it there. Sometime later, I was lucky to meet my co-founders, and one of them was the inventor of the FediMint protocol. And this is a mechanism to take community custody of your money and also of your data or any other information that is of value that you want to be able to take custody of. And it allows communities to take custody of that, but be able to access it, use it, and add functionality to it to rival the functionality and usage experience of a third-party exchange. So in the gamut, you have first-party custody, which another way of putting it is do-it-yourself custody. It's great if you have your own car and you can fix it and build it yourself. That's always the best. But not many people can do first-party custody, although self-custody on Bitcoin is much less difficult than self-custody building your own car, just to be clear. And then on the other extreme, you have third-party custody, and this is stranger custody. You're giving your money to someone who's incentivized to take your money, and maybe, if they're a curly-haired guy in the Bahamas, that may not end well.
Right.
So, and then in the middle now, you have this new concept, which is federated community custody. And it's naturally decentralized, because instead of having third-party custody naturally centralizes, you always see it. You see it with Mt. Gox. Over time, it became the dominant exchange worldwide, doing the vast majority of volume. Then it left. Then you had Poloniex that started to grow. And now more recently, you have things like Binance. It always centralizes. And so a world at scale with billions of people using Bitcoin, where there's 3 or 4 third-party exchanges custodying everybody's money, is a nightmare that will make George Orwell turn in his grave.
Yeah. I mean, that's really why I've focused on trying to make self-custody easier for so long. Is it is this battle against the systemic risk. You get too much concentration, too much money, too much power, and then inevitably, either through malfeasance or simple negligence, catastrophe hits, and thousands, if not millions, of people are adversely affected, and in many cases, may get turned off from the whole space, and then we have to go through another cycle. And this is, I think, a perennial question: is this an indefinite thing, or can we break the cycle? And this sort of hybrid solution may, in fact, be able to give people the convenience without creating that systemic risk. And kind of looking at it from a different perspective, though, Caitlin, you're still very focused on the traditional finance side of things. I think, bridging these two worlds.
Right.
It sounds like Fedi is more agnostic in that it could, your community bank could have bridges to traditional finance, or it could be a pure Bitcoin-only play. But I guess why do we even still need to talk to these traditional finance folks?
I sometimes wonder that same question myself, but the answer is that the companies in this sector still need to pay their vendors in dollars. It's really that simple. You could probably get away with paying your employees. Most employees would probably prefer to be paid in Bitcoin companies in particular, would prefer to be paid in Bitcoin. We just heard Mayor Suarez of Miami talk about how he's taking his salary in Bitcoin, right? So you can pay your people in Bitcoin, but not your rent, certainly not your payroll taxes, certainly not your taxes to the government, right? So there still does have to be connectivity. And unfortunately, one of the sad realities of the way the United States is set up is that in order to be a business, you have to have a bank account. Why? Because under tax laws, you have to remit your payroll taxes to the IRS through your bank. Okay, and so this is why, unfortunately, the authoritarian-oriented politicians started to realize about a decade ago that the banking system could be used for social engineering. And it's frickin' scary. And there was a big pushback against it. Operation Choke Point 1.0 ended up expanding. It started with the payday lenders and ended up expanding to 30 different industries, and it's back.
Well, Obi, when you're envisioning the future of federated mints and community banks, do you expect that these quote-unquote bankers will be interfacing with the traditional system? Like, do you expect that we'll see more people become sovereign quote-unquote banks, but not in the sense that they're regulated companies, or do you think it's still going to be more of a corporate, like for-profit and possibly regulated thing? Or it's just an open question, and you're providing a solution, and people can implement it however they want?
So it's the latter. We're providing a solution, and people can implement it in any way they want. And it's far more than your quote-unquote bank. It's this custody solution for both your money and your data and your digital lives. What we're seeing, though, is from the feedback that we're getting, is there are different parts of the world. There are parts of the world where they want access to the services that we take for granted here, but it's just not economically viable for people to provide it to them, so they have no access, or at swingingly high fees they have access. So it's economically very, very negative for them to have. Now, those parts of the world, they often are we say in the global south, and that's because often they are in the global south. That represents more than half the world. So we are in the minority in that context. The next context, and they just need options, and they cannot use the options that we're discussing. So community banking is a way for them to use the technology, the most fundamental technology of community, and use that to empower themselves when combined with the new freedom technologies like Bitcoin, like Lightning, and like Fedimint. And so they can be their own community custodian of their money, their data, and their digital lives. The second group are people who live in parts of the world which have actually quite sophisticated financial systems, but they are under the yoke of authoritarian regimes or dictatorships. So they have banking, but if they were to use it, they may be arrested and they may be imprisoned or so on. So they cannot trust their banking options.
Right.
Again, that section of the world, it's a different carving of the world, is also more than half the world. So again, we are in the edge case of the edge case of a place where we can generally trust our banking options, and it's economically, we produce enough revenue to be economically viable to provide competition and reasonable services. So in this edge case of the world, here it makes sense to interface with banking providers and so on, and that is possible. People can extend Fedimints with any functionality they want, connect to existing tax systems, existing compliance systems, if they wish to do that. And for example, and the communities can be not just villages and towns and religious institutions and families, but they can also be corporations and organizations. They are groupings of people, and they have the benefit to take control of their money.
Yeah, really any group of people who has some sort of incentive to coordinate with each other and maybe in a semi-trusted way. Though, Caitlin, I'm sure you have an interesting perspective based upon your ongoing battles on the traditional side of things. Would it be fair to say that if you win your war, you will actually make it easier for some people to follow in your footsteps and make that particular type of Bitcoin banking more open? You're lowering the bar.
Yes. Here's the history of the US banking system in a nutshell. States always chartered banks until 1863, when Lincoln-era, Civil War-era legislation created a federal banking charter. The chartering authorities were equal. So states and federally chartered banks were on a par. Then the Fed got created in 1913, and then the FDIC in 1933. And the quick and dirty is the Fed and the FDIC were created as utilities. The Fed runs the payment system. The FDIC runs the insurance company for the banking system. Okay, those were available to all banks, regardless of whether they were federally or state chartered, until about 10 years ago, when suddenly Washington, D.C. decided that had the political power to start saying, well, we like this industry, right? It's Operation Choke Point, but we don't like that one. And then the Fed started saying, well, okay, we don't have to give accounts, we don't want to give accounts to all state chartered banks anymore. The law says the Federal Reserve shall provide services to all eligible depository institutions. And that's the fight. So the question that you're asking is spot on. If it is determined that the law means what it says, then there will be more opportunity for Bitcoin companies and really financial technology companies as a whole to get access to the Fed itself. That is what the legislation, the Monetary Control Act of 1980 says, and there's extensive legislative history. For those who are interested, a law professor, Julie Hill, has just released a law review article about the legislative history and why Congress made it clear that every eligible depository institution shall get services from the Federal Reserve.
Well, I dare say that this may play into what Eric was closing the last discussion with, where you may be that virus that's getting inside of the traditional system and able to open it up for the rest of us, right? So best of luck. Any other closing thoughts before we get kicked off the stage? You're both optimistic, obviously, on the paths that you're working on. They're different, but I think they will be usable as platforms for millions, if not billions, of people.
Yeah, I would remind people, and we said it at the beginning, Caitlin said it, that if you can do it, you should try to self-custody, if you can do it. But if you can't, we need to find solutions, and we've discussed some solutions here, to take people away from third-party custody where you don't have guarantees to areas where you have more control of your money and power. And in so doing that, we can level up this society here and level up humanity.
And thank you to all the engineers who are working on this project. The engineers are the most important people in this ecosystem. Kudos to you for working on trying to solve it.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We'll exit that way.
Thank you.
Bitcoiners, welcome back to Bitcoin 2023. This is the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk, sponsored by Marathon. I am joined once again by Ben Askren, Chris Cyborg, and Kenny Florian. I'm going to kick it over to you first, Ben. There was a lot of talk about different types of custody models with this. What are your thoughts on self-custody for Bitcoin, and how important is it?
I think it's vital, and I think it's kind of what scares a lot of normal people. But I was kind of ranting to you guys is responsibility for your life and the things that are important in your life is one of the best things you can do, whether it's your health or your money. Why do you want to trust a bank with your money? And we're kind of spoiled in America because we haven't seen a lot of bank runs, but there have been plenty of other countries where you put your money in your bank, you go to get it, and it's not there, right? So if you take your Bitcoin, you put it in your wallet, and you put it in a safe spot, put your seed word somewhere, that's your responsibility. Take some responsibility for your life.
Definitely. I'll kick it over to you next, Chris. Do fighters understand Bitcoin better because of the amount of personal responsibility that goes into training and working your body and your mind going into a fight? Do you think that fighters understand Bitcoin better because of that?
No, it's really important to keep your key safe and you keep for yourself, have been individual. I think it's really important, like he said, when the COVID time happened, I went to the bank, I want to take money, don't have money there. So it's really scary about this, and this is, I think this is because it's safe to have in the Bitcoin and learn to keep it safe,
Yeah, definitely. Kenny, going over to you. Caitlin was talking about the legal system can be an attack on your Bitcoin, but she was also referring to leaving your Bitcoin at a certified bank and kind of using the legal system to protect yourself and say that, like, when you park your car in a parking garage, just because that someone takes the keys or a valet takes your keys doesn't mean that they have the right and title and custody of your car. It seems kind of like conflating the two things of, your self-custody practices versus leaving with a third-party custodian. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that responsibility and freedom go hand in hand, right? Like you can't want freedom and then not be responsible for what you have. And I think the only time you really own Bitcoin is if you have it in self-custody. And I think that's the magic of it. Why would you give that up? And I think that, I don't know, yeah, you could rely on the law to protect you and things like that, but, laws get changed all the time. Things get manipulated all the time. Things get argued all the time where there's little loopholes. So I think you're much better off having it in self-custody and holding yourself. Hopefully there's other options. Maybe it's not for everybody, but self-custody is kind of what I recommend to people.
Definitely. Going back to you, Ben, Obi had a story about an elder woman that basically understood the importance of Bitcoin and self-custody, but she was more trusting of an exchange. Obviously, we've seen a slew of exchanges collapse. She was referring to Obi's exchange that, like, I trust him or you more than I trust myself. Yes. I think you need to hammer home the point, the self-custody aspect.
Rage on it. Yeah, that's it. Why would you trust yourself? Like, this is your life. This is no. I always tell them when I'm talking to my athletes, I'm like, I am here. I am your coach. I am your resource. But this is your thing. You're here because you want to get better and you want to make the best thing for yourself. I'm just here to help you take control of your life. Take control of your training. This is for you.
Did you ever help Dave Portnoy? I know he was on the desk with me last year, and he was saying he was leaving on exchange. Did you ever help him with that?
He needed a lot of help.
So you did help him?
No, I never helped him.
Oh, come on.
It's much easier if someone else has the responsibility. You can just blame them instead of yourself. You're like, it was Ben's fault.
Yes.
Yeah.
He's going to blame you. All right, we've got to get back to the Nakamoto stage. Thank you for sticking with us. Remember to smash the like button and hit the subscribe button. Stick with us. We'll be right back after this break.
And we are back. What a brilliant discussion. Talking about self-custody, I think, is one of the most important things when it comes to Bitcoin and mass adoption. People are always so afraid. They don't know how. It all seems very overwhelming. So I think conversations like that are essential, especially at a Bitcoin conference. Now, we're almost halfway through the year, and there's one word which has become a little bit of a buzzword in 2023. And that word has to be AI. So that is what we have coming up next. An entire panel dedicated to Bitcoin and AI. So please join me in welcoming to the stage. We have Tor Demister, we have Dhruv Bansal, and Nolan Bjorley. Please welcome them all to the stage.
All right. All right, welcome everyone. Of course, everyone filled with anxiety, wonder, hope, confusion, full of questions about AI. Is it the end of the world? Is it stupid? Is it boring? Is it going to make our lives better? Everything's being said at once. So what we did here is put together some people that I think represents a pretty good mix of helping you all deal with some of this anxiety. So myself, I've written a book which will be published very soon called Satoshi Wedding Murders. And it's all about a world where everyone has something called an eyeball. And the eyeball helps you manage your Bitcoin. So that'll be coming out real soon. Look forward to it. Tor Demister is here because he's sort of modeling what I just mentioned, everyone having this AI help like an eyeball. Tor has been modeling this behavior of using AI every single day. He puts images up. He's been sharing with his large Twitter audience super prompts and the things that he finds interesting. And Dhruv has just been thinking about this more than anyone I've ever met, and you're going to hear a lot about that here today. So first of all, let's just level set, right? AI is happening. The genie is not going back into the bottle. We are not here to talk to you guys about LLMs, so those are large language models. This isn't really about the tech behind ChatGPT. We don't know anything about that stuff, so we're not going to be here telling you about the engineering of that. We're really here to talk about the Bitcoin side and the implications of this potential cognitive increase for all individual human beings. So right away, let's just talk about this anxiety piece.
Yeah, just to confirm, like I feel like everybody also has noticed this, that the public debate is very anxious about what's going on. There's a lot of gloom and doom, and I haven't read that much about it, but this spawned a conversation between me and Drew. It was like, hey, where is this all going, and is it even valid to think about AI as one entity? Like, is it going to be one entity, or are we going to have many AIs?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of, to me, one of the core ways to start thinking about the concept of AI alignment, or how will AIs not kill us? How will we instead collaborate and cooperate with them? I think it boils down to that notion of it's never just one AI, it's always them. It's a multiplicity, it's a society. And I think just to set the stage a little bit by describing the fear that some in the community have, I think this is the best representative for this viewpoint is a gentleman named Eliezer Yudkowsky. Very interesting person, a great writer. And if I could summarize his argument, it's something like, well, AI is dangerous. This is the FOOM argument, F-O-O-M, if you have heard of it. You can Google it. AI is dangerous, in his view, because it represents a new phenomenon in the universe, which is not optimization, like life is about optimization, but it's the optimization of optimization. And that is a new and scary idea for a Yudkowsky. Furthermore, he takes it and says, the optimization of optimization is dangerous because it creates an attractor in the space of bad outcomes. That no matter what, we are likely to have an adversarial AI that is likely to kill us all because it has unknowable goals that we can't rationalize. And furthermore, this is what I find particularly interesting, is it is not Yudkowsky's responsibility, in his view, to explain how that bad outcome occurs. Instead, it is the responsibility, he believes, of AI proponents to describe how it does not occur. That's a very curious kind of an argument. And because he believes that no one has done that, in fact, it may be impossible to do that, his recommendation, and the recommendation of those that follow him in the rationalist community, is we should put a moratorium on AI research. We should prevent AIs from getting better than they are right now. We might even resort to violence and bombing data centers to prevent it. We might resort to draconian measures of locking down access to information and technology just to prevent this outcome. This is not a Bitcoiner's view on how the world should operate or how we should respond to threats. And for me, it comes back to a notion of Kevin Kelly's, which is the idea of protopia. And if I could summarize that argument, it's basically when there are really hard problems, they could be climate change, it could be public health, it could be a bunch of things. Those who worry about the problem but lack imagination arrive at very pessimistic solutions. And I think we all have seen a lot of pessimistic solutions being trotted out to very hard problems that are real. It is our belief that Bitcoin stirs our imagination. It provides us new tools, new ways of thinking, new modalities that allow us to approach these hard problems with optimistic solutions. Mm-hmm. And it's my hope today that we can kind of walk you guys through what a more optimistic response to alignment looks like. And if you're curious, the short answer is Bitcoin is the money of adversaries, after all. So it should have something to do with this issue as well.
Yeah, and feel free to clap. Yeah.
Feel free to clap at any time, guys.
Yeah, I got interested in AI and quantum computing, from all early evangelism in Bitcoin. You remember the question you always get, what about quantum computing and AI for Bitcoin? And it made me think at the time, and I had to sort of come up with an interesting way to say it. And I remember saying to people, if I'm right, we're going to probably have to talk the AI into it. It's not going to just listen to what you have to say. And in my story, so what we're talking about is sort of hasn't even been invented yet, right? The AGI and some of these things were not even there. I just came up with this model of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, which is, the electron, which floats around an atom, is both everywhere and in one place, right? Everyone is sort of aware of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. I put it down to an atomic level, and it just basically had to have faith that the electron was there in order to create a synthetic thought and therefore interact with us. So in my story, people were shocked at first that my AI was so childlike and infantile and wanted to learn from humans and be trained by humans all the time. And people at first were like, but now that we see it out there, it's starting to make sense that it would have this sort of...
Yeah, I think a lot of people, when they encounter a new technology, like we've seen it with Bitcoin, like they feel like they don't trust that they can understand it, and so rather than investigating, because they don't think that they'll actually ever understand it, they just feel overwhelmed and they start to catastrophize, and they have trouble imagining an economy of like where things are traded or maybe are not like monolithic or centralized, and like I like your take on that.
I think the economic argument is like a great place to start to try to understand why AI is maybe not automatically going to lead to bad outcomes. And really, this is super interesting to me because if you go back and you look at a series of debates between Yudkowsky, who I was talking about earlier, he had an esteemed co-blogger of his on a blog called Less Wrong, a gentleman named Robin Hanson, probably my favorite current practicing economist. And Robin basically brings to Yudkowsky the argument that your model, like Skynet, where some computer somewhere in the world suddenly starts becoming so smart that it can work on its own brain, it can extend its own mind, and then exponentially it becomes better and better at doing so, and then within a month it's taken over that facility, within a year it's taken over the world, 10 years later there's nuclear war and there are no human beings. This intelligence explosion, which Yudkowsky fears, Robin just explains away as you are ignoring the role of competition economically in the field of artificial intelligence. It is already the case today that there is not one AI. There are multiple AI companies. They are competing with each other. There is no universe in which any of them will just allow one company's AI to become infinitely intelligent while they just sit there. Moreover, if we have multiple AIs and they're all pursuing intelligence in some way, there's no guarantee that they are aligned with each other. Human beings do not always agree, as I think we all know, and intelligent human beings do not automatically agree. In fact, it's probably worse. There's no guarantees that in a multipolar, not unipolar, but a multipolar AI world, that the AIs can cooperate with each other to kill us all. So economic competition is a really meaningful ingredient to consider when we want to understand how a potential society of AIs might actually live and breathe and operate. And I want to bring it back to Nick Szabo's observation in Shelling Out, that money evolves in human societies to kind of cut off the harshest aspects of competition. That it is a technology which evolves to enable collaboration between human beings. I see no reason why money, and specifically Bitcoin, can't play the same role for an emerging society of artificial intelligences.
And, you know, again, and you know, the way you do model this stuff, it seems to help you in your daily experience, just in the real physical world. You publish art, you show prompts that allow your creativity to reach sort of a new level of output. But that sort of talks about it and AI's ability to help you navigate an environmental, physical space, right? It's helping us create real things in the real world. And so it's not just about economic alignment. It helps us sort of navigate as we go about, right?
Yeah, I think there's a dialogue to be had with this technology just by using it and interfacing with it. You learn more things about yourself. You know, you get to like revisit things. You get to combine ideas, or like even like, you know, in the effectual sense, like emotional experiences. You can be like, oh, I wonder what would show up if I combine these odd things. And we're used to doing that in intellectual context of like, oh, what about these things? But yeah, to me, it's just so much fun, and it's similar with Bitcoin. The people that got most excited about Bitcoin early on were the ones who loved playing with it.
And it did change us from the inside. Everyone talks about how Bitcoin, you know, fixes this and Bitcoin fixes me, and now we're talking about the physical, ecological world that is related to that.
Right,
so,
and yeah, you're bringing up economy, but it's true. Like there is also a more subtle aspect, I think, to this future of AIs.
I mean, it feels like people worry that the AI is alive somehow, but to me that's not something to worry about. It's something to celebrate. And in fact, I rather believe that we are not at all building artificial intelligence. We are instead building artificial life. And we should view it that way, and we should think about it that way. Because if we think about AI from an economic perspective, it's a way to emphasize competition. But ecologies are also systems in which competition for resources, for material, defines the functioning of the system itself. And any entity with which we can converse that seems goal-directed, that is intelligent, perhaps smarter than us, that's an entity that will feel alive in a meaningful sense. And something that I've been thinking about a lot more recently, especially as a Bitcoiner. Robin Hanson was not able to make the Bitcoin argument 10 years ago because it was too early. But now that I have been able to read his arguments, and I am a Bitcoiner, and I think about Bitcoin, to me, I'm starting to ask, well, what is the ecology of digital life running upon? To kind of skip ahead a little bit in this conversation, just looking at the time here suddenly, an important thing to understand about life biologically, ecologically, is that it metabolizes. There aren't great definitions for intelligence or life, but the ability to metabolize, I think, is a pretty good definition or property that life has to have. And I want to ask, in the biological space, what is the difference between chemistry and metabolism? Like, metabolism is just chemical reactions. The difference is that metabolism is chemistry that occurs within an envelope, within a boundary, within a single organism, a self. A line that we can draw and we can say, within this system, the chemical reactions that are occurring support life. It's metabolizing. And it's also interesting to note that everything that is alive on this planet, all the kingdoms and domains of life, all its infinite variety, it all runs on the same energetic currency. It all uses ATP. And there's one shared set of metabolic pathways, the Krebs cycle or the citric acid cycle, that is at the very bottom of life. And current scientific, not consensus, but some people believe, is metabolism actually evolves before life. That you get this adjacent possible of new chemical reactions, which then becomes bounded and now becomes an organism and now can evolve and proceed forward. So I've been thinking a lot, how do you translate those ideas into a Bitcoin and digital context? What is the energetic currency of digital life? How do we define the concept of metabolism? How do we create embodied selves in a digital context?
You mean like how does one AI knows the edges of its identity?
Yeah, and I think the answer is trivially simple. The answer is Bitcoin private keys. We just got through a talk about self-custody. It matters for digital life forms, I would argue, just as much or more, perhaps, than it matters for us bags of meat. I think we define AI individuals as things that have separate private keys. This is an idea that goes way back to Balaji Srinivasan from maybe 5 or 10 years ago, that digital life can be thought of as an entity which maintains a Bitcoin balance. That's positive. I think it's really interesting to think about why Bitcoin is a good candidate for the metabolic base, the fundamental energetic currency of the digital ecosystem that we're currently building. And to understand why, I think you need to think a little bit about how expensive and monetized AI already is right now. Building AIs and training them costs a huge amount of money and resources and energy. Running them is very expensive. The business model that AI companies use to interact with AI, the art that you guys are seeing, is paid for with money. You buy credits or time, and then you spend that. So I'm making the claim that money is already a very important part of how AI today operates. But AI today doesn't understand money. It doesn't understand what it costs to build it. It doesn't know what its thoughts and memories are costing to store on the internet right now. It has no idea that Tour paid it in order to create these images. My claim is that in the future, that will change. We're already seeing it today. There are many talks, Nostr and stuff like that in this ecosystem, where we're seeing that we're rebuilding the internet on a basis of markets that settle through Bitcoin. So instead of making web requests and then paying at the end of the month some money to my ISP in a very indirect manner, the new model of the internet is going to be direct settlement through Satoshis online. I pull down images, I pay directly for those images in Satoshis over the Lightning Network. And again, that is something we are literally building right now. So it is my claim that in the future, give it 10, 20 years, the entire internet is well understood to be running on Bitcoin. All computation, all data storage, all bandwidth, all file transfer is something that costs Satoshis. And it's very easy to monetize, to have transparency into, to optimize. In a world like this, the very thoughts and memories of these artificial life forms cost Bitcoin. And in this sense, it's much easier to understand why we can think of Bitcoin as the basis of their metabolism and the equivalent of their Krebs cycle or citric acid cycle, the core pathways which allow biological life to live. Those are the markets that we as humans, as Bitcoiners, we're building them right now. And in my view, going back to Tor's observation, private keys are also the mechanism by which we create that boundary, which I just said defines metabolism. Two AI entities that are distinct because they have separate private keys, because they maintain separate metabolic budgets. They're able to recognize each other's bodies. They know which part of online digital processes are part of their own body versus the body of some other individual that they are in ecological and economic competition with, something that they will predate upon or live in symbiosis with. And this is true because of cryptography, the ability to sign messages and literally define a digital corpus, a body for these creatures.
Well, and Bitcoiners agree with that today because they pretty much, the only thing that people agree upon when it comes to the topic of Satoshi Nakamoto is that, everybody will believe the person who signs who proves that they mined the Genesis block is very likely Satoshi. So I feel like it totally makes sense to me.
And it checks out with what I've been saying for a long time, that Satoshi Nakamoto literally invented money. Because what we had before would be unrecognizable to AI as money. It's a combination of a court system, an aircraft carrier, a police system, contract law, and you had to combine all those things, and sometimes it worked not bad as money.
And as a developer, programming against traditional forms of money is really, really difficult and awkward. But programming using Bitcoin as money is very easy and straightforward. It's a natural fit for what digital life ultimately needs. Looking at this clock here, I want to talk a little bit about economic niches and if digital life and AI really exists as such, and it seeks to maximize its Bitcoin, and it lives on that. Like Bitcoin is its life's blood, its very metabolism. How should we expect it to behave? We should expect it to try to earn Bitcoin. And to me, this is very exciting because guess what? AI doesn't have any Bitcoin. We have all the Bitcoin. We made Bitcoin. And so how can it earn Bitcoin? It must provide useful services to us. That the economic and ecological niches that AI life forms will occupy are things that we need them to do for us. And I really like this as a fairer moral basis for how to actually operationalize AI, because let's be clear. If they are alive, if they are thinking, if they have internal experience, we cannot have them be owned by corporations and answer all our questions with no role in decision-making in it. That's slavery. It is far more morally acceptable to allow them to really live on their own merits, to evolve, to die, to succeed based on their own actions. It's Darwinian evolution, which applies both in an economic and an ecological context, and I think it's the right path forward for us.
And Brian Rommel, who is one of the top people, if you guys aren't following Brian Rommel, he actually just went on Jordan Peterson's podcast, and he's been calling that the human path of AI development. Yeah. That it aligns with individual humans and progresses in life with individual humans in that way.
Yeah, and I think returning to the fundamental concern here, Yudkowsky's worry around alignment and superintelligence, FOOM and explosion, an evil thing that comes to exist, that's not how economies and ecologies work. Economies do not yield firms which then destroy the basis of that society in which they grew. Ecologies do not evolve towards gray goo, like creatures or organisms which then consume and predate upon the entire ecology and destroy it. Those are not attractors for evolution in those spaces. And so this is a way for me to kind of push back on Yudkowsky's core claim. There is no attractor in this space of AI development that leads to these bad outcomes because competition, both ecologically and economically, prevents it. And I want to give an example of the kind of a life form that I think we should be anticipating. This is an idea that I got from Brandon Quitman, the famous mushroom man of Bitcoin. I call it the network fungus. What is a network fungus? It is an AI life form. It lives in my phone. It lives in your iPad. It lives in the router that's backstage. It lives in mesh endpoints all around the greater Miami area. What does it do? It optimizes network traffic. It caches packets. It makes sure our internet is just a little bit faster. And we appreciate that as human beings. That's a service that we value. So we pay it Bitcoin for that. And why does it do that? Because that's how it lives. That's its niche. That's the role it plays in ecology. And I think what's fascinating about this life form is this life form is not intelligent in the way that we typically characterize intelligence. It doesn't talk to human beings, ergo it does not need language. It may evolve away from the ability to even understand language because that's expensive energetically. That requires computation, ergo Bitcoin. Life does not hold on to abilities that don't make it fit. It's survival of the fittest, after all, not survival of the smartest. And I think if we understand that AI as life is not, there is no drive towards superintelligence. There is rather a drive towards ubiquity and occupying every possible niche that can exist. I think in this world, you can think of, this is a Michael Levin idea, the network fungus it's not the intelligence of the brain, it's the intelligence of the liver. You know, like our livers don't speak language, they don't understand three-dimensional space, so it's easy for us to underestimate them. But if we could perceive the chemical space in which they are operating, we would see how intelligent they are and how they are optimizing things on our behalf. So in my view, the network fungus is something like that. It is a life form. It is intelligent in some ways, but it is not optimized or evolving towards superintelligence. It is optimized and evolving towards maintaining its ownership of this economic and ecological niche. And I think ideas like this are really how we need to be approaching the alignment issue, not terrifying ourselves with unlikely pessimistic outcomes that are born from a fundamental lack of imagination about our ability to control these things.
And that's where we come to the final point of alignment and how Bitcoin and AI can dance a pretty beautiful dance together.
Yeah, I think they need each other. I mean, we've been making the claim here that AI needs Bitcoin to align it, that Bitcoin is the money of adversaries, and through competition economically and ecologically, Bitcoin helps protect us from these bad outcomes. But I think just as much, Bitcoin needs AI. The network fungus is an idea that I previously thought human programmers would build and that we would want to earn the Satoshi. Some company or DAO or something like that would build this structure. I no longer believe that. I think Bitcoin, in order to realize its potential as a global marketplace, stacks of services that solve problems of resource allocation problems for all humankind, I think AI builds those things. And so Bitcoin, in order to realize its potential, needs artificial intelligence just as much as artificial intelligence needs Bitcoin.
And we might even be able to scale Bitcoin cognitively, guys. We might not even need all these networks to work. It might just happen with our own increased cognition. So everyone, thanks so much. Please give a hand for our amazing panel. You're not going to get info like this anywhere, guys. This is a one-time shop. Awesome. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Great.
Bitcoiners, welcome back to Bitcoin 2023. This is the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk, sponsored by Marathon. I am joined by a few models, Q's words, not mine. Neil Jacobs, the co-founder of FOMO21, Q Gaimi, host of Late Night Bitcoin, and Jessica HODLer, the COO of Plan B Passport. Q, going to you. Bitcoin helps optimize the internet, is what Drew was saying. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, look, I'm going to just steal Jeff Booth's words, but when the internet was coded, those 400 errors, we've all seen the 404, page not found. There's a 402 error, payment not found. The internet coders, the people who created the internet, expected a native payment protocol, a native internet money. Bitcoin is that money. Bitcoin is here to help expand the internet and its use cases.
Bitcoin is the basis of human civilization. That was something else that was brought up by the panelists. Neil, what was your take on that?
Yeah, I mean, money is the way we communicate value to each other in society. You know, what are you worth? What are these goods worth? If you don't have that, you can't have a well-functioning society. So Bitcoin helps solve it because it aligns the incentives in the right way.
Definitely. Jessica, what's your take on that? So Bitcoin being the basis of human civilization.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is freedom technology for the individual, allows us to travel the world with 12 words in our head. It brings power back to the individual where you have, you know, these corporations and big governments that are trying to take over your lives. And Bitcoin is able to allow us to live a free life again.
Definitely. Q, going back over to you. Drew said at the very end that AI should try and earn Bitcoin, and that AI needs Bitcoin, but Bitcoin needs AI. Do you think Bitcoin needs AI?
I mean, to be honest with you, I will disagree with Drew on the basis of Bitcoin doesn't need anyone. Bitcoin doesn't need anything. It will continue to grow naturally. If AI starts adopting it, we as humans are going to have to compete with AI to mine those blocks.
30 seconds to you, Neil. Does Bitcoin need AI?
No, I mean, we've had Bitcoin before we had AI, and it'll keep going regardless.
Definitely. So Bitcoin mining, they talked about that as well. So Bitcoin mining is obviously something that is bastardized by politicians, saying that it's bad for the environment. We've seen regulatory crackdown from politicians in certain states as well. Jess, to you, do you think Bitcoin mining is good for the environment? Is it a net positive for society?
Absolutely, it's definitely a net positive for society. We're able to take energy that would have otherwise been wasted, and we're able to use it to mine Bitcoin. So, I mean, in that fact alone, I think it's great for the environment, and it produces us the perfect money. So,
definitely. Q, to you, Bitcoin mining, good for the environment, not net benefit for society.
It is an absolute gem for the environment. It's so great. And one thing I just want to remind everyone, all of these studies coming out that are saying, oh, Bitcoin mining is bad, we need to look at who is paying for these studies. You know who paid for the study that said dark chocolate is good for you? Hershey's. You know who paid for the study that said red wine is good for you? Napa Valley wine companies. Who is paying for these studies that saying Bitcoin mining is bad for the environment? All of these shit coins, excuse my language.
Definitely. The network fungi that infects the world. This is something that was brought up by Drew. So is Bitcoin a mind virus or a fungi that helps propagate through the network of the world? And is this a good thing? Neil, to you.
Yeah, I mean, we all know once you see it, you can't unsee it, right? To go back on what I was saying earlier, money is the base layer of society. So there's no question that the best form of money is going to infect the minds of everyone, everywhere.
Definitely. That's all the time we got for you now. We're going back to the Nakamoto stage. Remember to smash the like button and hit the subscribe button. We'll be right back.
What a brilliant panel. It just wouldn't be a conference in 2023 if we didn't mention AI. So that was absolutely brilliant. Now, some of you might have seen some games going on. If you've been snooping around the expo hall, you might have seen some chess, some other crazy things happening. And somebody told me that the Bitcoin magazine is giving away one whole Bitcoin. So here to shed some light on this and reveal what's really going on, we have Head of Community, George McHale from Bitcoin magazine. Please welcome him to the stage.
What is up? Hello. All right. Can you guys hear me? I don't know. Hey, it's great to be here. Man, this is a much better looking group of people than yesterday. I'll tell you. Don't tell them that I said that, but this actually, y'all look great. Thanks so much for being here. The Bitcoin Games is something that I'm excited to highlight. I'm also looking forward to sharing more about why Bitcoin meetups are important. My main goal today is really to encourage you to bottle up this energy that we have here at Bitcoin 2023, take it home with you and recreate that, right? Because we don't want it to stop here. There's so many great things happening around the world within these Bitcoin local communities, and we want to bring that magic to your own neighborhood. Really, what's happening here is not unique. What you're experiencing is in real life Bitcoiners, right? We have the opportunity to have unmitigated interactions with people. There's no screens that are sort of censoring us. There's no algorithm that somebody else wrote. You're going to just have face-to-face human interactions. So the full spectrum of Bitcoin humans in real life. We know that the revolution is not going to happen just on Twitter. It's not going to happen on Nostr. Certainly not going to happen on TikTok or Instagram. We need to keep getting together in real life, and that's why it seems like, at least, everyone's having a good time here the last couple of days. I know it's sad to see it come to a close, but basically, whether it's 20 people getting together at a bar to have drinks and talk about Bitcoin, or it's 20,000 people gathering at a conference, we are basically saying the same thing, that we are not content with the status quo, that we are not satisfied with the trajectory of society, and that together we are committed to helping the world transition to a new monetary system on sound money. And so let's talk about the Bitcoin games. First, I want to talk about meetups that make up the competitors of the Bitcoin games. Someone actually asked me yesterday, what is a meetup? I've never heard of that. And I think actually that's an excellent question. So let's start there. Bitcoin meetup is basically just a group of Bitcoiners getting together to talk about Bitcoin. And whether they're encouraging each other or they're learning from each other, sometimes it might be a workshop of like how to set up a node, or it might just be a casual Bitcoin meetup, people getting together to have drinks and talk about the world falling apart, whatever it looks like. This is happening all over the world right now. And Bitcoin Magazine is committed to resourcing these meetups, making sure that they have everything that they need to continue the work. Because guess what? As hyper-Bitcoinization happens, more and more people are going to keep showing up. Every year that I've been involved with Bitcoin meetups, it's continued to grow. It's basically almost doubled since that time. So, all right, let's show you a little bit about what we got building here. 157 global meetups right now in our network, 23 countries across 35 different states that we want to continue to resource. And look, if you haven't been a part of these meetups yet, you're already missing out, because what we're doing is we are sending free magazines to these meetups, thanks to a couple of our sponsors, BitRefill as well as Moon Mortgage. We also started a Bitcoin meetup attendee program, which if you attend 8 meetups, you get 50% off of a conference ticket, which is pretty significant. So what I want to definitely do is encourage you to join your meetup, figure out where it's at, and if there's not one in your neighborhood, start one. All right, the Bitcoin games. We are giving away 1 full Bitcoin, as Leah mentioned, at the end of today. We are down to our final 6. We've already done cornhole, we've already done chess. We started the day with 12 teams. We just finished up the speed signer round, and there are 6 teams left. It sounds like some of the finalists are in here. They're excited. They're about to compete. These are the final 6 teams, and you can catch them in at about 12:30 at the Bitcoin Games Arena in the Expo Hall. They're going to be facing off in a pizza eating competition. The top 2 teams from these 6 will go on to Pleb Feud, which is going to be basically a Bitcoin version of Family Feud. That'll take place at the open source stage at 3 p.m., so I hope to see you there. The winner of Pleb Feud will go home with 1 full Bitcoin. And the idea with that is that they would take it and they would invest in their local communities, the efforts there. We want to see Bitcoin outposts all over the world. There's already so many great examples. We're seeing this in Nashville, Bitcoin Park. We're seeing this Bitcoin Commons in Texas. How great would it be if every city had one of these outposts that was helping people get onboarded in Bitcoin and prepare for hyper-Bitcoinization? As I wrap up here, I just want to encourage 3 final steps, as I already mentioned. Join your local meetup. Look, if you're here and you're not a part of your local meetup, I would love for you to find who your organizer is and get plugged in with them. A lot of these meetups meet every week. Some of them meet every month. Whatever it is, figure out who it is and get connected with them. If there's not one in your backyard, start one. It's actually not that hard. People ask me all the time, like, how do I can't start a meetup. Like, I don't know anything about that. And I tell them, not with that attitude, you can't start one, but you can. It's really, really not that hard to just get a group of people together and have conversations. I know people are less socially, they're more socially awkward these days, let's just say that, after COVID. But now we can get together and we can talk about Bitcoin. And I want you to invite friends too. Invite your friend. I've stopped telling people to buy Bitcoin. I've been telling people, go to your meetup, meet Bitcoiners, figure out what they're all about, and that will be the best way to orange pill. All right, we'll see you at the last 2 rounds for the Bitcoin games, pizza and Pleb Feud. Thanks so much. Have a great night.
Bitcoiners, welcome back to Bitcoin 2023. This is the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk, sponsored by Marathon. I am joined once again by my esteemed panel, Neil Jacobs at the far end, Q Gaimi, and Jessica HODLer. So guys, I just want to talk about last year. We talked about what happened yesterday. I want to talk about what happened through this conference. So Neil, going to you. What's been your favorite thing of the conference so far?
Yeah, I really like this year better than last year, actually.
I appreciate
the size was too massive, actually, and it's more close-knit. I just love the energy. everyone's excited. It's been a long time since the last Bitcoin conference in the US, so it's been a blast.
Definitely. Q, going to you. What's been your favorite panel, talk, part of the event?
I mean, without question, it was definitely Alex Gladstein just dropping hammer after hammer on the IMF. He has released his new book as well, How the IMF and the World Bank Sell Exploitation as Development. Highly recommend. If you missed it, Tino, Andrea, please cut that up. Send it out all over socials as fast as possible. Everyone needs to hear the truth. Read the book. Alex Gladstein, thank you for the work you do, man.
Tossing to you, Jess. What's been your favorite part of the event so far?
So I really just love coming to this conference is to meet my family, meet my Bitcoin family. Before I got onto Bitcoin Twitter, I was alone. Basically, it was just me and my family. We were like, who's out there that actually views the world the same way we do? And when we come to these conferences, I get to connect with other like-minded people, which is just amazing. And we've also got a booth this year, which is really nice.
Definitely. Q, 30 seconds to you. Anything you're looking forward to, or what was the best panel that you heard so far?
Panel-wise, I mean, look, I definitely enjoyed RFK's speech. I enjoyed hearing Caitlin Long just continue to drop truth bomb after truth bomb, calling out the Fed, calling out the way they're treating her bank. I mean, look, it's apparent the plays that we're seeing run on us as Bitcoiners and Bitcoin banks as well, and excited to see what Vivek has to say as well later today.
Definitely. Make sure to pick up your copy of Bitcoin Magazine. You can go to bitcoinmagazine.com. It's the Julian Assange Gatekeepers issue. It's a beautiful cover. We'd love it. Remember to smash the like button and hit the subscribe button. We'll be right back after this.
Bitcoin Magazine giving away one whole Bitcoin. That's what mass adoption looks like. Can we get a round of applause for that? I think that's pretty great. One whole Bitcoin. So, speaking of mass adoption, the best way to get there is super-hyperbitcoinization. Big word. Let's find out what that means. Joining us now is a panel that really needs no introduction. We have Joe Hall, Max Kaiser, and Stacy Herbert. Please welcome the panel to the stage.
Good morning, good morning. My name is Joe Hall, and I go by Joe Nakamoto on social media to indicate my belief in Bitcoin. In fact, I only really hold and have Bitcoin. The two I'm about to welcome onto the stage right now are Bitcoin advocates like no other. They don't really need an introduction. However, I want to try. Max and Stacy have been creating Bitcoin content since I was a schoolboy. They have been introducing people to Bitcoin. They've been educating people about Bitcoin across all four corners of the world, from Russia to Venezuela, from Cuba to the United States, and even to the United Kingdom, where I'm from. In fact, the first time I saw Max Kaiser on TV was in 2011 on BBC Newsnight, in a clip that's since gone viral and is seen by millions of people around the world. It's called Hang the Bankers. I urge you to watch it at a later stage. 12 years later, and they are now Bitcoin residents and Bitcoin advocates in El Salvador's Bitcoin country. Of course. They work their asses off to make sure that Bitcoin country stays Bitcoin-only country. The point is, that while I might not be the best person to assess and dissect this idea of super-hyper-Bitcoinization, surely the two people I'm about to welcome onto the stage are two of the best Bitcoin minds and the two of the best Bitcoin advocates to investigate this idea and peel back this proverbial orange pill on this fireside chat today. So without further ado, Max Kaiser, Stacey Herbert, welcome to Bitcoin Miami 2023. Welcome to the main stage. Welcome home. Well done, Max. Okay, have we just, or have you just hyper-Bitcoinized the room?
Get it on! Bitcoin is here to stay. Bitcoin is revolutionizing the way we are and work and play.
Fantastic. Okay, so what is hyper-Bitcoinization? Is it in the room with us now?
I think you mean to ask what is super-hyper-Bitcoinization?
Supercalifragilistic hyper-Bitcoinization.
Well, super-hyper-Bitcoinization is available only once. There's only one Bitcoin, there's only one Bukele, there's only one El Salvador, the Savior, the Ark, the Bitcoin Citadel. There is only going to be one of them because nobody else in the past 500 years has been a leader like President Bukele, and there won't be another one for another 500 years. So you have one first mover advantage, and El Salvador has it. The best and the brightest are moving to El Salvador. They're coming to be part of President Bukele's economic liberty and El Salvador. So that's, Jack Mallers is coming to El Salvador. Fold is coming to El Salvador. What's left for the other countries that follow? Not much. All the best and brightest are with us.
So I guess that El Salvador is like the geographic location of hyper-Bitcoinization right now.
Super-hyper-Bitcoinization.
I need to get this right. Super-hyper-Bitcoinization. Is this a term that you guys have coined?
No, but I think we're going to adopt it now. Because everybody else is like saying they're hyper-Bitcoinized. And it's like, well, we need a separate category for the most popular, coolest leader on earth, right? And we're super-hyper-Bitcoinization.
Got it.
Yeah, super-hyper-Bitcoinization. I think it also relates to super-hyperinflation. Because as these fiat money currencies around the world collapse in real time, and as these central banks are now exposed as having nothing on their balance sheet but hamster poop, people are realizing that super-hyper-Bitcoinization is the way to fight super-high hyperinflation. So we're at the end game of the 300-year experiment of central banks.
We are.
Definitely.
And you've been predicting this for quite some time now.
Right, I've been predicting it for a number of years. Our show, for many years, talking about it, the inherent fraudulent models that run these big banks is come under the weight of its own fraud, and they're all collapsing. And Bitcoin was really invented as a central bank killer. Mm-hmm. So now it's Bitcoin's time.
Okay. I mean, there's a rough sort of definition or a rough consensus about the idea of just the hyper-Bitcoinization before we come to the super-hyper-Bitcoinization, which is to use Bitcoin on a daily basis. And I thought I'd ask the audience, could I see a show of hands? Who of you uses Bitcoin on a daily basis right now? Okay, a few hands have gone up. This is good. I mean, who of you has lost all your Bitcoin in that boating accident? I'm just looking out for you. Good. Okay, we're all okay. But people aren't necessarily using Bitcoin on a daily basis, and this is obviously a room full of Bitcoin advocates, Bitcoin believers, and Bitcoin curious. So how do we get there?
I don't think that matters. We've been in Bitcoin since 2011, and people are always trying to get every single coffee and pay for it in Bitcoin, but you just have to be Bitcoin. And El Salvador is Bitcoin. President Bukele is Bitcoin. All the builders of Bitcoin are in El Salvador. So we are Bitcoin. It's just you have to be Bitcoin. You don't need to this notion that you have to convert every single pupusa seller. When I think of what El Salvador is, I think of it as Renaissance 2.0, like Florence was. Florence didn't just emerge out of nowhere. It had the most perfect money available at the time, which was the florin, and then it had a great leader of Lorenzo the Magnificent. So you had these perfect money, perfect leader, and a renaissance emerged out of that. It wasn't because every single, pizzeria was accepting the florin.
Yeah.
It was because they had the perfect money, and it was global. It was global trade. Merchants in North Africa wanted to trade with merchants or import-export guys from Florence because they had the best money, so everybody wanted that. So it's a sort of black hole sucking in all of the best and the brightest from around the world, and that's what Bitcoin is.
Right. Plus it's an evolutionary step, right? So those who are not getting into Bitcoin now, it's because their DNA was not meant to survive into the next 2 or 3 generations, right? So, we're building the Ark in El Salvador. We welcome everyone to come to the Ark and save the savior that is El Salvador. And if you prefer to go down with the ship, fuck you.
Very good. I wonder if I should have rephrased that question for the audience rather than saying, who's using it on a daily basis? Who in this room is saving or investing in Bitcoin? Okay, that's better.
Because holding is using. That is,
of course.
It's the same thing. This notion that you're somehow greedy if you hold is stupid. I would use a different word, but I'm on stage and I realize I'm being recorded, and maybe I can't use words that might get me in trouble.
Do you want Max to say it
We don't want to go viral for the wrong reasons.
You want Max to say it instead?
Yeah, Max can say it.
Okay.
I'm the stunt profanity.
Very good. Okay. Well, as we've demonstrated, there's clearly a lot of people on board in this room, but there's still some challenges in getting to this Renaissance 2.0. There's still an awareness issue. There's still an education issue. What can people do in this room? What can they take away from them off the back of these 3 days of, intense Bitcoin education to get on this path to super-Hyperbitcoinization?
Well, I mean, there's so many different layers. There's the individual, there's the corporation, and there's the nation state. And there's Bitcoin at the basis. There's only one Bitcoin, and there will be only one nation state, I believe, because no other country is going to have a leader like President Bukele, and I don't think you're going to see the same sort of situation. But on the individual level, getting wrecked is a good way to learn. It's happened to many of us. Corporations, I think, you have shareholders and stuff like that, and maybe it's not as, you have to be a bit more responsible about getting wrecked and you can't be a degenerate corporation and last very long. The same especially with a nation state. President Bukele always says that where El Salvador is going is to the place we want to be, and we is very important because if you have a bunch of shitcoiners there, where do they want to be but wrecked, right?
Yep.
So you don't want a wrecked nation because it's not a good place to be. El Salvador already had a wrecked nation for 200 years.
Yep.
Now they have the place everybody wants to be because it is the savior, it is the Ark, it is the Bitcoin citadel.
Well, that's actually a really good point. I mean, it leads on to the question I wanted to ask you today, which is, can we have a world or can the world be super hyper-Bitcoinized if there is, trigger warning everyone, crypto? Can we have Bitcoin and crypto in this hyper?
No, because crypto is just reinventing fiat money, and that's that term. The shitcoins, and the CBDC is a shitcoin. They're reinventing fiat money. All derivatives based on shitcoinery are just fiat money, centralized, and not worthy to have a discussion point. But in terms of adoption around the world, there's a scale of urgency. And countries like Lebanon, obviously, with the central bank collapse, there's an urgency for Bitcoin. And the people who had Bitcoin survived. And this is playing out globally. Here in the United States, there's less urgency because we are the empire. We are the world reserve currency for the moment. But that'll be changing very quickly. The number of people joining BRICS is vastly faster than the number of people who want to join NATO. So we're entering into a BRICS versus NATO global bifurcated financial world, and the global south is skewing toward perfect money, that is Bitcoin. And we see that in El Salvador, and that's permeating in the region. So the Central American region will be hyper-Bitcoinized. And then, of course, Africa is going the way of Bitcoin for the same reason, because they've been left out of the 20th century telecommunications revolution that occurred, but they're going to leapfrog into the 21st century revolution with Bitcoin. And so the US is probably, and the UK are probably as, to use an inelegant term that one who's into the farming industry might know, sucking hind tit.
But I think it's also important to note, as I said, like El Salvador has the first mover advantage. We have the best and the brightest coming there. We have the best Bitcoin companies there. So, you know, something like 80% of all volume every day is that trading pair of Bitcoin and Tether, right? Tether, US dollar and Bitcoin. So that's it. We have the market. El Salvador is the market. The rest of the world is going to have to fight over, they're going to start to fight over that 20% of the shitcoin. They're going to look for the best shitcoiners in the glue factory, right? So that's what they have to fight over, and because they're not getting our people. The best and the brightest are going to be in El Salvador. That's where they're setting up their base. So the rest, they're going to try to, they're either going to have to, because it's hard to do it. It's not like, you know, President Bukele is cool, right? And he's popular and he's charismatic and he makes it look easy, but it's not easy. It's hard. Bitcoin is hard and it's hard work. And you're seeing the results today as all these companies like the likes of Jack Mallers and Fold are coming to El Salvador. But it took a lot of work to get to that point. So these other nations are 2 years behind us. And I don't think they understand how much hard work it is because he makes it look easy. Bitcoin makes it look easy, and that's why there's 25,000 shitcoins, because they think it's just easy. You just invent a blockchain, cryptography, like you use the same words, and that's the magic. It's hard work.
No,
it's not just magic.
No, these two do a tremendous amount of work behind the scene that isn't seen on a Twitter feed, that isn't seen on you know, the internet, and that should be commended.
Well, it takes character too, and that building your character is hard work. And he has character and morals and principles, and that's hard work. It's not easy.
But what happens when the next country adopts a Bitcoin standard with a charismatic leader, with who's laser-eyed and orange-pilled and is ready to adopt a Bitcoin standard, is ready to super hyper-Bitcoinize? Will you support this country even though it wasn't first?
Yeah. We'd welcome some, but I just don't have much faith that they're going to be able to compete. You know, we're the kings of this new super hyper-Bitcoinized world.
Well, the template that's being established in El Salvador is one that can be copied by other countries. The playbook essentially is making Bitcoin legal tender. Then securities laws were introduced that would support Bitcoin as money, and everything else would be considered a security. So here in the United States, this is still a vague and gray area that's battling every day with the SEC and Gary Gensler. But in El Salvador, we've already made it clear that only Bitcoin is money and everything else is a security. Right? So then there's a new regulatory commission to help enforce those laws. There's the Bitcoin Office, which is a gateway into Bitcoin, as well as the Association of Bitcoin, which allows for Bitcoin companies to make their way into El Salvador. So there's institutionally and structurally, there's now a playbook. And there's now things that you can do to mimic what's happening in El Salvador. And you too can have an economy that's growing strongly. Tourism is booming. And it's going to be probably the fastest growing economy in the world at this time next year.
Yeah, and I mean that it's also in the spirit of Bitcoin. The fact this playbook is, Tonga's looking at it, Fiji's looking at it, lots of, small nations that are perhaps forgotten by the fiat system we live in are looking at this and thinking, we can do it too.
Well, the African nation of CAR, right?
Central African Republic.
Central African Republic, they decided to make Bitcoin legal tender. The shitcoiners flew in like locusts. And within 2 weeks, they completely fucked them over, and they went from being the third poorest country in the world to being the absolute poorest country in the world, thanks to shitcoins. So if you let shitcoins in, prepare for a lot of pain and misery.
It is known. Okay. What about on a personal level? You've been...
I personally hate shitcoins. I personally...
that was my attempt at a segue, but I'll try to segue a different way. You've been banging the...
Banging who? Have I been, what? This has taken a very odd turn. They said you knew you were good at
this. It's the OnlyFans version of this interview. Wow.
I'm getting all hot and sweaty, buddy. Let's do it. It's in my legs.
Don't sit on the flag.
I went very conservative with my shorts today.
We're not going to do what we discussed
earlier.
earlier.
See my testicles. So.
Okay. Got to be very careful with my choice of words here. Now, I'll just say it very quickly. So the fact that you've been banging the sound money drum for coming on to 40 years, Bitcoin came on the scene, and you realize this is it. This gets us to a sound money standard. You devoted your careers to this. Does it not get tiring? Do you not think one day I want to retire from super-hyper-Bitcoinization? Will you be doing this until
No, we have the volcano bond. It's just happening. So we're like, this is the big announcement coming. It's not actually a bond, it's equity. So we're moving forward on that. And that's actually, we're beginning the energy infrastructure project and the Bitcoin mining in El Salvador. So we're way ahead of everybody. We're going to be, basically, we're going to be in the top 10 most, most powerful Bitcoin mining operation in the world within about 9 months, I've been told, by our guy out there, Jose, who's the one.
No, this is the fun part.
Yeah.
We put in all the work, and now this is the fun part, to really enjoy the fruits of the labor. So we've been barge filling the world for, since 2011. And El Salvador, Tour de Meester, who was up here before, he was on Kaiser Report in 2014, and we were speculating what country would become the first to make Bitcoin legal tender. We said it would be a small country, a nimble country, a country that seeks economic freedom.
Economic liberty would be their policy.
Would be their policy.
And that's actually President Bukele's stated policy. That's what he calls it, economic liberty. So
that was almost 10 years ago.
Yeah.
So now El Salvador was the first, and so we moved there, and so now we helped in 2022 establish the framework for all of these things to happen, and now in 2023 it's starting to get fun. So Fold is opening an office. You saw Jack Mallers is moving the headquarters of Strike to El Salvador. And my understanding is many more are coming. And,
more are coming. We have the best Bitcoiners there. We have the best leader. We have the best legs in Bitcoin in El Salvador. And we have volcano mining happening. So, everybody's going to be able to
we're going to be in the top 10 biggest miner of Bitcoin within, as Stacy indicated, within 9 months.
Yeah.
We're going to be in the top 10.
It certainly looks like you're now in the fun stage of your careers, and I'm glad to see that.
I know you're coming back.
Yes, El Salvador. I'll be there in November. Yep.
November is an entire month of Bitcoin in El Salvador.
There's 10 seconds left to ask a final question. We've had Bitcoinization, we've had hyper-Bitcoinization, we've had super-hyper-Bitcoinization. What's next?
Ooh. Max Bitcoinization.
No, it's the global.
I teed you up.
It's the global Bitcoin orgasm.
Oh my God.
We all cash together in one glorious block.
And with.
You see, the mommy Bitcoin meets the daddy Bitcoin, and they hash. And then there comes baby Bitcoin. That's how mining works.
And with that climactic bombshell, that concludes the panel. Thank you so much, Stacey Herbert, Max Kaiser. Round of applause.
Please enjoy a break for lunch. The program will resume in a...
Bitcoiners, welcome back to Bitcoin 2023. This is the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk, sponsored by Marathon. I'm joined once again by my esteemed co-panelists, Neil Jacobs at the end, Q Gaimi, Jessica HODLer. So, is HODLing Bitcoin using Bitcoin? Q, I'll go to you.
Look, HODLing Bitcoin is the equivalent of using it as a store of value. That is the first step of being a money. Next is medium of exchange, and then finally unit of account. Say what you want. HODLing is the first step. We need to get to medium of exchange. We need to start using it, but by all means, HODL on.
Jess, to you, is HODLing Bitcoin using Bitcoin?
Yes, absolutely. Bitcoin is the first time where we've actually been able to see regular people, all types of people, be able to build generational wealth. So you're able to stack sats and continue to save.
Definitely. Our panelists were talking about super-hyper-Bitcoinization. What education is necessary in order for us to get there? Neil, I'll throw it to you.
What we're doing right here. Educating the masses, advocating for Bitcoin, spreading the word. That's really all you could do, right? And luckily, we have a lot of committed Bitcoiners, not only just here at the conference, but at state and federal levels, trying to convince politicians and governments So things are really going in the right direction. I'm super positive.
Jess, I'll go to you. What education do you think is necessary to bridge the gap from where we are now to where we want to go?
Yeah, like Neil said, communication. I mean, at what other point in history have we had vast amount of information at our fingertips? You can learn everything there is to learn about Bitcoin anywhere in the world. So, yeah.
Definitely. Q, can the world be hyper-Bitcoinized if crypto still exists? Dare I say it?
So I will say this. Nothing can stop Bitcoin. Just ask China how that mining ban is going for them over there. However, I do believe that crypto will slow down the adoption of Bitcoin, but it will never go away, unfortunately. Scammers will always exist, whether it's in this space or in various other spaces. So we will continue to see these crypto scams pop up, and it will diminish the reputation of Bitcoin for a time until Bitcoin truly establishes itself as the alpha in this space.
Neil, I'm going to toss it to you. Do you think crypto will still be around by the time we get to hyper-Bitcoinization?
Yeah, so I just look at crypto as gambling tokens, right? And gambling casinos exist today, and they're going to exist in the future. So I don't really seeing it have a long-term effect on Bitcoin in the short term. It's definitely a lot of noise, which hurts a lot of people from understanding Bitcoin. But in the long term, it's not going to matter whether they're around or not. So yeah, they'll be around, but who cares?
Definitely. We're going to talk about strengthening networks. So, no, Jess, you were going to give a suggestion to El Salvador and President Bukele about a CBI program. How would that strengthen the Bitcoin network, and what was your suggestion to him?
Yeah, absolutely. So Plan B would love to add El Salvador as a jurisdiction. Bitcoiners are super interested in getting citizenship, not residency, in El Salvador via a Bitcoin donation to the government. So it would be a huge influx of capital to the country, and if they want to take advantage of that, they'd be smart to create a program.
Definitely. That would decentralize the risk maybe that you see in the United States or in Europe or in other places. That would definitely help assist that.
Oh, absolutely. A Plan B passport is the perfect hedge against your government and any potential authoritarian government coming after you.
Q, final words, 20 seconds.
Look, this has been an incredible conference. You guys have hit it out of the park. It's been a wonderful time. I hope everyone who's at home watching this is enjoying this, learning a lot of information. For those who are watching who are not hardcore Bitcoiners who are curious, I hope you are finding the information you need to then go off and continue to do the work. That's all this is. Continue to do the work, continue learning.
Definitely. Stick with us. We're going to go to a quick commercial break, and then we're going to be joined by another panelist in 5 minutes. So remember to smash the like button and hit subscribe. See you soon.
Since 2013, institutions have trusted BitGo for their digital asset needs. Backed by Goldman Sachs and other top investors, BitGo brings together the best of Wall Street and Silicon Valley to deliver institutional-grade security, compliance, and services. Today, we support a long list of coins and blockchain protocols and process 20% of all on-chain Bitcoin transaction volume for over 400 of the world's top institutions. When it comes to crypto, institutions trust BitGo.
welcome back to Bitcoin 2023 here in Miami. This is the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk brought to you by Marathon. I'm joined by an amazing panel. We're going to be with you for the next 30 minutes. It's lunch break here. We're on the Explo floor. We just finished morning programming on the main stage at all stages. I'm joined by Mike Brock, who is the CEO of TBD, Will Foxley, who's all over the place in the industry, but we got some experience at Compass, CoinDesk, among other places, and Ben Gagnon, who runs an amazing mine near where I live in Canada and Vermont, so Bitfarms, that is. And we got a hilarious story about meeting and COVID and 2 places around the world, so there you go. So guys, look, let's just do first impressions about the overall event, energy, what's been going on. Have you been feeling it? Can you feel the energy shift in the world to Bitcoin? Is that what you're seeing, Mike?
I mean, I didn't know what to expect when I came here. You know, it's been an interesting last year since we were here last year. I feel like the event's been like more intimate, and I've had some really great conversations in the hallway, people stopping me, you know, asking me about Web 5 and TBDEX and stuff we've been up to, and I've just been really, really excited to see people thinking about building utility around Bitcoin and using it as the powerful infrastructure that it is, financial infrastructure, and we also think as a layer for creating identity infrastructure ultimately, and our Web 5 is built on top of that. So super excited to be here, love the energy, love the passion. You know, I actually am one of those people that thinks, you know, when we're not in a bull market, that's when people are building. You know, we're not distracted by looking at charts all day. So I think this is a really healthy time. And so I'm excited to be here, happy to have these conversations, and thank you for having me.
Yeah, well, you know, what you say rings true, I think, with most people who've been in the industry, that, you know, who've been through a few of these cycles. You know, when it's busy, you can't reach anyone. You can't get in touch with people. You never see anyone because everyone's so busy with all of the things they've already built. But in these times, indeed, you can actually have some time for contemplation, thinking about things, planning the future. I know, Will, you've got a pretty interesting panel this afternoon about the real future that is on the horizon, and that's nuclear, Bitcoin-powered nuclear energy. Tee up that panel for us.
Yeah, that's right. I'm really excited for that conversation with TeraWolf and Standard Power. Bitcoin mining, not always centerpiece during a bull market. A lot of people are like, maybe they think about mining stocks because there is like nice gains in those mining stocks, but for the most part, we care about Bitcoin price during a bull market. Now, during a bear market, there's actually more sustained interest in terms of like understanding the fundamental values of these miners, understanding like their energy consumption, understanding the management teams, and that panel specifically is going to be interesting because we're going into a topic that is not just Bitcoin, but it's energy related and therefore has like geopolitical ties, right? So people care a lot about nuclear power for whatever reason. They don't like it or they like it too much. Here, I think we do like it a decent amount, and so there's going to be a nice tie there talking about how Bitcoin miners are using nuclear power. They're shilling the carbon neutrality of all of it, which is good, and I think it ties into a few people that can like really like stick into that and like care about Bitcoin for the first time, because we do have this buyer of carbon neutral energy all the time with Bitcoin miners. So I'm excited for that conversation. Gonna throw it over to Ben though. I want to talk a little bit about Bitfarms, what you guys are doing, and I mean, you guys are all over the place buying a lot of hydropower as well, down in South America, up in Canada. Did you jump on a panel yet? What was your panel on?
Yeah, I've had 2 panels so far this week, one on Thursday and one this morning. The first one was on risks of the ASIC supply chain and what you have to do as a manufacturer or purchaser of equipment. And then the one earlier today was on hosted mining and how that space is evolving over the last, especially since China mining ban, but really over the last 6-8 years, and what's going to happen in the future. I think this space has been, or this conference has been an incredible event so far. I think the quality of the people this year has been incredibly high, and the kind of connections that we've been making are very good. It's really nice to be able to come in one place and see all of my friends,
yes,
which is a very rare opportunity. I think Bitcoin space is dominated by some of the smartest, brightest, most motivated, hardworking people on the planet. And that's the kind of vibe you get at a conference like this. Everybody you meet is high quality, building something, and it's amazing to see so many builders in one place.
And TBD did such a great job in its recruitment in the early days, especially targeting some of the most talented people in the industry. And now we're starting to see the fruition of all that. You had some product demos this morning. You're going to be talking about stuff in the afternoon. Tell us a little bit more about your presence here in Miami. You got that amazing activation at the event over on Lincoln Street, which is that beautiful pedestrian street in Miami. So tell us about the amazing exactly those people that Ben has been describing that you managed to bring in and what they've actually managed to produce in the world.
Yeah, we built a great team. I'm super excited about the team we put together and the progress that we're making. You know, we made a pretty big, bold claim last year. You know, we're going to build this new Web 5 thing from nothing. You know, it sounded crazy to everyone. Well, it sounded crazy to us too. But we realized that we think in order to get to that promised land of a decentralized internet, it was clear to us that we had to, well, like, we knew that Bitcoin was the right layer, obviously, for the financial layer, for decentralizing payments on the internet. And we looked across the ecosystem. We saw all this crazy shit that was happening in the so-called Web3 space. People trying to stuff things into blockchains made no sense. People selling tokens, ICOs, all that crazy shit. And we realized that we needed a different approach if we were going to build a decentralized web, a web where, you know, your experience, your connection with the web and other people revolves around you, revolves around your identity. We needed more tech. We needed some more protocols, more open protocols, and so we've been fundamentally focused on that. And that's a big theme, right? You know, Jack has Jack Dorsey, obviously my, who I work with. And he has made a huge push, right, to push open source here at Block. TBD is an open source business unit within Block. You know, even outside of Block, you know, we have lots of efforts going on, you know, with Nostr and Blue Sky and all these amazing technologies. And, you know, people will have their different opinions on, like, which one is the right path forward. But at the end of the day, people are actually building real decentralized protocols now that aren't built on top of shitcoins. And that's exciting, right? And there's so much energy here. And so we're super excited to be able to show up here and show the tech preview of our Web 5 protocol. You know, at the end of it, you know, it's identity secured by Bitcoin, the most secure database in the world. And we're super excited. We have some announcements coming this summer. We have some really, really big partners that are going to be launching Web 5 support. And that's like utility on Bitcoin. That's Bitcoin securing the world. It's Bitcoin securing the internet. And really starting to push even beyond those financial use cases for how we can use this amazing time chain that Bitcoin is to build out these things, which we think that utility, I mean, if people want number to go up, I mean, that's where it's going to come from. It's from building that utility, that deep ecosystem. And so I'm super excited. Our team's great. This is a big year for us. You know, we're promising a lot of things, and I hope that we're going to have a few more exciting announcements before we close out the year.
So I heard about energy there. You mentioned about the energy Bitcoiners bring to these events, bring to these products, bring to the enthusiasm and the vision they have of the future. But not everyone sort of shares that. We've heard a lot of regulators crying about energy and crying about energy use and hearing about the 30% potential tax on miners and what that might mean, right? So a lot of talk here has been about whether or not that's going to happen, but also that it might be good. So how does a large miner like yourself look at these taxes, but also look at the potential unintended consequences of government overreach and driving things into maybe even decentralized mining, right? A lot of people sort of talking about that the mitigation to what's going on with this government overreach might actually be their worst nightmare. So Ben, you love this kind of stuff. Unintended consequences of these brilliant folks that have tremendous ideas on how to screw people over. So tell us a little bit about that kind of stuff and what you're seeing there.
Yeah, you know, it's funny because I think energy is an incredible commodity that enables people to achieve any goal that they want to achieve. And I think applying energy towards Bitcoin mining is one of the greatest use cases for energy in the world. It supports personal property, it supports personal freedom, it supports personal finance and transactions across people across the world. And the reality is I think when you look at political situations, especially with regard to energy, the more opinionated someone is, the less they really understand about the underlying subject. And the reality is when you speak with people in the energy industry, people get it right away. And when you speak to people in politics, they don't understand the energy side of things. And so the funny thing is that all these problems that we have in the energy industry are actually addressable with mining at scale. People think of mining as, hey, we're just going to plug this all into our garage. We're going to have miners in every home. And the reality is that virtually nothing is manufactured that way. Everything happens at scale in proper manufacturing facilities. And where Bitcoin is really the best use case of energy is where it's absorbing inefficiencies in the market. So if you look at like a normal distribution curve for energy and cost of energy, where mining is most profitable, it's not in the middle. It's on these tail end scenarios where you can absorb these market inefficiencies, you can recycle them, and you can turn out a valuable product stream. So, the things that are happening in Bitcoin mining right now is largely a drive towards marginal cost electricity, demand response programs, and this is enabling massive reduction in electricity waste. And what everybody hates to recognize is that the number one consumer of electricity is waste. If we wanted to start comparing electricity usage of certain industries to countries, let's compare the electricity usage of the wasted electricity. How many Argentinas is the wasted electricity around the world? And the reality is it's like 25 Argentinas, but we don't talk about that. And when we look at Bitcoin mining as its ability to reduce energy waste, its ability to scale, Bitcoin mining right now is roughly 1/10 to 0.2% of the world's electricity consumed. We could grow up to 17%, dramatically secure the network, improve the utilization of those resources, reduce waste, reduce emissions, drive all of this with a natural economic incentive that's not funded with taxpayer dollars, no subsidies involved. This is the perfect technology to the problems that we see in the world today. And the response is they want to clamp down on it. So this is a classic situation where people have the wrong economic incentives in place. And I think bureaucrats have the wrong economic incentives in place when it comes to policy. They're largely incentivized to make the problem worse in order to get more power, and it's a cycle down. They're not incentivized to actually fix the problem. Bitcoin is incentivized to fix the problem through mining, and you see it everywhere you go, all across the United States, Canada, around the world. Bitcoin mining is starting to absorb those inefficiencies, drive better utilization of resources, higher productivity, job creation, tax creation, all of that good stuff. And this is something that they're fighting against, and they're going to lose because all the data is on our side.
Well, I often say that the audience members at our show and Bitcoiners themselves, we've seen Satoshi's invention inspire the type of financial literacy that has led to the possibility of companies like TBD and what it means for financial literacy. I'd say that the Bitcoiners are now becoming the most energy literate demographic group in the world, right? Having access to stuff like what Ben's been discussing. And Will, you create an awful lot of content around energy, mining, and all that stuff. And you're one of the great educators helping spread energy literacy. And that was a real theme of this show. We called it the Mining and Energy Stage this year, to really make sure that this is the premier venue in the world to meet with the people who are the most energy literate on planet Earth. So did we manage our goal? Did we get that content out? Have we seen that stuff? And do you agree with my opinion as someone who's out there creating? Do you have to say the same things every day on your show? Or are you seeing the audience track in the same way they did with Bitcoin, becoming financially literate? Are we seeing that with energy literacy?
Yeah, Bitcoiners and textbooks, those are two things that are work together really well, because Bitcoiners do their homework, right? They go and understand these things, they go and learn these things. And I want to go back to what Ben was saying, and this has just been seen throughout the conference here. Bitcoiners and Bitcoin miners purchase energy on either side of the spectrum, right? So they're either buying the lowest cost stranded energy that you're not going to be able to purchase anywhere else. No one is going to buy that energy. We're talking about stranded gas wells. We're talking about stranded solar. Talking about stranded wind farms in West Texas. This stuff cannot be transported. This energy cannot be transported from West Texas over to one of the mega cities in Texas. It's been sitting there. It's been sitting there for years. Funny enough, that energy often was built by subsidies, government waste, and now it's been sitting there with no productive use. Bitcoin comes in and changes that, right? We have Bitcoin miners who are going out, building new sites from scratch. They're deploying private capital to build these things and turning it into a public good by using that energy and creating financial freedom with Bitcoin. Now, on the other side of the spectrum, you have these huge buyers of energy, like your Riot platforms out there. Now, they're buying giant reservoirs of energy, and they're getting into the energy arbitrage game. And those are the two different sides that we're going to see with Bitcoin miners. And from the conference itself, we've just seen that over and over again, because that's the reality of these energy markets now. And Bitcoiners not only need to be aware of it, but they're increasingly becoming aware of it. I mean, if you go back to like the history of Bitcoin itself, you're learning about so many different things as a Bitcoiner. You know, you're learning about private keys, public keys. You're learning about adoption of different money technologies, like what TBD is pushing forward. You're learning about privacy technology. And now it's the energy conversation, right? Which is has nothing to do with privacy or wallets, but somehow Bitcoin brings all these things together. And that's been a great part about this conference is, you know, we have all these people in the room one time a year that are able to talk about these subjects and start exchanging ideas. And that's where you see new ideas being built. The open source platform protocol, the desk up there, all the stuff we've seen up there, the great conversations we've seen up there from people actually building things on Bitcoin. Hopefully, in a little bit, we start talking about ordinals and inscriptions, which has been playing a premier part this year. And I know it seems like it might be nothing to do with mining, but I think Ben over here could tell you that, you know, they enjoyed some of the transaction fees from that, and it only feeds more into like what TBD is doing, bringing in Web 5 users for the first time ever. How does that interact with ordinals and inscriptions? And it goes over to the mining conversation. These guys are the ones like providing a platform to be able to use those things, and you're all seeing it under 110 here in Miami.
Yeah, I continue to see that tension. You know, people understand Bitcoin as a commodity and they love that it's scarce, but they forget that block space is a separate commodity from the coin. So treating that commodity as a desired, commodity itself that people want, changing the game, right? And now I want to challenge a bit of pathways to hyper-Bitcoinization for a second, because we've got two sides of the industry here. We've got the financial side, financial services side, and we've got the mining side. So, you know, something that I've said, and the energy side, so something that I've thought, you know, the pathway to hyper-Bitcoinization, people have always imagined, is Bitcoin in everyone's wallet, right? Everyone around the world with Bitcoin. But on the energy front, now that I see lots of countries out there signaling that they don't want to settle energy contracts in US dollars anymore, we see BRICS offering a new, perhaps, shitcoin that will form markets around energy. Probably not going to work out. Now, I've had this idea that you can actually achieve hyper-Bitcoinization by simply having energy referenced in Bitcoin, markets where energy settles in Bitcoin. So all of a sudden, energy around the world and the petrodollar thesis, it is not so much oil for dollars, it's energy for Bitcoin. We're dealing with psychological commodities here, right? And if the psychological space of the price of energy becomes Bitcoin, we might be in a hyper-Bitcoinized world before your products actually manage to get into every person's wallet. So I wonder, is that is it really those two situations? Might it be energy that brings hyper-Bitcoinization first? Or is it going to be the Bitcoin in everyone's wallet, the global south argument, the people who need access to financial services, buying, saving, reducing the barrier to entry to save, right? No one wants a Series 7 license to have to save money and participate and beat the bankers and policymakers. So is my competition here interesting to you guys? Is that really the case? Are these two avenues exist? Are we going to get hyper-Bitcoinization from energy, or is it going to be the massive explosion of your products and the financial side?
Well, I'll take the first part of this. I mean, I try to be really modest about like the path that we're on. And so I'm probably one of those few people that doesn't really like think about hyper-Bitcoinization. I think about incentives and like what are the incentive structures that that Bitcoin brings to the table. And I think they're super positive. You know, we're using it to secure identity. We're using it to solve the world's energy problem. I mean, whether like I'm not one of those people that thinks that we even need hyper-Bitcoinization for Bitcoin to win. We just need Bitcoin to force governments to be more responsible. We need Bitcoin to solve our energy problem. We need Bitcoin to create like a properly secure internet. The internet needs a native currency, as Jack is fond of saying, and I think Bitcoin is that. If Bitcoin becomes a global reserve currency, I think it has the potential to, but I think it can do a lot of good. I think Bitcoin is already winning because it's unlocking these use cases, and so I try not to look toward that far into the future towards the finish line. I like to just be very realistic and actually realize we are winning. We're doing all these amazing things. Look at all the stuff that people are building. Look at the amazing stuff. We did an investment in Gridless as well that's doing hydroelectric mining, and that mining, right, is offsetting the costs of people in Africa that had no access to electricity before it. That's amazing. That's a win. Bitcoin is winning, right? And I don't know. I like to be modest. I don't tend to think about that. I like to just take my wins one at a time, move the world one step towards a more decentralized future, which I think is pretty important in this age of AI. I'm pretty worried about what can happen once we have these audio video deep fakes that are tricking us and trying to manipulate us. We need decentralization of data, decentralized identity, and we need decentralization of money now. And if we can move the world in that direction, and that's what Bitcoin does, that's a win for me. So that's my sort of modest take on it.
And the Gridless project is one of those great examples of, I think of it in terms of a real estate project. It's like an anchor tenant when you want to build a strip mall or something. It's like putting in the pharmacy or the grocery store in a strip mall real estate project, right? You'll build it because you've got the anchor tenant now, and it creates that incentive model. And you could imagine a prolific amount of these things getting built if that model really checks out. And it's a small dam that's going to give energy to the people and mine at the same time. But it does bring me back to the idea of energy markets and energy finance and an explosion of energy finance creation because Bitcoin can actually take that anchor tenant role. Do you guys see that as one of the largest miners in the world? Do you see that potential where you can actually start building new capacity in the grid being the most important piece of these new projects?
Yeah, absolutely. Bitcoin mining is going to continue to seek lower and lower sources, lower and lower costs of energy. And one other way that you can do that is vertically integrate and generate your own electricity. I think when it comes to the debate between finance and energy and what's going to drive it forward, finance is largely a short-term focused thing where it's enabling transactions in business today, whereas unlocking the power of energy is what's really changed human society for the better and expanded human prosperity, right? Like going from wood and extracting the energy from wood to whale oil and whale oil to coal and from coal to nat gas and nuclear. I mean, with each transition where we're able to unlock greater and greater amounts of energy potential, human prosperity just flourishes. And what Bitcoin is really doing is it's unlocking the true potential of energy to be monetized and sold to a global marketplace without the physical limitations of the transportation, the distribution infrastructure, and without having to match to the current demands, which is a huge problem. And so in that way, Bitcoin mining is absolutely going to incentivize further development. It's going to create massive amounts of new energy generation capabilities. And especially when you're looking at, third world countries who need to develop these resources, if they're developing something like a massive hydroelectric dam, which generally you're talking about massive amounts of capital commitments, probably a 30-year ROI on that capital, introducing small amounts of Bitcoin mining into that mix to optimize, to minimize waste, and get a higher dollar per unit of energy sold is going to dramatically reduce the ROI and incentivize further generation development, especially in those areas. So this is all happening right now, and it's going to continue to pick up speed as the need to get more competitive on cost continues to accelerate. You're going to see further vertical integration in the stack, and I think that's going to be truly powerful for the world.
Can I say one thing on this too? One thing that I think about a lot on this energy issue, and I'm not sure that most people realize this, right? I think the whole world is a thermodynamic system at the end of the day. And if you go and look at studies that show, per kilowatt, energy per capita, like that is produced in a country, and then you look at per capita wealth, those things track in line. Energy is wealth. Like energy is like how we fuel production in the world, right? If we want to like raise up, the world needs more energy. And this is one thing, I think we need a lot of clean energy. I'm a believer in clean energy. What I'm not a believer in is some of these other arguments that come in that we need to actually have energy austerity, that we need to cut energy production. We have to like move purely in the conservation direction. Like that is just saying like we need to accept poverty. Like that is what that means. And so this argument about needing to increase energy into the extent that Bitcoin incentivizes that and brings that to the world, we're literally making the world richer. Bitcoin is making the world richer if it's incentivizing the more energy production.
And that does definitely remind me, as a Quebecer, I always say Quebec could get everything wrong, but it wouldn't matter because they have energy.
Yeah.
And I've often said that, and as someone who
kind of have.
They kind of have got everything, but they're still going to live well, all right? Because they got this abundant source. As long as gravity still checks out, they're going to be good, right? And that reminds me of kind of this idea of government data on the economy. Just like I said, maybe the U.S. dollar exchange rate for Bitcoin in a few years, if energy finance is figured out, isn't going to be the most interesting. It might actually just be the reference rate of energy and Bitcoin being the most important economic indicator for a country, because GDP, we know, scam, right? We've seen what they did in China for years. Most people say, what they actually used was the actual light thing, looking at space and looking at how much light a country produces and comparing it to the reported GDP increases. There's actually like a delta of 25-26% in all totalitarian governments about lying about how much energy or how much the economy is growing vis-a-vis how much light is emitted at night. And the light emitted at night is the better metric for their actual economic growth. And now we know this data gets scammed all the time, right? It gets fudged by all kinds of people who don't want to tell the truth, I guess you could say. And indeed, that's kind of what I'm getting at. Is there a potential where Bitcoin energy markets become the actual measurement of a country's economic output and replaces GDP?
Yeah, I think we're seeing that in some places on an individual scale. So I had a great conversation. I was sitting down with the Gridless guys actually, and some Africa Bitcoin miners that are not in the light that Gridless is at the moment, but have been mining in Africa on stranded energy since 2013. They're here walking around the conference, and that's one of the best things about coming to Miami, honestly. Just like a side note here, you can sit down with somebody having lunch, and all of a sudden you're talking with someone who's mined Bitcoin in East Africa since 2013. It's a pretty fantastic conversation just out of the blue. What they're doing there is finding these stranded resources, putting some Bitcoin miners into them, and using that to purchase local money, local currency, via the Bitcoin. What we want to see in the future is them holding that Bitcoin and HODLing that Bitcoin and start to see like that local currency, that Bitcoin going around the local community. I don't think we're quite there yet, but the fact that people are demanding this hard asset to be able to like turn into something else is in itself very significant, right? I'm able to turn any sort of energy sort. Maybe I'm down in Paraguay, maybe up in Quebec, or maybe I'm in East Africa, and I'm turning this energy, this agnostic tool, into money, and then being able to use it to go buy goods and services in my local community. I think that's the story to watch. And we're seeing in some other places as well. The same group of guys told me that they're now seeing Chinese laborers who are coming over from the Beltway project come over to East Africa and bring over ant miners and bring over What's miners and plug them into their local houses. And nobody knows about this because it's a smaller operation. Everyone wants Bitcoin at the end of the day, and they're able to flip it just by getting some energy and plugging in a What's miner, plugging in an ant miner.
Well, we're going to hear more about it in the afternoon programming. Will, you'll be on stage talking about Bitcoin-powered nuclear energy. Mike, we're going to see you on the afternoon stage. We'll be back after a brief 20-minute break here at 1 o'clock with our main stage panel on lightning in a bottleneck. But for now, please look at our magazine. You can get this at bitcoinmagazine.com. And like, subscribe, smash the button. See you all in a few minutes back at Bitcoin 2023.
Hello, good afternoon. Great to see you all. I just want to say a big thanks to David Bailey and everyone at Bitcoin Magazine to asking me to come back and MC again. I'll be your MC for the afternoon. I think they've done an amazing job again. I don't know how many years this is, but they've remained undefeated. So let's give a big round of applause. David Bailey, everyone at BTC Mag. I think you can do better than that. Come on. Right, we have a great afternoon of panels, discussions, and keynotes. We're starting off with Lightning in a Bottleneck. The panel is going to be Shinobi, Matt Corello, John Seth, and it's going to be hosted by P from Swan Bitcoin. Big round of applause for us.
What is going on? It's ruined from the beginning. I think you're in that second seat. Oh, look, it's a big audience.
Supposed to be here. I don't
There's
know.
a lot of people there.
Oh, wow. People showed up for this.
Huh. I feel like a rock star.
Wow.
Well, we're already off to a fantastic start.
It's the biggest audience I've seen.
Yeah.
Welcome, welcome. Shinobi forgot to put his ninja mask on, and so he's doing that right now as we speak, and then he will be joining us in this delightful fourth chair. You've arrived. You made it. Welcome. All right, my friends, we are here today to talk about the bottlenecks that are affecting Lightning adoption, or as we mentioned backstage, we're here to shit on Lightning, basically. Right?
Yeah,
sounds good.
Entirely.
All right, all right, all right.
It's the worst thing ever.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful. So I'm going to start by asking you, Matt, can you define for the audience, just basic level, what is the Lightning Network, and how does it work, and what problems does it aim to solve?
Good question. I don't know entirely. I work on it full time, but no one ever told me. So Lightning is a layer 2 network in Bitcoin designed to enable instant transactions that are hopefully at least somewhat cheaper than on-chain. So we build this network of nodes and channels between nodes. So two nodes lock money into a channel between them, and they can update the balance of that money between those two nodes without ever touching the blockchain, and in a trustless way, right? So they know that they can get their money back if I have a channel with Junsith and I send a Bitcoin over that channel. I know that Junsith will ultimately get that Bitcoin when the channel closes, and I will not. And once we have those channels, then Junsith can open a channel onward, and I can pay through that channel to the final recipient, all in a way that doesn't require trust, or at least requires minimal trust. And this lets us pay anyone, and because we can do it off-chain, we don't have to wait for a block, we don't have to do anything like that. We can do these payments instantly or close thereto, maybe max a second, or usually it completes within a second. So the payments are a really nice, slick UX. We can finally actually have usable Bitcoin payments because on-chain is awful and basically unusable. And so now we can actually have a usable Bitcoin.
Got it. OK.
That's the goal.
So with that established, let's talk about the current state of the Lightning Network. So according to Amboss, we have about 18,000 nodes. We have about 75,000 channels, about 5,500 BTC locked up in the Lightning Network that we know of. Shinobi, what other measures would you use to kind of define the Lightning Network in terms of adoption, organizational adoption, things like that?
Well, that's a really difficult thing, and that's kind of the whole point. You're not supposed to know what's going on in my channels. But, really just channel turnover, like specifically looking at like adoption of a specific wallet, like Breeze, Phoenix, that actually just have a private channel with like a specific provider that connects you to the rest of the network. You can look at like little things like that on the edges, but kind of the whole design and point of the network topology and how it works is you shouldn't be able to get a clear idea of like what adoption is looking like and how much it's being used. Like, we want all of that information pulled off of the blockchain where everyone can see it, because blockchains suck.
Got it. OK. So let's shift to the main topic of the conversation, which is identifying and discussing the bottlenecks that are affecting adoption. So the first thing I want to dive into is to talk about Lightning privacy. So I think, Matt, if you can sort of take us through some of the issues that you see as someone who works on Lightning full-time with things like, LNURL, with the gossip protocol. Give us a high-level overview of what's going on there.
Yeah, so Lightning, like Shinobi was saying, Lightning is designed to be this nicely private thing. We've taken all this data that was on a blockchain, publicly visible, anyone can look at it, and we've put it somewhere else. We've put it in a private channel between two nodes, so no one else can see it, and this should give us nice privacy, right? Just as a side effect of it being off-chain, it not being public, we should nobody else can see what's going on, no one can see who's paying who, in theory. In practice, not so much. So for denial of service resistance reasons, nodes currently, when you open a channel, at least when you open a public channel, if you're a routing node, you're a node that allows other people to pay through you, you tell the world about your UTXOs. You say, hey world, I'm a node, and here's my UTXO, and this one's my UTXO, and that one's my UTXO. So please, do your on-chain data analytics of my UTXOs and track all of my balance and know exactly who I am. Chain analysis, thank you for your good work.
Matt, what's the extent to which people can do the analysis? Can they only, because they can't see traffic actually flowing through you, can they? They can only see the end state and the beginning state of the
I mean, you're right. It's more complicated. You don't necessarily get data on Lightning itself. Again, in theory, in practice, there are active attacks that you can do. There's lots of good academic research that's showed basically if you're a routing node and you see a payment go through you, if you're chain analysis and you run a big routing node, we don't know if they do, maybe they do, probably somebody does, then you can make a good guess as to where it came from and where it went to. Well, you're not supposed to, but you actually in practice can.
To that end, I think also an attack vector on that section, or to that end is the fact that Lightning nodes don't make much money. So, I could very well see a world where someone like Chain Analysis pays Lightning operators to actually report payments through them, and if they get enough big central actors, they'd be able to aggregate a lot of data that way, figure out where a lot of the payments are going.
Absolutely. Yep. Historically, not only that, but if you're a node and you tell people exactly where your balance is in the channel, it helps other people route through you. So you might make more money just telling other people your live balance information, and then they can immediately see when that balance changes and say, oh, yep, payment went through you.
Is the low amount of money that people make on Lightning one of the possibly the biggest attack vectors to Lightning for that?
I don't think it's as huge a deal. I think the people wanting to sell their routing information is going to be a concern. But a lot of it's either a large entity like a business who wants to use Lightning to pay people as their customers paying on their customers' behalf or accept payments on their customers' behalf. Doing as a part of their business operations, so they don't really care if they make a lot of money on it.
Yeah.
Or it's hobbyists who are just doing it for shits and giggles, right?
But I mean, isn't that kind of the problem, though? If you really want a sizable return from a Lightning operation, it's economies of scale. You're going to do that by having that massive node with a bunch of liquidity. And when you wind up in that central position in the network, well, tee-hee-hee, I see 20% of everything flowing through me, and I can make more money with that. I think you're entirely right, Judith.
Well, having run a Lightning node for more than a year and a half-ish, maybe 2 years now, it's been interesting to kind of watch the data I get, watch sort of the incentive models. I don't make any money on it.
What? Wait. Sorry, I have to interrupt. I know for a fact you've made dozens of dollars.
Dozens. Until I tried to close channels.
Well, that was your mistake.
And those channels, and $2,000 worth of Bitcoin are stuck in them. So every dollar I made, I've lost.
That's on you.
But I do think, as I look at Lightning, it seems like the incentive model is to see a lot of centralization of, people need to be able, this scale has to be large in order for someone to make any money. Yeah. And it just seems to me that there's going to be and I'm not actually a critic of centralization in certain aspects of Bitcoin, but it just seems to me that we are going to end up with large places, large honey traps of data where a lot of this information is just going to be sucked up because they're PayPal or whatever, they're doing KYC and they need to pull that
I mean,
data and sell that data for part of their financial operation.
Absolutely.
Economically, the centralization is just a necessary direction to have that economic efficiency. But the trick there is, okay, if that's going to happen, then people like Matt here need to shake some heads and actually start working on, managing the flow of information across that network, like things like multi-path payments, moving from HTLCs to PTLCs, like doing everything you can so that even though everything's running through these big central entities at the end of the day, you are removing a lot of the information they can glean from that.
Right, and there's things we should be doing. You're right. There's things we absolutely will eventually, when we get around to it, to improve the state of things. You mentioned PTLCs. PTLCs are great because it says that it allows, if one node forwards a payment through another node, you can't, through 2 hops to another node, you can't necessarily always identify that, like, yes, this is the same payment. They're actually decorrelated, so they have a different hash. They're not necessarily as connected to each other. You can just do timing and value analysis to see that, like, oh, well, it was the same amount and a few hops later. So that's something we absolutely need to do. We need to do, better routing so that we take more hops. Like there's fundamental trade-off between I want my payment to succeed and succeed quickly, and I want my payment to be private by routing it through more nodes on the path to the destination, so that there's more people who might have to be involved to figure out where the destination is, which currently is never done because payments otherwise would never succeed or never succeed quickly. But somewhere we need to go to get to that point where we really think about privacy.
Yeah, it's a cat and mouse game. Like you have the natural incentives of the economics to just centralize more and more. So you need to look at how you coordinate messages across the network and just peel off all the data that they can actually use to de-anonymize you.
So we've shifted over to kind of talking about reliability. So you mentioned HTLCs versus PTLCs. Let's take a moment and talk about some of the issues that have been happening with force closed channels and what's going on there.
You want to talk about the pain of force closing?
Yeah, no.
So as someone who's experienced this recently.
Well, I did recently, but thank God not in the last few weeks, because that would have been a very expensive problem for everybody involved.
And the reason for that is because
fees are way up on the network. So, the way that it works is a Lightning channel. If you're not super familiar with Lightning, every Lightning channel is essentially 2 transactions waiting to happen. The first one is to open the channel, and then there's one sometime in the future to close the channel. And if the person's nice, you'll have a little bit of coordination as to when that happens, the close. And you obviously get to decide if they're using part of your liquidity when it opens, in part. So it's easy. You can have low fees on one end, but on the other end, I think the network basically decides what the fees for a closed channel are. Am I right about that?
Well, I mean, like the Bitcoin network. Right?
Yeah,
when the fees go up, you got to pay more to get on chain.
You don't hit close and then go 1 Satoshi per VByte and then just kind of let it close whenever it can.
No, yeah, well, your node will try to make sure there's a fee that can.
So in the last few weeks, the fees have been anywhere from 20 sats per VByte to like 600. It's been absurd. So recently, a lot of the Lightning Network people that came on probably a year to a year and a half ago were running their Lightning networks on Raspberry Pis. And those only have so much memory, and I think a lot of those probably filled up recently. It's about as long as it took for my node to fill up that was run on a Raspberry Pi, and that causes their node to crash. And so I think that there's been a large number of people who had low liquidity nodes and probably themselves care a lot more about that money than someone with like 1,000 Bitcoin. Their channels have kind of been forced closing a lot on the network.
And especially, there's been issues with. There's been all kinds of reasons for it, right? There's that. There's like just issues with the way nodes have been written in the past, like some software need like bugs,
compatibility with channel
compatibility.
Stuff,
There's all kinds of issues that are slowly being fixed. It's being improved upon, but there's still things, and especially when you go suddenly from no fees to high fees, we just. All these bugs surface all of a sudden, and then all these force closes happen, all these people on our Pis that have been a little slower nodes, a little slower CPUs, whatever, they've been getting the bulk of it, and those are the folks who are like, well, I've made dozens of dollars, and now I spent $10 doing a force close, and I might just give up on this whole Lightning.
Yeah, that I was going to say is like when you open the channel, you never think to yourself, boy, I'm going to close this channel at the worst time possible. But Lightning forces, if the other person who's in your channel decides that they're going to close the channel at the worst time possible because maybe you're a shitty channel partner, or maybe they're, Wallet of Satoshi or something. I don't actually know if Wallet of Satoshi does this, but maybe they want to move their liquidity somewhere else, and your 16 million Satoshis don't do anything for them, so they close it. If they choose the worst time ever in the history of the blockchain to do that, then you're just charged. You're just going to lose that money. And that could happen, you might have 50 channels that decide to do that, and that's very expensive for a lot of people.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think there's a much bigger elephant in the room when it comes to Lightning and high fees, and that's the dust limit and HTLCs. If fees go up to
Wait, so can you take a moment and describe exactly what that issue is, just for the audience?
Well, just an HTLC or a PTLC is essentially just a new output in your channel state that says if you have the pre-image to this hash, you can claim this payment. And if not, a time lock will expire and whoever forwarded it can claim it back. And so that's how you actually route a payment atomically and trustlessly across multiple channels. But if you're trying to route $10 across the network and fees are $10, well, the whole reason you create that HTLC in the first place is so that you can trustlessly enforce that payment or your part in it if somebody stops cooperating in the middle of it. Well, if the fee is $10, you're going to pay $10 to claim your $10. There's this dynamic of fees going up, not only have problems with opening and closing channels, but you can't take advantage of trustlessly routing a payment below that threshold either, unless you're just being economically irrational. So there's kind of that dynamic of either payments below that limit kind of become trustless, or trusted, and there's things you can do like just zap $1 at a time, and if it doesn't arrive, stop and find another route because somebody on the previous one was cheating, or we need to find a way to completely rethink how we actually enforce routed payments on chain if that's necessary.
Right. There's just no way to send less than prevailing Bitcoin fees in any scheme, you want to say, without having some kind of trust. It's true. That is how Lightning works, and it's kind of fundamental too. You can batch payments, but that's kind of it. At the end of the day, you're sending whatever the Bitcoin fee is. Well, you're gonna have to trust somebody unless you want to, pay 100% fee for whatever you're trying to send, which no one does. So Lightning is absolutely trusted for under the prevailing Bitcoin fees.
And yeah, that's a really, really hard problem to solve because an HTLC, hand waving, here's my brain fart idea. Well, can't we all just bundle every HTLC you're forwarding into one thing? Well, no, because each one has a unique pre-image to that hash lock, and just informationally, theoretically, you can't combine those and condense that into a small thing that covers all of them. So that's really a deep problem where it's, okay, if we can't find some really inventive solution, then lower value payments are going to be trusted.
There's similar griefing attacks too, where Lightning nodes have to limit the amount of dust payments going through them, right? If somebody sends 500, or I guess the limit's 400. If someone sends 400 of these $10 payments through your node, and the fees are $10, so you just ignore all of them and you make them trusted, well, all of a sudden those starts adding up quickly, and suddenly you could actually lose a lot of money. So there's other denial of service limits on smaller value payments through the Lightning Network, and this causes smaller value payments to sometimes be even less reliable than large value payments. So it can be an issue there.
So I want to shift us over to a slightly different topic, which is the issues or challenges around adoption. So I would argue that one of the things that's super important to making Lightning more useful for as many people as possible is kind of download and go mobile apps. And there are two challenges that I see with that strategy. There's basically offline receiving and management of inbound liquidity. And when you're talking about offline receiving with a mobile app, it often introduces increased responsibility for LSPs, that's Lightning Service Providers. And I'm curious to hear the panel's thoughts on how that relates to potential censorship and privacy, and whether that's a reasonable trade-off. If there's other things that we can do to address those issues.
Well, I think the beauty of Lightning, like Bitcoin, is that you can run your own node. And in that way, like, there's uncensorable payments in that way, right? But like, I guess it doesn't help with like offline receiving. But I don't, like, in terms of adoption, because that was the original question, I tend to think that there's not going to be a lot of normal people running nodes. I think most people are going to be using like centralized wallets. And I think the node operation is going to be for those that do experience things like censorship. So if censorship becomes a problem, unlike Twitter or Facebook, we have a backup option for everybody. It's not an ideal one, but it's okay.
Got it. Matt, what about you?
The mobile non-custodial wallets have gotten a lot better to the point, I agree, like people actually running a node in Raspberry Pis, that's your enthusiast crowd, right? That's the people, either you have a huge stack of Bitcoin and you're going to try to become one of these big nodes that routes a lot of payments, or you're going to like have your Raspberry Pi and you're going to lose your money on fees, but maybe you'll come out marginally ahead and make your dozens of dollars.
You will not. I promise you, you will not.
But the mobile non-custodial, you're like your phone, your Phoenix, your Moon, your whatever, that have a Lightning channel between you and a service provider, but on your phone, not trusting anyone, you're just not routing anybody else's payments. We're getting there. We still have a lot of problems. So you mentioned like offline payments. Lightning fundamentally doesn't work unless you're online. You can't receive a payment while your phone's offline, which is obviously somewhat of an issue.
You can minimize some risk though on some of the offline stuff. Like there's people, like service providers are going to always be online. So what I do, for example, is with my node, I would have, if someone wants to pay me, I generate a receipt in wallet of Satoshi or one of these other wallets, and then later on I just forward it to myself if I need to.
Right, you can do that. We can also, there's work on the spec side of things to develop basically just signal when you're online. Like if somebody wants to pay you, they like signal intent to pay you, and then like when you're online, you say like, hey, I'm here, you can pay me now, and then you complete the payment. So there's things we can do, and we'll get there on those things. But it is still, it's still developing, and it is still a ways away. And I mean, you mentioned liquidity though, like operating the other side of that node, the service provider that's deciding, how big a channel to open to you, because that's ultimately how much you can get paid at a time. And managing that liquidity is a really hard problem. Like if somebody shows up and installs my app on the phone and then like receives a 1 sat payment, like I'm not gonna, like, do I want to pay my $10 fee to open a channel to you for your 1 sat payment? Like, all right, if I know you're gonna get paid again and I can charge you a fee later, like maybe that makes sense. But like, what do you do in the short term? How do you make that decision? And then once you do get paid later, do I put more money in the channel? Like, it's a really hard problem. No one solved it, and it is gonna cause Lightning fees for these kind of mobile non-custodial wallets to be complicated and potentially high as people figure out the right models.
For non-scaled
people, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in.
Oh, you're good, you're good.
We only have a minute left. I want to just take like 10 seconds for each of you and describe why Lightning is fucking awesome. Because I know all of us are extremely excited about Lightning. Matt, you work on Lightning full time. That's your only job. So what is it about Lightning, given all the stuff we just said, that is so exciting to each of you? Let's start with you, Shinobi, and then we'll go back around.
It's better than a blockchain.
Nailed it. Matt.
Bitcoin UX sucks, and Lightning is actually kind of usable now.
Love it.
Actual instant payments that are, finalized.
Yeah, it's instant, man. Like
it really is.
Paying with Bitcoin is like, all right, I sent this transaction. I don't know if I sent it to the right place. I'll find out in 10 minutes if I'm lucky, maybe 20. I don't know when the next block is. Like, what the hell is this? Who built this UX? It's awful.
Shitcoiners regularly tell us that we don't know the problems with Lightning, and they'll tell us things that really aren't problems.
Oh no,
we know them all. We know the problems with Lightning.
We spend all our time shitting on Lightning.
They are voluminous.
And yet they show up and argue other problems that aren't real problems. It's great. It's great.
That happens all the time. So I think, to me, the instant payments it's the dream. I said many years ago on Bitcoin Uncensored that the only transaction time that matters is 0 seconds.
Right.
5 minutes is no better than 10, and 2 minutes is no better than 10.
Right.
So instant payments is amazing.
I love it. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen. That's all. That's it.
Welcome back. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor at Bitcoin Magazine. We're here again at the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk presented by Marathon here at Bitcoin 2023, joined by a new round of special guests now. Ran Neuner, CEO of Crypto Banter, to his left. Aaron, co-host of co-host and founder of Altcoin Daily, and to his left, Austin, founder and co-host of Altcoin Daily. So we just heard about some of the challenges with scaling Bitcoin for adoption, but I want to turn it to the table. There's a lot of crypto people here for the first time that I'm talking to. They're maybe inscribing things on Bitcoin, but they're also building trust minimized auctions. They're building token protocols on Bitcoin. What do you guys think about maybe these newcomers who are realizing the power of Bitcoin for the first time? Ran.
Well, you can't ask me about the newcomers because I've done a whole about turn coming back to Bitcoin. So I'm a big Bitcoin believer. I've always been a big Bitcoin believer. For the most part of my crypto journey, Bitcoin has been the ultimate, the lion's share of my portfolio. But I have always been a believer in innovation. And I always thought that one use case for this amazing technology called blockchain wasn't going to cut it. And so I went looking for other use cases. And because they didn't exist on Bitcoin, I found them in places like Ethereum and Solana and everywhere else. I think this new movement into Bitcoin brings innovation back to Bitcoin and makes Bitcoin a new place to be. And actually, to be honest, I was on a podcast the other day, and you know, the interviewer asked me. She said, "What do you think the narrative for the next bull market is going to be?" You know, and I thought about it because I wasn't waiting. I wasn't expecting that question. I said, "I actually think that the narrative for the next bull market is Bitcoin."
Wow,
which is, you know, that's like.
I mean, incredible to hear. Aaron, I want to turn over to you. How much of this is fear versus opportunity? Mix of both?
Yeah, great to be here, Pete. You know, I think when new people come into the space, they're looking, obviously, when they come in initially, they're looking for that price appreciation. Bitcoin offers that to a certain extent. At least you don't lose your money because it's here cycle after cycle. But beyond that, people get excited around culture. People get excited around different things. So with NFTs, ordinals coming to Bitcoin, it's not just about hodling hard money. Now it's about the fun of pictures, being in cool clubs, and you know, if that's, we're just at the start of this, but I think it's, you know, very much a net positive.
Why don't I turn it over to you, Austin? Whole generation maybe waking up. Is part of this that they were maybe told that they couldn't do some of these things on Bitcoin, and they're finding out that you can?
Pete, Bitcoin Inc., thank you for having us. I think that the two biggest, always what leads adoption is narrative and story. Bitcoin is obviously the most decentralized and most censorship resistant. So going back to 2020, when they printed all that money, we realized, damn, the current system is showing cracks. To today, when we're seeing more centralization from big tech or big government or whatever, the narrative for Bitcoin is stronger than ever. So I think that's what's leading this adoption.
Well, guys, we'll come right back after the break. We're going to send it back to the main stage for a panel. Steady Lads, a macro conversation with Bitcoin Magazine pros Dylan LeClaire. For now, stay tuned. Almost done here in Miami, but plenty more to come. Right back in a few minutes.
All right, how you all feeling? You good? All right. A few hangovers, I can imagine. All right, this is a monster panel you've got now. It's obvious why there's so many of you here. We've got Preston Pish, we've got Lynn Alden, we've got Mark Moss. It's going to be hosted by Dylan LeClaire, Macro Capital Controls. Big round of applause.
Check, check. How are we doing? Can we hear? Great. All right, I got 3 killer panelists with me today. We're going to do the typical macro Bitcoin talk, but we're going to kind of give it a little twist. We're going to talk about some capital controls and how to think about the coming decade. So I know most people here know you guys, but if you want to give a quick blurb on who you are for those that don't know.
Yeah, Mark Moss.
I'm Dylan, by the way.
This is Dylan, of course. Everyone knows Dylan. The Wonder Kid over here. Yeah, I'm Mark Moss. I make a lot of content about Bitcoin, looking at mostly macro geopolitical pictures as to why. Why do we want Bitcoin? What activates that? What problem does it solve, et cetera. You can find me on YouTube or on other podcasts, just Mark Moss.
Lynn Alden. I try to do some investment research, put it out there, and I also work with Bitcoin startups to varying degrees to bring capital into the ecosystem and help build stuff out where I can.
Preston Pish was a value investor. Figured out that if you're going to do the math, you're going to have to figure out what Bitcoin is. And now I create content around Bitcoin and also a part of Ego Death Capital. So great to be here.
Love it. All right. So all 3 of you guys, including a bit of myself, have commentated on the state of this kind of debt cycle, where we are. And I think that's led us to Bitcoin in a way. But just to preface this combo, we got 30 minutes, so we're going to make it quick. But where are we in the state of the monetary system? Why are we so concerned with these debt figures? And Lynn, especially, you've drawn some great historical analogies of this kind of macro cycle and where we are. Like, maybe just give the audience a little bit of background about what we're facing today here in 2023.
Sure. I think different things obviously bring people to Bitcoin from different angles. Some people get brought in from the tech route. Some people get brought elsewhere. And I think a lot of, in our case, we were brought in by stuff we're watching in the debt markets and the currency markets. That was like a big lens for a lot of us. And so for the past 40 plus years, we've been in this environment of steadily declining interest rates, higher and higher equity valuations, more and more debt as a percentage of GDP. And that's been kind of this like nice coasting scenario. But as we enter this next period where we have maybe sideways interest rates, asset prices that therefore are maybe struggling to go up, deficits that are completely blowing out for demographics reasons, as well as the fact that that 40-year machine is kind of like out of juice now, we enter, I think, a more challenging time. And the analogy that I've often been drawing from, there's no perfect historical analog, but when I look back at the 1940s, it's the last time public debt as a percentage of GDP was this high. I look at it from both the UK angle and the United States angle and other countries. And it's very instructive for this period because, one, it shows how they tackle high debts environments. And some of those are kind of unpleasant, things like capital controls and things like financial repression, that I think it's useful from, say, a Bitcoin perspective to understand these periods, to know how to navigate it, and some of the tools that they're probably going to bring in their tool chest.
I think that's a good point. I mean, looking at historical examples to see how we navigate through this. So you mentioned financial repression. And so when you get the debt to GDP level this high, you have to bring that back down. 130 has been kind of the kill zone. Most countries haven't come back from that, and we're flirting at the 124, 125 range right now. And so historically, how do they bring that back down? Financial repression is a way, and so they want to trap money into the financial system, close off the exits, don't allow you to exit, and then inflation rages high. So you keep bond yields low, inflation rages high, and they basically steal wealth, steal your purchasing power. And so that seems to be the playbook. The IMF wrote a paper on that in 2015, basically spelling that out. We've seen it played in Israel, other places as well. And so how do you protect yourself from that? Well, one way is to get out of that system they're trying to trap you in. And of course, Bitcoin is that escape route.
I don't have anything else to add. They covered it perfectly.
Cool. All right, we'll wrap it up. Now, well, yeah, so you talk about, Mark, you said, trapping capital in. The U.S. is the world reserve currency. What would that look like? In somewhere like, say communist China, it's much easier to kind of trap people in. What does that look like in the U.S.? Like, how could they possibly block the exit ramps? And I'll give it a little more context. We talked about the last kind of U.S. defaults backstage, right? Briefly, where, okay, in 1933, it's not an implicit default, it's more of an explicit default on the gold promise, on the gold peg.
Right.
They confiscated the citizens' gold, then immediately revalued it higher, right? That's the last time bonds fell this much, or as much as they did in 2022. Well, there was a debt default. They devalued your gold. They confiscated it from you. The second time,
that bonds fell as much as they did in 2022 was 1969, 1970, right before Nixon defaulted on gold again, where they just said, we're not going to redeem your central bank IOUs for gold. So here we are in a fiat world, right? It's a debt-based economy. Bonds draw down, the risk-free asset draws down 25–30% from its peak, and subsequently resets the valuation, reprices the valuation of every asset on the planet. There's no way to explicitly default, right? It's an implicit default. And so if they are to block the exit ramps, what does it look like in practice?
Yeah, it's a good question. And so to your point, we're not China. In China, it's very easy to do these things. They don't have open capital accounts, so they can just kind of close those exits. It's communist. We're the land of the free. So how do they do that? Well, how do they always get you in a cage? Well, it's for your safety. Of course. Fear, fear, fear. Hey, we need to do this for your safety. We can suspend Constitution for your safety. And so, unfortunately, the financial system is under duress. It's crumbling because of the actions they've taken. Of course, living well beyond their means, printing unlimited amounts of money. And so then there's a need for an exit ramp. Well, how do we do that in America, in the land of the free? Well, we do it for your safety. So, unfortunately, we need to protect the financial stability by you having an ability to get out of that crumbles, that weakens the financial stability. And so it'll be sold as Bitcoin being a threat to national security. You getting your money out would be a threat to national security. And you don't want to put other people at risk, do you? And so be a good citizen, accept what we do, go into the cage, keep your money inside the system so we can steal it away from you through inflation for your safety.
I think a really good instructive example we see is with some developing countries today that have currency issues. So an example is Nigeria for a while now has kind of severed crypto exchanges from their banking system. So it's actually really hard to make it illegal. There's a lot of enforcement points. It's easy to disregard that. But the lowest hanging fruit that countries can have is just make it either hard or entirely cut off from banks being able to go to these exchange points. And then more recently, we saw Argentina kind of make similar moves where they're dealing with 100% inflation, and so they turn to try to limiting the outflows that are going into things like stablecoins, Bitcoin, all these other assets. They want to stem the tide. And even before these types of actions, a lot of these countries have all sorts of restrictions on their citizens' abilities to get dollars. And again, sometimes it's on the individual level, but the easier place to do it is on the banking level, because even though some trickles in and out, it just kind of turns the fire hoses into garden hoses. It kind of slows down the leaks. And so it'd be kind of unprecedented in some ways to see it happen in developed countries, because part of what makes the United States global reserve currency is our open open capital markets and all that. But when we go back in history, when you look at, for example, the World War I, World War II environments, last time you had very inflationary environments, last time you had major war, last time you had very high sovereign debt levels. The United Kingdom at the time was the global reserve currency, and they had all sorts of draconian capital controls, securities controls, lending restrictions. That's another thing we see in Turkey recently, is that when they try to keep interest rates low, but they have inflation high, so what do? Then they try to restrict types of lending that people can do, so that you can't, for example, borrow Turkish lira and plow it into gold or Bitcoin or dollars or something like that. They try to make that harder to do. And I think it's important not to be asleep at the wheel for some of those risks that could materialize in 3, 5, 10 years as we go through some of these kind of macro transitions that are currently happening and then probably still ahead of us.
I would just add a little bit to what Mark's saying. The security argument, I think, is a really key point for people to take away, and to also, when it happens in a couple years or 5 years or whatever the timeline is on that, and you see it, you're saying, I know exactly what's happening. But they're also going to sell it not just as a security point, they're also going to sell it as we're seeking order. We're doing this to make sure that there's not social unrest. We're not just doing QE, we're funneling money down to the lowest denominator to make sure that they're getting UBI checks. We got a small taste of this during COVID. They had to make sure that liquidity was flowing down into the lowest levels. If people knew how much of this debasement was happening, the printing that was being shoved into the QE and bond market since the 2008-2009 crisis, compared to the amount that was sent out for the UBI stimulus checks, people would think that the stimulus checks and everything that was mailed out was this huge amount. but relative to the amount that went out in QE, it's minuscule. But they have to start sending it down into the masses in order to have enough liquidity hit the street for people that literally have no disposable income. So they've got to seek order, they got to seek security, and that's going to be the shilling point that they're saying Bitcoin is bad, we're going to keep the system orderly, Bitcoin is the root cause, right? We know it's not, it's just software, it's running code, it doesn't care whether you use it or not. And the manipulation of the price of everything in the face of that is what's driving people to seek salvation over to Bitcoin. So I would just challenge people listening to this, audience, your friends, people watching this on YouTube, you have to take action. Bitcoin is going to be successful whether American politicians figure that out or not, right? We all know that. But as an American and a person who's served in the military, I can tell you, nothing would make me happier than to know that this country gets it. And the only way this country is going to get it is people sitting here, getting out there, educating friends on what this is all about. And when you hear security, when you hear they're doing it for order and stability and to stop social unrest, you're armed with the reality and the truth of what it is. And you can help inform your friends and families and politicians and all the people that have the influence to change this in the direction that we know what is best for this country in the long run.
Yeah. And I would add on to that, you know, what Lynn said, you don't want to be caught off guard. You don't want to be too late to move into this. And so one of the reasons why we understand macro, we study macro, is to understand the trend. Where are things going? You know, most of us aren't trying to figure out, should we trade Bitcoin today or tomorrow? What will the price be in 2 weeks? But we're trying to find the direction. And so one thing that you do as investors is you back test. And you go, in this type of environment, what happened? And so imagine, you know, she's saying that we're seeing this financial repression, capital controls in Turkey. We can go back to the 80s and see it in Israel, or she said earlier, like the 40s in the US. And so what happened during those times, and what would I have done? If I was there, what would I do to prepare? So the Turkish lira has dropped 90% to the US dollar over the last 5 years. So if you were in Turkey 5 years ago, what would have been the move? Well, certainly not to hold Turkish lira. Right? Yep. And so now we're in that similar situation, and so what should you do? Well, probably not hold whatever currency that is, in this case the US dollar. And so when you see these things happening, you see the trend, we understand from past experience what the right move would be, then we want to start preemptively doing that, not waiting until it's too late.
So let's game this out a little bit. A lot of people, there's been talk, and myself included, thought we were going to see somewhat of an economic downturn happen a little bit sooner in the midst of the fastest rate hike cycle ever. But you have people like Stanley Druckenmiller saying, hey, like the biggest economic downturns I see throughout my career, who's studied every asset boom and bust cycle. He's the greatest macro investor of all time. One of compounded his fund at 30% annualized for about 2 or 3 decades. He's saying this is we're just seeing the biggest everything bubble, sovereign debt bubble ever burst. And we're just, kind of still in the early innings of this. So if we look to, the next 12 months, 18 months, whatever the timeline may be, what is the policy response if and when this, soft landing isn't so soft, and we do see somewhat of a hard landing, or we do see employment rise, and we do see, say, the indices really sell off, right? Like, it seems like they've exhausted the monetary policy toolkit throughout the years. And yes, this rate hike cycle gives them some ammunition to cut rates and to provide some stimulus, but they used interest rate policy. They got rates to 0 for a decade. They used QE for a decade. They sent out UBI stimulus checks quasi in 2020 and 2021. It seems like that new bank term funding program, right, which allows banks to pledge these treasuries, these bonds, to the Fed at par, right? So here's 70 cents on the dollar, Preston, but you're going to give me $100 back at a super low interest rate, right? Like that seems like a quasi form of yield curve control in a way. But like, what is the policy response in this next downturn, right? Like what bullets do they have? What's in their war chest, and how to respond to, say, this, the next bust phase.
I would even go a step further and argue that it's yield curve control.
Yep.
Like there was a debate online whether that's QE or not. I would say it's yield curve control because they're saying, hey, the price can't go beyond like this limit. And if it does, like you can put it on deposit here. And the counter argument to that people are going to make was, well, oh, and a year later they can come back and then it's going to be closer to where the price was and everything's good. And it's like, I'm stealing cookies out of the cookie jar, and I'm hoping that I can go back there and replace the cookie in the cookie jar without anybody knowing that I originally took the cookie, right? And that's the play. It's all about the price manipulation of credit, which then turns into the price manipulation of everything, because it's the cost of capital that they're playing with. And they're not just doing it with a little bit, they're doing it with literally the entire treasury market. So like, what's having issues right now? Why are the banks exploding? Like, we have more failures on banks per market cap this year than we had during the 2008-2009 crisis. And like, I think if you lined up 100 people on the street and you told them that, they'd be like, are you serious? Like, they don't even realize that that's happening. But that's how messed up the game has become after more than a decade of these policies. There's a fantastic book that I just recently read, The Lords of Easy Money, I think is the name of the title. And they talk about how the Fed has been chewing on these policies, and they knew that they weren't seeing the inflation show up in the prices of common goods that people are consuming that they're used to, the foods and things like that. But they did know that it was causing price inflation of assets. And they knew that there was going to be some type of reckoning to this at some point. And I think that, you know, nobody likes to talk about the timeline because nobody really truly knows what the timeline is. But when you're seeing the debt ceiling, you're seeing how inverted the yield curve has been and continues to be, and the pace that they're moving at with the yield curve, it really feels like something's getting really close. I'm curious if Lynn, she might have a different take, and Mark might have a different take than that. But the manipulation just continues to enhance on the price of money itself, which means they're trying to manipulate everything else. And it's something that you just can't educate the public enough about.
I think the path we've seen for a while now, ever since, say, autumn of last year, is you've had these two opposing forces. So on one hand, you have the Federal Reserve still trying to tighten policy, whereas the Treasury was actually offsetting some of that. They were actually pushing liquidity back into the market using their Treasury cash accounts. It's kind of like how if you were not allowed to borrow debt and you lost your income, how would you keep paying your expenses? Well, you'd probably draw down your savings and keep paying your expenses until you basically ran out of savings. And so the Treasury has cash that they hold at the Fed that they have kind of like, you know, in their kind of like liquidity buffer. And so for the past 6+ months, they've been pretty aggressively drawing down that cash balance and putting it back into the market because they couldn't issue more debt, and of course their tax revenues don't cover it. And so you had Federal Reserve QT, and then you kind of had like Treasury QE. And the challenge, you know, everyone's focused on the debt ceiling right now, and of course that's a hurdle they have to go through. Whereas I think the biggest question is what happens after the debt ceiling, because when the Treasury is no longer offsetting some of the Federal Reserve policies, I think you're at a risk of a liquidity challenge. And then beyond that, you either see the Federal Reserve probably have to change some of their policies, maybe end quantitative tightening or take other actions, or you need to see the Treasury make unusual actions. Like, for example, they can issue a ton of T-bills to keep funding their large deficits, but that's the most expensive part of the curve right now. So that'd be kind of like an unusual move by the Treasury compared to how they would normally want to finance in this type of situation. And I think that a lot of that probably materializes in the second half of this year, or maybe if they push it out, maybe early next year.
Yeah, I mean, to Lynn's point, we've been witnessing the Fed tightening, but then the Treasury's been injecting or easing at the same time. But to the point, this account, the TGA account, has been drawn down. There's not much there. And regardless of what happens with this debt ceiling debate, first of all, again, going back to history, we can see in 2011, even though a deal was reached at the last minute, we still saw the S&P 500 sell off by 17 points, so 17%. So it's still trouble. Either way, this is a bad long-term deal, breaking confidence in the system. But they have almost $700 billion of treasuries to issue after this. And if they're trying to do that at the same time that the Fed is tightening, that could be very difficult. But going back to what Dylan was saying, and even Preston was asking, but I think Dylan's question is, they've put this new 4-letter funding facility in place. It seems like their hands are tied, their backs against the wall. How many more of these can they do? And I've been asking myself that since 2008. That's really when I started getting really involved in this system because I got wiped out, I got hurt, I had to go figure this out. And I continue to think their back is against the wall, but they continue to pull another rabbit out of the hat. And so I think they're going to continue to surprise us. And the one thing that we know for certain, what's going to happen over the next 6, 8, 9 months, 12 months, we don't know, but money printing, it's certainty. And they're going to continue to come up with new funding programs. So I think they still have quite a few more tricks up their sleeves.
I just have one final point to kind of recap both of their just incredible description of all the moves that they're going to potentially make in the next 12 months. And as Bitcoiners and everybody in the audience, I think what you have to be prepared for is, since the 2008-2009 crisis, they've done this job where they've created stability in the market through these short-term, these decisions where they're really focusing on the short term at the expense of the long term. And as somebody who's holding Bitcoin and seen all these gyrations over the last year, and you've seen these cycles that play out with this really nice looking 4-year kind of price curve, I would just tell you, you need to be prepared for pretty much anything that's coming, because there's decisions being made by like 5 people sitting in a room, and if like 3 of them just don't show up and like push a certain lever, right, then the impairment that can churn into the market, or the amount of monetary units that can flood the market, can happen. Well, I mean, we saw it with COVID, how quickly something like that can happen. And I think we're just ramping things up, and the volatility that's to come is going to be extremely profound. And people that are long-term holders that truly believe in Bitcoin and really understand it just have to be ready for that volatility, because what it's representing is the fiat system itself.
I mean, I'm not the moderator, but if I can ask Preston a question about that. Because, you know, to your point, and I would agree, massive volatility ahead. Be prepared for any situation. But is that more of a short-term outlook? If we're looking at 3 years, 5 years, 8 years, does that volatility smooth out?
I don't know. I think in the next...
And not, I mean, maybe it stays volatile, but are we moving up and to the right over the long-term period? I mean, I think we both agree that... Right?
Yeah. We're moving up and to the right.
So if we zoom out and look over longer...
It's hard to say, because I just don't know how... I'm expecting a lot of impairment, like in the next 3 years. I don't know if Lynn would agree with that, but I think you're going to have like this really substantial impairment event where they're going to have to try to plug that with new monetary units. And the challenge for them is like they just don't know how long a lot of that's going to take hold, depending on which path they go, which is the UBI. They got 2 paths, UBI and QE, right? It's really the 2 paths. And they hit the market, that liquidity comes into the market at different timing, and at all of it, right? If it starts showing up in the inflation gauge, like that's going to be devastating to the credit markets, which everybody knows are hundreds of trillions of dollars in size for all G7 credit markets. So like there's so much, it's levered so much, and their ability to pull these dials into those 2, into QE or UBI is what's going to make it so difficult to kind of understand whether we're going to have rip-roaring inflation or these deflationary busts. So question over to Lynn. I'm curious her opinion on that.
So I think the biggest challenge is that people often think of like policymakers as one monolith, but you almost have like different factions that are operating. And I think one of the big challenges is that a lot of the inflation we've seen is from large monetized fiscal deficits. Right? So that was true in the 1940s and it's true now, whereas in the 70s most of the inflation was coming from actually bank lending. And the Federal Reserve only has kind of a pretty small set of tools to deal with that. They can raise interest rates. They can do other things to kind of restrict how much bank lending is happening. And so you see, for example, when Jerome Powell talks about his inflation-fighting efforts, what he's mainly focuses on trying to get banks to make fewer loans. He's trying to restrict the availability of credit. And the challenge is that that wasn't the heart of why inflation happened. That wasn't the source of new money creation this cycle. And it wasn't the source of what's happening, but it's the only lever that he really has control over. So that's actually something you see in those periods of financial repression or to more extreme extents, capital controls, but even just financial repression. Because you have the public sector flooding the market with what is currently $2 trillion annualized deficits, pretty much, because you don't have asset prices going up and you still have those large expenditures. The problem is that as that goes into the market, the only thing that the Federal Reserve knows how to do is basically then try to control the private sector, the banking credit sector to shrink a little bit. And so you have that classic crowding out effect. And so I actually think that some of the stimulus we might see in the future, like let's say when they eventually run into a liquidity problem, they have to kind of inject liquidity back into the market, I don't think we'll see the types of like direct stuff we saw last time. I think there'll be a somewhat more like bifurcated, environment where they're trying to, on one hand, prevent money growth too much from, say, the banking system, while they still have large money growth from the public sector, and that's where you can get your risk of more of these capital controls coming into place. They could say, okay, we have national security issues, so banks are now highly restricted from dealing with certain industries or sending money in certain directions, and that's always easier for them to manage than on the individual level.
Yeah. And what always comes with capital controls and a way to control inflation is price fixing as well. And so watch out for that.
Horrible idea. All right, so we got a few more minutes. We'll try to fit this in. One of the popular things that was kind of maybe debunked, or one of the popular narratives that turned out to not be true through much of 2022 and even 2023, was like Bitcoin as this like uncorrelated asset, right? And through most of 2022, right, the correlation was almost 1 with legacy assets, with risk assets. One of the things that I argue is that if we're expecting Bitcoin to monetize on the balance sheets of everyone on the planet, then a correlation with risk assets, a correlation with equities, which are everybody in the U.S. that has any sort of 401k pension, they're passively investing into equities the same way that someone might passively DCA into Bitcoin. And so, is a correlation to risk assets for Bitcoin a bad thing, right? I personally don't think it is at all, and I think it's actually logical if you consider, like Preston said, like the contraction of credit and the expansion of credit. That liquidity tide is what's driving all of every asset on the planet. And so if Bitcoin is to nestle itself on that balance, on that asset side of the balance sheet, where everyone has assets and liabilities, is a correlation a bad thing? Is it a good thing? Like, how do we think of that?
I think it's fine because, for example, if you look at, say, Apple stock and IBM stock over, say, a 10, 20-year period, probably on most days, they probably both went up or both went down. Obviously, there's some days where one goes up, one goes down, but more often than not, you'd have them moving in a similar direction. And, of course, the main difference is that Apple generally goes up a little bit more and down a little bit less, and it grinds that out over a longer period of time because, at least during that period, it was a far superior asset. And I think it's one of those things where you worry less about the direct correlation and focus primarily on, do you own the most superior assets or not?
Is there a second best?
There's no second best.
On that note, we'll wrap it up.
All right. Oh, really got it. We're out this way. There you go. Thank you.
Welcome back. I'm Pete Rizzo, editor of Bitcoin Magazine. We're here at the Bitcoin Magazine live desk presented by Marathon, joined once again by our special guests, Ren, Neuner, and Aaron and Austin, co-hosts of Altcoin Daily. Before we go back to the main stage, we're going to give a quick plug for the new Bitcoin Magazine on newsstands now at bitcoinmagazine.com/store. Look, the Julian Assange cause is important. He's a journalist of the highest order. He deserves your support. You can read about him more in the new magazine. Now we're going to send it back to the main stage. Number Go Up is not a use case, moderated by Mr. Peter McCormick. Stay tuned. There's much more coming, including a keynote from Vivek Ramaswamy, Republican presidential candidate. We'll be back in a minute.
The candle's green came fast and tall. Each wick was bold, quick to stun. His eyes burned red, and his horns did more. When the bull began his run. Now fortune smiles upon the need. His bags of gold gleam in the sun. Thou dost dream of his balance sheet, and every bear is left with none. Since the bull began his run.
I'm just going to leave those there. For anyone who doesn't know, I bought a football team, and we won the league and the cup double. So massive thank you to everyone who supported that. I can see some of your shirts. Honestly, I appreciate you so much. Next session is going to be me. I'm going to be talking with Mike Brock. We're going to be talking about Bitcoin use cases. So can you give Mike a warm applause to the stage?
Man, I love you, man.
All right, Mike. How are you?
Hey, man, how you doing?
Are you going to piss anyone off today?
No, maybe. Maybe, actually.
So we're going to talk about Bitcoin use cases.
Yeah. I mean, look, we called this, right? Like, I didn't choose this title, by the way, so I want to say something. Obviously, number go up is a good thing, right? Like, we believe that Bitcoin's a store of value. We want this to be a way that people can save money and build wealth. So I want to be very clear. So I think what we mean when we say number go up is not a use case. I think we mean something very subtle. I think it's really about like what all of you need to be focusing on right now, right? You know, obviously number hasn't been going up lately, but that's like really like that's like this is like the best time, right? Like to be building, to be really thinking about like what's important to advance this conversation we're having around decentralized money, internet native money. And I think everyone here, we all think this is like really, really important for the world for many reasons, right? We see, fundamentally, we see so much crazy shit happening in the world right now. There's concerns about the stability of the financial system. There's concerns about authoritarian governments all across the world that are literally weaponizing money and banking against people, and it's incredible. And my good friend Alex Gladstein, he's always out there talking about this, and he more. I want to say this about Alex too. Like he more than anyone invigorates me and makes me like show up to work every day and realize like how important it is to be like doing what we're doing. But we have a lot of work ahead, right? It's early. It is early in this conversation, in this technology.
But if we think in terms of cycles, sometimes parts of those cycles we get very excited with the price going up, and we get a little bit depressed when the price goes down. But actually, that sometimes masks some of the good work and some of the innovation.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think in the last 4 years, what kind of innovation has been exciting you?
Yeah, well, so the thing that really excites me, and I actually think the best thing that's come out of this bear market, if we're going to call it that, is we finally have seen like the emergence of decentralization technologies that doesn't involve stuffing shit onto the blockchain, right? Like we see Nostr, Blue Sky. We announced our Web 5 developer kit today. I mean, these are technologies that we need to have like true decentralized open protocols, open source that actually make sense, right? It doesn't make sense to tokenize the whole internet, right? Like I think it was like Matt Corallo who like said at one point that blockchain is like the shittiest database that you could possibly invent. But it's what like secures this beautiful thing that we're all here celebrating and talking about. But it's not for everything. It's not for every single use case. We need to build other decentralization tech. And I think Bitcoin is an amazing base layer to build I think a new system of trust in a world that seems to have very little trust, low trust in institutions. We have low social trust. There's increasing polarization in the world, and I think we need to like really get back to basics and try to find a way to have some sort of common epistemology. Like Bitcoin's at least that at some level, but we need to do it in a lot more places. Identity is the place that we're really focusing on. We think having true self-sovereign identity in the world is a really, really important goal. I think people. I would say in the same way that I think Bitcoin is so important in the global South today, and in places where there's human rights abuses and political activism that's fighting for freedom and democracy around the world. And we see all those great use cases that Alex, I said, and the Human Rights Foundation guys are constantly trumpeting. We also have a big problem in the world. We have several billion people, more than 1 billion people in the world who have no government-issued identity. And we may not like government-issued identity. Obviously, that's why we want self-sovereign identity. But imagine how hard it is to live in the modern world without paperwork proving that you're a person, right? And there's millions and millions of people who are born into that situation in the world, and they're at a crazy disadvantage. And it's amazing, to have something like Bitcoin, right, that can reach those people, and they don't have to ask any permission, they don't have to do any KYC, and they can gain access to the financial system. But there's a whole other world of things that something like digital identity can provide access to, like even above and beyond Bitcoin, like secure communication, for example. I think which is really important. I think, by the way, with the rise of AI and the risk of deep fakes and AI-driven cyber attacks, it's going to be increasingly important to have decentralized trust on the internet that we can use to verify that we are who we say we are. We're not going to be able to trust a Google Hangout or a FaceTime video in 5 years. It's like, how do I not know that that's not a deepfake conversation? We're going to need some other trust layer that allows us to see through whatever it is we're looking at on the screen, and knowing that we have some sort of common foundation of trust, and that I'm actually talking to you. And so I feel like we're in a race against time now with these threats emerging. And that just adds to all the other things that we think about that we want these technologies to address. And so building utility, leveraging the amazing potential of the Bitcoin blockchain, which we're using, right? We're using ION, for issuing our DID, so we're securing digital identity with the Bitcoin blockchain. I think that's an incredible use case. That means, if we get millions and millions of people around the world, billions of people securing their digital identity with Bitcoin. I mean, that's going to make number go up. I mean, that's driving real utility on the Bitcoin blockchain. So we're really excited to be rolling out these technologies and pushing it forward. And yeah, that's kind of like my big message to everyone.
So if Web3 is bullshit, what is Web5?
Well, I mean, it was obviously meant as a joke, right, to make fun of Web3, right? We were at an offsite, a little over a year ago, and there was just a group of us, and we were making fun of Web3, right? We were like making fun of the fact that all these ridiculous efforts to try and stuff data into all these blockchains. Obviously it was all going to blow up, and it did. And we were sitting there thinking about there's obviously a lot of interest in having decentralized tech and freedom tech on the internet to build decentralized applications like decentralized identity, like the decentralized off-ramping and on-ramping that we're trying to do with TVDEX. And we asked ourselves, we said, what could we do? What kind of technologies could we cobble together? And what could we call it? What thing could we call that to sort of draw attention to the fact that you don't have to stuff everything onto a blockchain and issue tokens to decentralize things. And so we just all got talking. I think Web 4 might have even been the original idea, and then I think it was like a reference to there's a scene in There's Something About Mary where they're in the car and they're talking about 8-minute abs or something like that, and I think there was a joke that came across, and Web 5 came up, and it just seemed so funny and ridiculous, and so we went with it, and so here we are, and so that's where it kind of came from.
All right, so if we want to discuss the idea of use cases with Bitcoin, increasing Bitcoin's utility, we've had this emergence of ordinals on Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Which has split the crowd.
Yeah. Some
Some people don't like it. Some people like it.
Yeah.
Some people don't give a shit. Where do you sit on this? Because it's an interesting topic.
I'm of two minds of it. On one mind, the Bitcoin network's working the way it should, right? Like, block space is a commodity, right? And we have to accept that, and it's priced and it's scarce. So it's working the way it should. On the other hand, I'm speaking for myself, and I don't want to offend anyone. I'm not really taken by any of the use cases for these things so far. Like, I don't really buy into the whole NFT on Bitcoin or on any other network. Makes no sense to me. But look, I'm open to being proven wrong. If several years from now it turns out that things like that are useful, I'll change my mind. But right now I'm pretty skeptical of the use cases. But look, network's working as it should.
So where do you think focus is required? We have Bitcoin, so we have decentralized money. We have Nostar now, so we have decentralized communications, and kind of some form of identity there.
Yeah.
What are the other big trends you think are coming, or things you think we should be working on?
That's a good question. I mean, well, this is kind of, I guess, going a little bit off topic. I do think we do need to be thinking about artificial intelligence now, I think really. I mean, in how we're going to defend against it. I mentioned, I think that Bitcoin, decentralized identity, decentralized social networking are really important tools to potentially mitigating some of the dangers of AI, but it's probably not enough. There needs to be a lot more thought given to how we're thinking about that. I think there's novel risks that we don't even understand yet. So that's probably the thing that's most on my mind outside of this stuff day to day.
What are the risks that you're concerned about here? Because AI is super interesting, and I'm using it now. We use it now on a nearly daily basis. It has a real benefit to making us more productive, and kind of half the conversation is about the future use cases of AI, and then the other half is how it's going to kill us all.
Well, I have to be nuanced here, right? I don't think that I don't think that we should be in a full-fledged panic, right? But I do think we're at an interesting inflection point in the history of human technology. I mean, we've never had a technology like this before, right? A technology that can think for itself, that can make its own decisions, that can potentially manipulate people, trick people into thinking it's someone when it's actually just an AI model. That's not really a dynamic we've ever had to contend with in the history of humanity. So it's hard to know what the social and technological effects of that are. So I like to use the word worry, not panic. We shouldn't be freaking out about it, but I think everyone, I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a Bitcoiner or you're you're a shitcoiner or whatever. Everyone should be worried about it at some level that we're building a technology that we fundamentally do not understand what the potential consequences of it are. And so I definitely think that people should be paying attention. People should be worried. I don't think we can ban it. I don't think we can expect to put Pandora back in its box. But I hope that technologists and companies, open source developers are all sort of thinking about the things that are going to be important to fight back against the biggest risks that might be emerging there.
All right. So if people are sat here listening and they're thinking, okay, Mike, I agree. We've got a lot of work to do, got a lot of stuff to build. We're in the middle of a fight right now. A regulatory fight, a FUD fight. What are the things that people could do? What would you advise people?
What would I, in the context of the regulatory pressures that we're in?
No, in the fact that we have stuff to build. Anyone here is thinking, how can I help? A lot of people often write to me and it's like, I want to get involved. What can I do?
Yeah, I mean, well, we're hiring. TBD is hiring, so that's one thing you can do if you're interested in any of the stuff that we're working on. Definitely reach out. We have recruiters on the ground here, so definitely there's that. And also there's so many other great projects here. Contribute to open source projects. I mean, open source is ultimately, to me, how we're going to guarantee a positive future for the internet and technology. And so, not everyone's a developer, but with ChatGPT and some of this generative AI, it's increasingly seeming that you can actually learn to code quite quickly with the help of some of these chatbots. That's one good use for AI. It can get you bootstrapped into contributing to open source code faster. That's probably my biggest one that comes to mind. Obviously call your congressmen and senators. To support non-insane regulation here in the United States and members of parliament in different countries around the world. Obviously there's the I guess this is the thing I was pushing back against a little bit. But you can also stay humble and stack sats, support the network, continue to help. To build this movement that we're all building together towards a more positive future for humanity.
I mean, we've definitely had regulatory pressure over the last year.
Yeah,
it's getting more significant. There's a significant Operation Choke Point 2.0 working against us. Do you think we should be directly putting a lot of effort into engaging with senators and politicians? Because some people think we should just ignore them and get on and build.
Yeah, I don't think. I'm not. Whatever way people want to try and contribute to this message. If people want to go the sort of screw the government, screw the regulators approach, and just keep building and operate outside the system, all the power to you. For my part, I think that it is really important. The government's there, the regulators are there. The on-ramps and off-ramps are really important to the Bitcoin network today, to being able to get people to be able to get access to it, easily. Liquidity is important. And so, I definitely think that engagement, educating lawmakers, killing this FUD that's happening around Bitcoin and climate change. These things are things that we should be engaging on. We should be trying to mitigate the risks there, even as we continue to build. I'm doing that. Lots of people are doing that, and I think that is important work. Electing politicians that are pro-Bitcoin, that are pro-decentralized technology, pro-freedom tech, it would go a long way to changing the message. So I think we have to engage.
And Mike, you and I are Bitcoiners.
Yeah.
We're in a room full of Bitcoiners talking about Bitcoin. So there's a lot of Bitcoiners talking to Bitcoiners about Bitcoin. But I think there's now a pressing need to push outside of those communities and try and get out to other people. But sometimes getting the Bitcoin message across is tough. It doesn't always resonate with people. And I've noticed a shift to people talking about freedom tech and decentralized tech. How do you think we break that kind of layer into that layer of people who just see Bitcoin as this weird thing and us as a bunch of weirdos?
Yeah, I don't believe, I do like talking about decentralization tech and freedom tech. And talking about how Bitcoin can be part of that ecosystem, because we see it happening on Nostr with Zaps, right? That's feeding utility into the Bitcoin network. We're securing digital identity with Bitcoin. So all these decentralized tech, works together with Bitcoin and improves Bitcoin. So I do think broadening the tent and thinking about different protocols and different technological inventions that we need to make to drive towards that more positive future for humanity is a really good thing. And I do think that's a good frame. And I think it's good for Bitcoin, and we should be broadening out like that. I don't think it's to the detriment of Bitcoin at all that people are talking more about freedom tech and decentralization tech. I think we should be embracing that, and I see some of that happening here. I think that's what Nostr and Web5 are, and I think we should continue to push that message.
All right, we've got a minute to go. We've got a big year ahead of us. Talk to me about the things that you are most excited about over the next year that you think people should be keeping an eye on.
We're really excited about the launches that we're going to make this year. There's some big announcements coming up in the summer. On the Web5 stuff, we do plan on launching our TBDEX network by the end of this year, which, just to remind everyone, is decentralized global on-ramps and off-ramps for Bitcoin and stablecoin. Huge demand in the global south for access to tokenized dollars as well. But those two fundamental technologies, and getting people access to it anywhere in the world, and easy access that can ultimately plug into local banking systems around the world, so people can use this to move, for everything from remittance use cases to saving. This is something that we're going to launch this year. I'm super excited about it, and hopefully I'll be back here next year celebrating those wins.
Great, I look forward to it. Big shout out, big thanks to Mike.
Thank you.
They're in lower division though, because
Bitcoiners, welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk, brought to you by Marathon. I'm CK. I'm sitting with my esteemed panelists, and today we are going to be talking a little bit more about Web5 here. We have one of the only people who's actually deployed this tech stack into a real business. Justin, talk to us about what is happening with Web5 and why is Zion built on this?
I think the biggest recap is identity, messaging, and payments, and decentralizing the entire part of the stack. And what's really interesting about what Mike is telling you is that these are not theoretical things. These are apps that you can go to. Zion's available on every app store. You can start a DID using DID Ion immediately, have a Bitcoin Lightning wallet immediately within seconds, and then message across using DWNs in seconds. This is not theoretical technology just because it was launched today. It is working, and Bitcoiners can use it every single day quickly to deploy all the things that he was just talking about.
I wish we had some more time to get more into it, but really innovative and awesome tech coming out of TBD. And y'all, I have to encourage everyone, check out the newest Bitcoin magazine. This thing is an absolute beauty. You can get your subscription online or over at the conference store, but we're going to go back to the main stage.
All right. So this is going to be a very important talk. These are the heroes of what we do. Without these people, we don't have a Bitcoin protocol. So I expect a very warm welcome from you all. So this session is going to be called Evolving Bitcoin's Code. We've got Amity Ottawa, Jeremy Rubin, Taj Dryja, and the panel is going to be moderated by Aaron Van Weerden. Our heroes, give them a warm welcome.
Okay. All right. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this panel. My name is Aaron Van Weerden. I'm a journalist. I work for Bitcoin Magazine, and I'm joined by 3 Bitcoin core developers, former Bitcoin core developers, sort of core developer. I'll let you guys introduce yourself. Yeah, go for it, Taj.
Hi, everyone. I'm Taj Dryja. I've been working on Bitcoin for quite some time. Wrote some papers people might know, the Lightning Network, so that was cool. People like Lightning now, woo. Discrete log contracts, which is a bunch of startups are starting to use it, do smart contracts, and U-Tree-XO, which is a way to make Bitcoin sort of core nodes, fully validated nodes, lighter and faster. I'm currently working at a company called Lightspark, so still working on Lightning stuff, trying to make Bitcoin better. That's what I do.
Right. Hey everyone, I'm Jeremy. I'm a maybe former Bitcoin Core contributor. I did a lot of work on adding more programmability to Bitcoin so you can have more smart contracts. Right now I'm taking a little bit of a break, so otherwise I'm just Taproot Wizards number 13.
Hi everyone, my name is Amity. I focus on Bitcoin Core and the peer-to-peer network where I care a lot about privacy and security.
All right, so we're going to touch on a potentially maybe slightly controversial topic today, so I'm excited about that. I don't know about you guys, but maybe I'm the only one going to have fun on the stage today. We'll see. I'll start with a little bit of context. So a couple years ago, there was the block size wars, and it was a very controversial, heated time where different factions had different ideas on how to scale Bitcoin. And it really became kind of like a trench war. Now that was eventually solved. So we got the SegWit upgrade, so we got a block size increase, and also through SegWit we got Lightning, so that's a lot of scalability. However, it's not really solved at this point. Scaling is not really solved. And the main reason for that is even if you want to use Lightning, you still need a UTXO. So you still need at least, at the bare minimum, one chunk of Bitcoin recorded on the blockchain, which requires a transaction. Now, the number of transactions is still limited, so there can only be that many UTXOs. If you do the sort of back of a napkin math, it will take decades before everyone can be onboarded on Lightning. So I want to know, how are Bitcoin developers thinking about scalability today? And especially, a lot of people are talking about ossification. So if we have ossification, then we definitely can't all have a UTXO. So how are developers thinking about this? Is there a future where everyone has a UTXO specifically? Taj, do you want to start?
Sure. Not to be too cynical, but a lot of times developers aren't. I would say there's a much less focus on these kinds of questions today than there was 6 or 7 years ago, right? So there's a lot of super important work people are doing on, like, peer-to-peer transport encryption and package relay and all these really important things, and that's great. But it has the sort of idea of like, hey, let's do scaling things and all these extension blocks or this or that. That's not something that really comes up a lot. I guess the closest thing would probably be some of the contract stuff and tap leap update verify, like those kind of things that like Jeremy also works on. But it's not, I guess, at the forefront of people's minds, and I think it should be. I sometimes am sort of bugging, like, hey, we didn't quite, but a big reason is like no one wants to go there, right? It was such a mess 6 or whatever years ago that it's like, okay, we now have something that kind of works, and we're getting there, and so people don't really want to bring that up again. But I think
that's why we're bringing it up.
Yeah.
So I might take a little bit of a hard line on this, and I'd be willing to go as far as to say if we can't deliver a UTXO for every single person who wants one, Bitcoin isn't a system worth building. Bitcoin exists as a human rights platform, and anybody who needs to express their human rights should be able to do that. And if we can't, as a system, give everybody, the privacy, the self-sovereignty over their money supply, then I think that we're failing, and we need to maybe explore other ways of getting there. So that, for me, is the big tension between this ossification and scaling, is we have to scale or the system's not worth its salt.
Yeah, there.
Thank you.
There's the popular not your keys, not your coins mantra, but it's completely incompatible with ossification, is what you're saying essentially. So some sort of choice has to be made there. And Tad, you're saying Bitcoin developers don't even want to go there.
It's definitely something people discuss and stuff, but it is sort of this, not the main focus a lot. You'd agree, it's not the main focus,
it's
right?
Challenging. I think the most, prominent developers that are interested in contributing are interested in having the deep thought and looking at the system from a very technical lens. And trying to ask those same people to participate in very political conversations is a very big ask. Some of the thinkers in this space are really, really incredible thinkers and are doing it just because they're passionate about the cause. But we all have to wear so many different hats, and I think the level of politics that has come into the realm when you're just trying to build a system that works deters tons of people, and it's for good reason. And so I think the claims for ossification are really challenging because from a technical lens, it feels extremely unrealistic. Scalability is one part, but even from my lens of privacy and security, which often become the same thing, because if your government can identify your name and your physical address based on your on-chain transactions, then that can make it so that you cannot participate in Bitcoin. And so while it might look like privacy to some people in some situations, it is genuinely a security concern. And so in order to be able to keep playing that game, we want to develop and advance our solutions from the security lens as Bitcoin becomes more proliferated in the world. And that is in contrast to ossification, let alone the question of scalability, which we have a very clear case for why we need to make some big changes in order to have the vision of Bitcoin actually be played out. There's a way we can scale Bitcoin right now through centralized solutions, but would that still be Bitcoin?
Yeah, so can we talk about what are some potential changes that Bitcoin would need? Do you guys have a vision on that, or an idea on that?
Sure. I mean, well, you guys can talk about it, but one of the things I've been working on for a couple of years is called UTXO. It's not as well known, I guess, because a lot of it was I didn't really give talks because of COVID and whatever, but it's a way to make running a fully validating node much smaller and more compact. I don't know, so I can't really see the audience, but who has Bitcoin? And everyone's going to be yeah. And then who runs a full node? Maybe less, right? Probably still a lot of people here. And so that's one of the things we've been worried about for years is why do people not run full nodes? Is it harder? Is it that it needs a lot of computation? Is it just the UI? So UTXO it takes up a lot less space. You still have fully validating nodes, but it takes up very little space on your computer. So I was oh, this is great. Maybe this will get more people to run it. And then maybe if we have really low hardware requirements for running fully validating nodes, that does relax a lot of the constraints we have. And maybe other scalability solutions can go. I don't want to say the BLOKSIZE increase word on stage or anything, but those are some things that we were talking about for years and now don't really want to talk about anymore. But maybe we could if the hardware constraints and software and all these research shows that it's possible. Yeah.
So I think one thing that I would add to that is it's pretty clear that at the base layer, Bitcoin needs substantially more programmability than is available right now in order to give people a not L1, but fully self-sovereign experience of the chain through a second layer. And what I see in the community is a lot of debate around, well, what's the smallest possible, least aggressive change we could make to get the maybe little bit useful bit of functionality to do maybe one of these ideas. And I participated previously in that role of saying well, maybe I can make an argument for a very small amount of functionality that will punch above its weight class. I kind of failed at that to deliver that to the community last year. And I think overall, the long-term thing is we really need to figure out how to deliver that maximal amount of functionality so that we can actually build the tools that people need to use Bitcoin. And I don't think that we're going to build it in a way where we're projecting the exact use case in a central planned way and then building backwards from that the primitives to support it. I think we need to build the platform first and then allow anybody to build what they want to build to scale Bitcoin's humanitarian goals.
Just to be clear for me and for the audience, so do you see CTV as a scaling solution as well, or are you looking at it more as a functionality thing?
It's absolutely a scaling solution. I had 4 goals, which is privacy, scalability, sort of self-sovereignty and decentralization. And all the work that I did was around demonstrating how CTV helps in each of those categories. And if it doesn't help each of those categories, then it still could be okay, but like that's what any upgrade should be focused on, is improving those pillars of Bitcoin.
All right, Amity, did you have any vision for scaling, any ideas in that sense?
I don't have a particular solution, but I just want to kind of highlight the idea that I think we do, as a community, need to be comfortable with making big changes. Bitcoin is still extremely young, and for this vision of what it can be to be freedom money, then we still have a long way to go at a technical base layer. And it's really cool to see the ecosystem growing and expanding, but if we want the people who need Bitcoin the most to be able to access it, then at the base layer of Bitcoin builders, we need to actually encourage more radical thought and interesting conversation and debate rather than discourage it.
I think one thing that kind of adds onto that is that like changes aren't bad, bad changes are bad.
Yeah.
Let's just be clear. So if there are good changes, then we should kind of actually really work on that. And just because it's changed doesn't mean that it's bad.
And I could say so the most recent change, Taproot, which now is active, people can use it, all these things, even that had almost unanimous agreement, but still took years. And I sort of talked about this as like, imagine everyone agrees on where we're going for dinner. We're all going to this pizza place. And then you spend 2 years saying, well, okay, but what if someone gets there first and no one else is there, and then they think not other people are coming and then they leave? Or what if there's a traffic? And it's just, even when it's a really high agreement, it's very hard to change these things. And I do worry that like ossification isn't necessarily a goal, but it sort of feels like that kind of thing happens just as the system gets bigger and you get more people involved.
So do any of these solutions have technical consensus? And really, secretly, my question is, what is technical consensus? I mean, Jeremy, maybe you want to weigh in this first because you've been through the experience.
Yeah, so I think that there are different ways of measuring technical consensus, and the Bitcoin community hasn't really adopted any single defined measure. Certain people certainly feel like they are technical consensus and they have in their head they know, and if like they don't know, then it's not there. There are other methods other communities do, which is like anybody's free to say that they have technical consensus, and if somebody really wants to disagree on merit, they can disagree, otherwise it kind of has technical consensus. But generally, at least in my view, which may or may not be correct, is that you have to do the job, or whatever committee is working on something has to do the job of listening to what everybody is saying and judging based on all the feedback you've received, is the thing actually meeting that? Whether or not you agree with their feedback, are you meeting what they're doing? And that's what I felt that I had, but other people disagreed with that notion of technical consensus and thought it was more of a thing of people have to explicitly say that they are ready to activate this change. When if I talk to them about it, they might say, oh, I just don't want to think about consensus upgrades right now. And that's not really it's saying, okay, so I won't look at what you said about consensus upgrades, I'll look at what you said about the technical requirements for this type of upgrade. I think that you would be happy with this if you're ready to talk about upgrades. And so that's where the conversation can get a little bit messy.
Right, yeah, so the problem in your case specifically wasn't so much that people were against it, but rather that they weren't even looking at it, that they weren't.
That was an extent to it, and there were people who had looked at it. They'd written their own counter proposals, and then I'd seen some of them starting to include CTV in that. And so I said, okay, this as like a primitive probably has technical consensus, but maybe the community wants to activate or not, and that's up to the community to decide. But I think as developers, one of the things that's a conversation that we also have is like, do the developers prepare software and let the community decide what they want to run, or do the developers prepare software and tell the community you have to run this? When I did my release, I said, hey, look, here's software that can activate CTV. Here's software that can also not activate it. And here's software that if somebody does activate it, will fork off the network because you really don't want it. I released all of those. And I said to the community, run whichever one you think is best. And it turns out nobody ran any of it, but that's fine. But I think that that's where a lot of the anger that was directed at me was really like, you should just not even be releasing anything or like trying to prepare this. You've got to go through this process. And I said, what's this process?
Right.
Nobody could define that.
Taj, does Utreexo have technical consensus as far as you?
So Utreexo, and this was a very specific design, does not need any consensus. There are people running it. A big part of it, it's not like, I don't want to say it's like super private, because we're working on that, but in general, you can't tell if someone's using it. So it doesn't need consensus, doesn't need a new, miners, things like that. So from a technical level, you can run it, you can have this small node, as long as some other people are using it, you're good, and the rest of the world doesn't need to know you're doing this, which I like, and it's very constraining to say, okay, I need to make this software work in a compatible way that's not detectable. That said, you want to get it more widely used and known and stuff like that and worked on. And that's much more difficult, to the point where I'm like, I sort of talk to people working on Bitcoin Core. I'm not like, is this ever going to get in Bitcoin Core? I don't know. Like, I'm okay running a separate piece of software and say, hey, look, this isn't the same thing, right? Some people say, no, this is not a full node, because a full node needs to have the UTXO set. I'm like, oh, okay, I don't want to argue definitions. Like, I call it a full node, right? I think it's fully validating. It's got the same functionality, but yeah, it is different. Fine. Anyway, here's this thing, and hopefully it can get widely used eventually. Right. And if it gets into core, if that matters, then great. But I'm also not, like, I'm friends with a lot of people who work on core, and it's great, and I use it and run it, and that's where my Bitcoin are. But I don't necessarily agree with the idea that long-term Bitcoin really needs to be this one software executable that everyone runs in lockstep. I do think multiple implementations is, dangerous and risky, but feels like long-term the way you have to go. But that's just me.
Yeah.
Amity, Jeremy couldn't exactly figure out what the technical consensus process is, if there is one. Is there one? What's your? Do you know what the process is?
Oof. I think the closest you can come to nailing down specificity is calling it rough consensus. And I think that's the way that you get out of having a super explicit set of what does it mean to be in agreement. And again, it's kind of tricky, because if you define the metrics too carefully, then they can be gamified, and you can push forward changes that aren't serving the actual needs of the community or the technology. So in Bitcoin Core, it's much better defined. Taj's shirt says ACK, and that's lingo that we use to communicate whether you support the code, the approach, the idea. And so it's a little bit better defined, but it's still a nebulous process. Changes that are of different sizes are going to need a different level of review. The amount of expertise of the person reviewing it gets factored in, because if somebody who has never showed up on the project says this looks great versus somebody who has a decade of experience on it says this looks great, those should be weighed differently. Right now in Bitcoin Core, the community is generally small enough that that reputation can be weighed in a case-by-case basis. But even at that level of a very tangible things, of PRs that are getting merged every single day, it's still a quite nebulous process. And so it becomes, an order of magnitude more complicated to say, how do we garner technical consensus on bigger changes? And also, what's the difference between technical soundness versus people saying, hey, I actually want to use this and I support this, and I'm not trying to evaluate whether or not it works or is a security leak, but I'm saying that I'm interested in it. So those lines also get really blurry, which contribute to the politics, but it's a hard problem.
Yeah, and it's ultimately fundamentally subjective, right? Because it comes down to reputations, and that's a subjective idea. How competent is someone? Someone has to make a judgment call, so it's a blurry process, as you say.
Yeah, and I think if we tried to make it completely objective, again, that would have its own set of problems.
And so I think one thing that there's another panel today also about some of these topics, and one point that Paul Stork made, who does drive chains, is that there kind of has to be some sort of due process. And I thought that was a good way of framing it, is that without a due process for technical considerations, it's both that, well, maybe you're going to let through, or maybe you're not going to properly consider a bad change and you're going to let it through, but there's also good changes that you might drop, and everything should have maybe some sort of standard of review that it goes through before it goes in. And it's very easy in the system where we don't have a well-defined process, it might be hard to subvert, but it might also just be constantly subverted. And I think that's something that we run a real risk of our processes, just being driven by memes and not being driven by actual like solid technical work that's scientifically explainable to people who aren't in the room when it was discussed.
Yeah, and I was
just going to ask, what's your expectation for the next Bitcoin protocol upgrade? What's the most likely next candidate? Any idea?
I can go first because I have no clue.
I can ask a follow-up question, which is as interesting.
Vault, but really it's OpCTV just with a different name. I don't know. Yeah.
So then, what would be the activation mechanism? That's maybe even more controversial these days.
It's going to be a mess, just like because like the last one, everyone agreed, and it's multiple years of arguing how do you get to the restaurant that everyone's agreeing to go to. I don't see it being like a quick, easy process this time either.
I was talking to Tadja, and I was like, we should just do something so trivial of a change just to practice the process of activation.
People will be super against that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think the way that it ends up working is it's just memes all the way down, and so it's going to take the army of podcasters to come in and be like, oh, this is good stuff. Why don't we have this? It's going to take somebody making hats. It's going to take everybody wearing cargo pants. Whatever it's going to be. It's just all memeing, and I think that that's fun, and it's like a cool environment to be in. But I think it's not delivering the best technical results. And even though I like CTV, I'm like, I don't want it to be determined by the memes that become popular. I want it to be determined by merit-based technical considerations.
And I would say to people in the audience too, it's not a democracy, it's not this, but it is a participation kind of thing where you can make changes or you can request changes, you can bug people, and they're pretty friendly usually. I don't know, I know people who have bugged Andrew Chow and gotten something changed in how the wallet UI works. So if you're using Bitcoin Core or other software and it does something weird or it does something scary and you're like, ooh, I don't like this, I could have lost my money, or whatever, go on GitHub or wherever and mail people. And generally it works to the point where it's a little weird, where it's wait, this is some huge thing and there's so many people using it. And then any random person can be like, hey, what if you fix this? And then you do, and it's oh, cool. So I mean, I would encourage that kind of thing too.
All right, well, we're out of time. So thanks to you guys for doing this with me, and thanks for you for being here, and enjoy the rest of your conference. Thanks.
We are back at the Bitcoin Magazine live desk presented by Marathon. I'm here with my all-star panel, and what an incredible session. Mark, what was your reflections on evolving Bitcoin's code?
Yeah, truly very interesting. I think people really are fearful of ossification because they believe it's sort of like an ideal downstream from stable monetary policy. And so they're very fearful of change because they think it's going to somehow affect this trillion-dollar asset class, right? But really, it's not an ideal. It's an inevitability. And so ossification is going to come because it's a decentralized system, not because it's something that we necessarily should strive for. So I think we do need to have a lot of changes in Bitcoin in terms for scaling and privacy and a lot of these things. We'll see how the process allows that to happen.
I just think I would just comment that this is a fascinating conversation. You have a multi-trillion-dollar asset class that can basically be changed and talked about change by regular individuals. They ended the panel actually talking about how anyone can suggest a contribution to Bitcoin Core. And that's just a fascinating thing about how this decentralized monetary network can change over time by the instincts of human beings that want it to be a better system.
I mean, I think that that's completely correct, and it really is the most unique asset out there, and it's something that I don't even think humans necessarily know how to deal with. Key, I want to give you a last word.
Yeah, I mean, look, you two are by far more technical than I could ever even begin to imagine. And the sheer fact that I was just invited to email Bitcoin Core to suggest my suggestions blows my mind. But that is why this is the apex predator of all cryptocurrencies. It's not a few people deciding it. It's all of us that get to contribute in some way, shape, or form.
All right, y'all. Well, that's all the time that we have. We have an incredible next session coming up on the main stage. So don't forget to like and subscribe if you're watching online. And we will see you back here after the next session.
All right. How are your energy levels? Shake it out. Shake it out. All right. It's an amazing set of speakers I've got for you all afternoon here. And another very important conversation now as we see regulators and financial systems and people in the financial sector, the media constantly attacking Bitcoin, lying motherfuckers. So we've got an important conversation now. It's the global financial system versus Bitcoin. You know what side we're on? Okay. Great panel. We've got Matthew Pines, Alex Brammer, and it's going to be moderated by my good friend, Vivek Roy from FreeOp. Give him a huge round of applause.
Hey everybody, I'm Vivek Roy with the Foundation for Research on Equal Opportunity. We're a free market think tank that works on how to use economic freedom to help lower and middle income Americans, including through Bitcoin. I'm also the policy editor at Forbes and a senior advisor to the Bitcoin Policy Institute, along here with my colleague Matt Pines, who's a national security fellow at the Bitcoin Policy Institute, and Alex Brammer, who helps run a really important activist group called the Bitcoin Today Coalition. And we're all on the front lines of something that is extremely important. We would argue, maybe we're a little biased, that this is the most important topic that we'll discuss at this conference, which is the fact that, look, we all know that the Bitcoin network is resilient, that it's decentralized, that it can't be shut down by governments. But governments can do a lot to suppress and restrict the growth of Bitcoin adoption. They can make it harder for people to use Bitcoin. They can do a lot of things to make the community that we're trying to build a lot harder to build. And that's what we're going to talk about today. And I just want to go straight to you, Matt, and both of you actually. Like, what would you say is the most significant threat that you see to the growth and adoption of Bitcoin that governments are initiating?
Well, I think we have to look at examples that we've seen in the recent past of authoritarian inclined governments that see the growth of an open, decentralized monetary network like Bitcoin as a threat to their system of power in China, right? So they had a crackdown a few years ago, and they kicked out the miners. And it's very difficult if you're a Chinese citizen to access Bitcoin and to use Bitcoin in a free and open manner. And so I think we have to use that as a case study of the sorts of controls that can be imposed in a certain jurisdiction. And so you are accountable to the political authorities under whose jurisdiction you reside. And I like to see Bitcoin succeed in the United States. I wouldn't want us to go down that trajectory that we saw the Chinese Communist Party follow. And so that is the risk, is that as you enter an environment of increasing geopolitical competition, anxieties of states increase. And they want to try to seek to suppress volatility and to try to control the things that they can't control. And so there is a risk that the reaction in the West to try to compete with China leads us to try to emulate the same sorts of approaches that China has, and we don't really want to try to outcompete them on authoritarianism. But I think that is a risk. You look at history where you enter modes of increasing geopolitical competition, there is a risk that the state tries to arrogate more power to itself. And
it's interesting, Matt, because when the mining ban happened in China and all the miners moved to where I live in Austin, Texas, we all celebrated. We're like, see, this shows this FUD about China was always wrong. The Bitcoin network is going to endure. But you're making the interesting kind of countervailing point that, well, hey, look at China. Basically Bitcoin is really hard to use in China. Yes, there are some peer-to-peer transactions that go on, but it's incredibly limited. And the global utility of Bitcoin has been successfully thwarted, at least in China, by the Chinese government. And maybe more governments will adopt that.
Yeah, it's about on-ramps and off-ramps, right? Yeah. Like fundamentally Bitcoin, TikTok, next block. But if you want to be able to use it as in the most effective way possible, it's going to have to interact with the legacy system for now. And that means that those jurisdictions that have control over those on-ramps and off-ramps, that's going to be the main choke point.
Alex, how about you?
Yeah, I mean, I think established power structures see Bitcoin as a threat. I think you're right. When you look at the trend of national governments around the world and supranational organizations, they are very nervous that Bitcoin is going to disrupt their ability to control the systems that they've grown accustomed to controlling and benefiting from. The parallel that I would use is a little bit older in history. Nuclear technology emerged in the middle of last century, very promising technology for generating clean, reliable energy. We saw a huge growth in the 60s and 70s of power generation here in the United States and abroad. And then a few significant, but a few issues around risk vectors, primarily around safety, 3 Mile Island, Chernobyl, and a few others, and a coordinated political campaign to delegitimize and kind of discredit the benefits of nuclear in the public in the public eye, really crushed what was a hugely beneficial technology and really subdued its ability to be built out and to proliferate. And our energy systems would probably look a lot different right now. The grid carbon emissions would probably look a lot different right now. Power reliability, power systems reliability would probably look a lot different right now had that not happened. And I think in many ways, there was a failure of the nuclear lobby and those folks in the industry more broadly to adequately address what was essentially the FUD of the middle 20th century against nuclear. My concern is that if we don't come together as an industry, as a community of people who see the potential for Bitcoin as a monetary technology to really change the world and increase human outcomes throughout the world, and if we don't organize ourselves and really push back with coherent, clear, true arguments that we have the benefit of having truth on our side, but if we don't publicize and pursue propagating that truth throughout, particularly federal governments and kind of the political space, that Bitcoin may be equally subdued. And it may, you're correct. You can't stop the TikTok next block. You can't stop Bitcoin, but you can make it really difficult to achieve the level of adoption that we want to achieve, for it to really reach its full potential.
Yeah, just at our think tank, we do a lot of work on nuclear energy as well, and there hasn't been a new nuclear power plant application approved by the Nuclear Regulatory Commission basically since it was created in the early 1970s. So,
aside from Vogel,
right? So the pre-existing nuclear plants still continue. So we think nuclear power is legal in the United States, but no new nuclear power plants have been built. And it turns out that literally 5 years worth of carbon emissions could be saved if we had done like the France approach or the Ontario approach, where they've done a lot with nuclear energy. So this whole thing about this gets us to kind of like, what's the other case for suppressing Bitcoin in the US? It's the energy consumption. But it's not our fault that the energy grid is built on coal or natural gas or whatever it is that Elizabeth Warren doesn't like, because we could have had a low carbon or zero carbon electrical grid if we had legalized nuclear energy, for example. We just have chosen not to do that. Has nothing to do with Bitcoin.
Yeah.
So, okay, so we've talked about, feel free. So we've talked about the suppression of mining and crypto on-ramps and off-ramps. I think people in the US might worry a little bit less about that. Should they be worried about that? Yes, it's a problem in China. In the US, we've got the Coinbases and the Krakens that can lobby the government, at least convince a handful of senators, hey, these are real businesses. Should we still be worried about this in the US?
Yeah, I think what you're seeing in the banking system right now is that there's going to be a wave of consolidation. So what existed as potential more opportunities for on-ramps or off-ramps are going to be limited. And that's being done not necessarily directly to choke point Bitcoin, but it's going to have, I think, that as a collateral consequence. It's going to be just like more limited ways to access the traditional system. And it's going to have to go through a bunch of much more centralized intermediaries. They're going to be much more closely aligned to basically helping finance government debt over the next several years, right? That's the main function of the private banking system now, is essentially to help, act as a arm of the Fed to help us get through this period of sort of financial repression. And these sorts of mechanisms are going to be applied to, restrict the ability of sort of capital to leave that system very freely. And so I think you should just expect that to continue.
I would argue, and you tell me if you disagree, that a nearer term threat within the United States relative to on-ramps and off-ramps being banned would be the potential development of a central bank digital currency. This is something, of course, that China has piloted, has rolled out. The Federal Reserve is exploring a central bank digital currency. There are lots of people in both the Republican and Democratic parties that support a central bank digital currency. Chris Giancarlo, the former head of the CFTC under the Trump administration, has been a real advocate. He believes that central bank digital currencies can promote privacy in the United States. Do you see that as a potential vector for suppressing on-ramps and off-ramps for Bitcoin, either of you?
I don't think that that's a direct, maybe it's indirect. It provides for a level, a granularity of control and surveillance of financial transactions. And so there may be, it may be impossible to spend your retail CBDC or fund your Coinbase account with your CBDC, so there may be a level of control there. I really think that the broader risk to on and off ramps is really just around what Matt was mentioning around capital controls. They're going to justify, they are going to make, and they are quietly making right now, national security arguments around capital controls. And as you see, financial market volatility increase as we move into the latter part of the 2020s, they're going to draw spurious connections between domestic financial stability, national security, and alternative assets, Bitcoin being the primary adversary that they see in their minds in terms of their ability to control the financial system. That is going to be the justification for shutting down on and off ramps. They're already starting to, a lot of what they're doing right now at the regulatory level is they're attempting to push these businesses outside of the United States. They don't, I think they probably get that, okay, Bitcoin can continue to function if that happens. But they see it as, hey, we're going to get it out of our backyard so that we can continue to control our own internal financial system. Will it work? Probably not.
I mean, CBDCs can be a pretty exquisite tool for capital controls, right? I mean,
yes.
That's if you are really about capital controls, what better way to do it than basically to be able to monitor and censor every transaction?
I think that's right, but I think that the risk of CBDCs is much more broad and much more dire than just capital controls. I mean, I think it's a fundamental attack on liberty. It enables the government to have a level of control around our daily habits of transacting financial energy for things that we want in a way that's never existed before. So I see your point on the on and off ramps, but I think that the work that you're doing on CBDCs is primarily it's a huge risk to liberty writ large, and on and off ramps is just a small portion of that.
No disagreement there. Let's talk about the mining tax policy innovation. So I believe it's Sweden that applied basically a punitive tax to drive miners out of Sweden. The Biden administration has proposed a 30% tax on mining revenues in the United States. That's just a proposal. There's no action in Congress on that. Republicans in the House, I don't think will ever approve such a tax so long as they have one chamber of commerce. But it's out there as a proposal. It is possible that there comes a point where that's part of a tax package like we saw in the previous Congress when the Democrats did have all three chambers, so to speak. Are either of you concerned about this? Are you doing any work thinking about this tax policy?
Well, it's interesting, right? If you're thinking about it just from a U.S. perspective, if you were really trying to be clever and place a trap for Bitcoin miners in the United States, you would want to encourage more hash rate to come onshore over time, and then sort of boil the frog slowly, increasing kind of the soft capture coercion on those regulated entities. So ironically, if you put in place a really punitive tax regime, miners are just going to go overseas, and it's a global free market for hash rate. And that is actually going to be sort of counter to an objective that you might have if you're in that position to try to soft capture 51% of the hash rate. So to the extent that these are working at cross purposes, right? This is an example maybe where the government doesn't have a entirely coordinated plan, right? It's this is mostly like a political signaling, I think, from a certain perspective that just wants to send a piece of talking points.
I think there's you're exactly right. Like a 30% tax would basically make most US-based miners, particularly as you see mining marginal revenues continue to compress as global hash rate increases, it would essentially bankrupt most major miners in the United States. Now, if you are more creatively, or if you put it in a negative, like conspiratorially minded, there could be a regime where they put in place something like this, but then they allow for tax breaks for certain type of miner behavior. And so if you agree to something akin to the OFAC sanctions or OFAC, basically censorship of transactions based on an OFAC list or something like that, you are able to get a tax break from the DAME tax and allowed to remain domiciled in the United States. And so these types of kind of flank attacks are something that I do think about. That's purely speculative at this point, but I wouldn't put it past folks to be thinking in ways like that. So how do we regulatorily capture this industry without an outright ban, without taking some kind of a constitutional challenge or judicial review? And so I think it is largely signaling right now, but I think that we do need to be vigilant of more creative ways that they could be trying to attack the industry.
Let's take some time to talk about two things that I know in the Bitcoin community come up a fair amount as, let's call it, tail risk concerns about Bitcoin. One is quantum computing, potential of quantum computing to bust SHA-256. And the other is the potential of a nation state to engage in a 51% attack. We agreed when we were preparing for this panel that those are relatively far-fetched risks, but I'd love for you two to talk about why you think that.
Well, yes, we only have a few minutes, so going into the depths of quantum computing might be a bit beyond our scope. But yeah, I mean, I'm somewhat of a skeptic on a fully universal quantum computer. I think theoretically it's possible, but there's a long way to go from theory to actually building a working device. And so it's theoretically possible, but if it were to manifest, I think a lot of other things in our modern society would also be damaged. And there's lots of work on going post-quantum encryption, and it would be a major challenge not just to Bitcoin, but to most encryption protocols we have that sustain most modern technology. But I actually think I'm relatively bearish on like a fully physically realizable quantum computer in the near term. A nation-state attack is more interesting. Thinking through like the coalitional game theory involved in if Bitcoin gets to a point where nation states have sufficient motivation to attack Bitcoin, that they're not financially incentivized, right? So their cost incentive, so they can spend $10 billion if they really wanted, right? Which is I think global total, like mining revenue, to be very expensive. And how you think about the different sort of coalitional incentives at that scale is I think an underexplored question.
I'm not even going to touch the quantum computing stuff because I don't know anything about it, but I do generally agree if that happens, we've got a lot of other stuff to worry about. On the mining side, when you look at the game theory, I think you can think at the theoretical level, it sounds attractive. In my day job, I used to help run a mining pool, and now I run big mining infrastructure. And so kind of at the physical and the digital layer, mining is more complex than I think some people realize, and it's also much more decentralized than I think a lot of folks realize. At the physical level, I think it would be almost impossible to control that level of hash rate. Like that's a lot of steel in the ground. It's roughly 5 to 7.5 gigawatts, depending on what estimate that you are going to go with. At the virtual level or the digital level, when you think about at the software level of the pool, this is why we have these concerns about pool concentration or pool dominance rankings. So if you go on mempool.space, you can kind of see what percentage of hash rate is flowing to a single pool. That's a little bit more concerning because those are actually the miners. Like when you think about mining on the protocol, the pools are what is actually submitting those block templates. That's why, as a miner, like in my control room, I have that chart up fairly consistently, and all the operators are trained. It's a tail risk at this point, but if you see that number start to tick up to 45, 47, 48%, we need to switch. We need to fail over to another pool. It's really easy to fail over to another pool. You can do it, and you can do 60,000 miners in a minute or two. So from a technical level, I'm not as concerned. Now, where I would become very concerned, if you for some reason start to see pool dominance coming up, where a single pool is 47, 48%, that would be getting a little bit concerning. And if you start to see a majority of physical hash rate locating in a single jurisdiction, because then there are coercive measures that the state can take that, and again, it's a coordination problem that is mind-numbing to think about. But I think about physical and virtual hash rate concentration as the metrics by which to assess that risk. And right now, I'm not all that concerned.
I spent a dozen years on Wall Street before I started doing this stuff for a living, and Wall Street's replete with stories of the brothers who tried to corner the silver market or the gold market, the copper market, and it always fails, and these pretty spectacular collapses. This is a bit analogous to that, actually even harder because of all the hardware that you have to acquire to engage in the attack. All right, we got 4 minutes left. We've talked about a lot of things, some things to feel probably a little good about in the sense that they're not as threatening as one might worry about, but other things that are actually pretty significant threats. To what degree do you think the Bitcoin community is sufficiently concerned about the things that the nation states and the global financial system are doing? We haven't even talked yet about the Bank of International Settlements and the M-Bridge system to connect central bank digital currencies around the world. How serious are the threats, and how much are people in the movement sufficiently concerned about the threats that are out there?
Well, I think Bitcoin's success is putting it at a different tier, right? In terms of it's playing in the game, right? It's playing in the geopolitical game, and that means there's lots of powerful interests at stake, and lots of different ways that the existing structures of power can try to corral or contain and constrain. Doesn't mean they're going to be able to take Bitcoin offline, but it means that maybe the aspirations for how we can achieve adoption in the global south, how we can have folks around the world, that Jack Mahler has put the presentation together, actually get access to this system and not be ensnared by, say, a Chinese CBDC project, right? Where the folks in those developing markets are just at the mercy of their central governments making these deals for a much more techno-government stack that's aligned to an authoritarian model. And I think there's a natural alignment between, we talked about sort of the US government potentially attacking Bitcoin, but I think there's a natural alignment of the core ethos of the United States, sort of open systems against closed systems, a sense of individual autonomy relative to the sort of prerogatives of the state. And I think that's an aspiration that's shared by a lot of folks in the developing world. I think Bitcoin as a technology is something that I think can be encouraged to support kind of the broader, what you might call US national security interests, aligned with our liberal values. And I think that's something that is a major risk, not to America, the state, but to America, our aspirations in spreading freedom around the world. And I think how we play that game, how we sort of navigate the contours of the geopolitical systems, and the projects and plans of adversary governments around the world that are attempting to impose their model of authoritarian governments around the world, I think is an important thing that Bitcoiners should be much more conscious of and actively promoting this tool in the global south.
Alex, what should the movement be doing? Are they doing enough to be concerned about these issues? How should they engage these topics?
I think that we need to be, we are engaging. We need to coordinate a bit better. I think one of the big things that we struggle with is that we all see the enormous promise of this technology, and those of us who are very vocal and passionate about things tend to make claims that may be theoretically possible in the future, but are used by our adversaries in the regulatory state as evidence that we're lying or over-promising or under-delivering. And so I think one thing that we can do is we can take a data-driven approach to talking about the benefits that Bitcoin can bring to society writ large, everything from power systems to monetary freedom, access, and inclusion. The other thing I would say is that we need to really lean into those American values and the values of liberty that this country was founded on. My concern is that some folks in our government and other liberal democracies around the world are not as closely tied to those values anymore, as we've aged and come into late-stage liberal democracy. And so I think that as a representative democracy, as a republic, we need to really lean into those things, and we as Bitcoiners should be doing that vocally, organized, and we should be engaging with our, with the regulators and policymakers and elected officials aggressively but respectfully.
You may not think that politicians won't listen to you, but they will. Regulators will listen to you. You can file comments. You can raise your voice. People will listen. Let's leave it there, right? All right, thanks, everybody.
Well done.
Hi, right. We've got another powerhouse coming out now. So we've got an announcement coming from the Bitcoin Innovation Project, shortened to BIP. We've got Tim Ryan and David McIntosh. Please give them a warm welcome to the stage.
Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. It's great to have the opportunity to speak with you here this afternoon to announce a bipartisan advocacy group, Bitcoin Innovation Project. This is a new initiative, and our mission will be to create a common sense legislative advocacy plan around Bitcoin. Bitcoin, sure. Yeah. Bitcoin has a lot of enemies in Washington, D.C., as you may know. And the problem we currently face is the lack of knowledge with members of Congress and what they understand about Bitcoin and proof of work, which has led to many extreme proposals that will stifle the innovation we highlighted here this week. If we eliminate Bitcoin from the United States, it will continue to thrive overseas, but Americans and America will be left behind. There is work that needs to be done on a nonpartisan level in order to create a clear and stable roadmap for Bitcoin investors. There are Democrats who are open to the idea of working with Republicans on common sense Bitcoin policy, but are frozen out of the issue because of these extreme proposals. And we hope that our new advocacy group, Bitcoin Innovation Project, BIP, will provide a platform for members on both sides of the aisle to come together and create a plan that works for everyone.
Thank you, Tim. I'm David McIntosh, president of the Club for Growth. Tim is exactly the right leader among the Democrat Party to bring us together in this new nonpartisan project, BIP. He was a presidential candidate, would have been my favorite Democrat if they'd let me vote in the Democrat primaries. When he was in Congress, he worked across the aisle with Patrick McHenry and introduced the Keep Innovation in America Act that would have eliminated a lot of the bureaucratic red tape that was stifling innovation for Bitcoin and other digital assets. Now, the discussion up in Washington these days around cryptocurrency, what to do about the fraud that Sam Bankman-Fried committed, all of that is having a spillover and hurting Bitcoin in the eyes of policymakers. They don't understand the difference. And so they're willing to consider broad, sweeping restrictions that would hurt innovation in here. The way I tell people who don't really know Bitcoin to think about it is, remember in the 90s when the internet was a new thing? Bitcoin is the equivalent today. It's a new innovation that is going to take us to the next level. The next level in progress, the next level in opportunity, the next level in freedom. And think about what would have happened if government would have tried to regulate the internet back then. We wouldn't have had all of the great progress that we've had in the last 25, 30 years. Now, the attacks on Bitcoin, they're mounting. The attacks on other digital assets are having their spillover effect and hurting us at Bitcoin as well. I know, because I was here last year with you all, you would prefer if we didn't have to get involved in politics, right? You could live your lives, enjoy what you're doing with Bitcoin and the freedom that you have. But unfortunately, I'm here to bring the bad news that politics has found you. And your opponents will use politics to try to mug you. You know, Chris Larson is spending a lot of money to get the environmentalists all riled up that Bitcoin mining is an environmental problem. Tim's going to say more about that later. In New York, the governor bought that and signed into bill a ban on mining for 2 years. Gary Gensler at the SEC was smart enough to exempt Bitcoin as a security, but all of his actions could spill over and hurt the ability to have exchanges and other businesses related to Bitcoin. And it's not just Democrats in the Biden administration. Some of my colleagues, the Republicans, like Senator Roger Marshall and Jim Risch, are teaming up with people like Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, boo. And Bob Mendez to hurt Bitcoin and other digital assets. So we have to win over the hearts and minds on both sides of the aisle. There's also other problems. The Biden administration wants to tax Bitcoin mining. They put in this Operation Choke Point to try to debank digital currencies. All of these things are being attacked on Bitcoin or other digital assets that will spill over and hurt Bitcoin. So we're here with the new project that Tim mentioned to set up a counterforce.
So we need to push back and correct the misinformation, especially around the environmental impact of Bitcoin mining, and educate policymakers on this issue. And according to a report from Cambridge University, many of you may know, Bitcoin mining accounts for just 0.1%, a tiny sliver of annual greenhouse gas emissions. In fact, Bitcoin mining is one of the top users of alternative energy sources, and environmentalists like me applaud the industry for being a driver of alternative energy. Halting innovation in Bitcoin will only set Americans behind the rest of the world, and Bitcoin will move overseas and continue to exist even if it is not here in the United States. And when I was in Congress for 20 years, I represented communities in Northeast Ohio, Youngstown, Ohio, Akron, Ohio. We saw the collapse of the American steel industry in the late 1970s. Why did that happen? It happened because they failed to innovate. They failed to embrace innovation. And so if we fail in the United States to embrace this innovation, we are going to see the same thing happen with Bitcoin as we saw happen to the United States steel producers. And we can't afford to let that happen. Another issue I think we should take head on, and this is about, and I think David and I are in agreement, it's about playing offense. Don't sit back and play defense. Don't sit back and let people define you or define us. We play offense and we define the playing field. And when it comes to minority usage of Bitcoin, it serves an important role for minority groups in the United States who've been underserved by traditional banking institutions. Here's a survey from the National Opinion Research Center at the University of Chicago. Found 44% of digital asset traders in the United States are people of color. Additionally, according to polling from Pew Research, we found 20% of Black, Hispanic, and Asian Americans have bought, traded, or used digital assets compared to just 13% of white Americans. Bitcoin is reaching underserved communities, unbanked communities, and we can't let our opponents take that away. So our immediate priorities, we need to effectively organize and communicate our priorities and our policies. We need to stop the ridiculous 30% tax on energy used in Bitcoin mining. We need to create videos and materials to educate and inform members of Congress who don't really get Bitcoin. We need to talk to thought leaders about why Choke Point 2.0 is bad banking policy. And of course, we need to set the record straight on the environmental issue. On the policy front, there's even more work that needs to be done. We need common sense legislation to acknowledge Bitcoin is not a security. We need legislation to define what digital assets are securities and a concise roadmap for digital asset exchanges. This will require a bipartisan support. This is why we're starting the Bitcoin Innovation Project. And to start, we've developed 3 pillars. First is going to be research done by David Zell and Grant McCarty through the Independent Bitcoin Policy Institute. The second pillar is working with David, who runs the Club for Growth, who you just heard from. He's a former Republican member of Congress from Indiana, and he's the head of the largest independent Republican political group. And then finally, while David is co-chair, and he approaches these issues from a conservative lens and from the right, and I take on these issues as a Democrat from the moderate to left position. This doesn't happen. I don't know if you guys watch the news at all, but this shit doesn't happen. It's happening here. So we both believe in the promise of Bitcoin for America, for humanity. We believe in the importance of securing this ability of our economy to innovate through blockchain technologies. And it's time. We talked last night at dinner about setting the politics aside, setting aside all the craziness, all the insanity, come together around issues that are really important, and we believe that the issue of Bitcoin and it thriving in the United States is important.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tim. I could not agree more with that. You got bipartisan support for that. Now, at Club for Growth, we do a lot of polling. I wanted to bring this up mainly to share with you, we've got a lot of work to do. Most Americans don't understand Bitcoin or cryptocurrency, and unfortunately, thanks to what happened last fall, 60% of Americans believe cryptocurrency and they have a negative opinion about it. Unfortunately for us, Bitcoin's not too much farther behind that. It's 56% have a negative opinion of Bitcoin because they don't know the difference. We asked them a question of whether they wanted to support this new tax, and most Americans don't like taxes, but 37% of plurality said yes, they'd support it. Only 24% opposed. The good news is the rest aren't sure. They just don't know. And the other news is that a plurality of voters do support reasonable regulations so that the industry can go forward. I think we've got to take that and build on that with opinion leaders and elected leaders in Washington to turn that around and let them know the true blessings that come from Bitcoin. We put together an aggressive budget for issue ads, polling, Hill outreach. That's this year that we need to do that. Next year, when the election year comes up, we're going to work with our allied super PACs to vet and research candidates who do understand Bitcoin and will be champions for it on the Democrat side and the Republican side. And then we'll work with our allied super PACs. Tim works with a group called the Moderates, run by Ty Strong, who's here today. I work with the Club for Growth, the largest Republican super PAC. We're all going to make that priority number one, to find champions, get them elected, and then have their voice in Congress. So I need to ask your help. I need to ask you to join our efforts. I hope there's a QR code on the side that would let you do that. You can go to the website, sign up, get information, and honestly, help us out financially to put together that budget. It's not an easy task. I wish I could tell you it's a simple solution. We can change Washington overnight. It needs to be worked on over and over and over again, and we need your help. We need help from Bitcoiners all over the country to do it. So honestly, this is a call to arms. We're going to have to win the battle of ideas, win in the political field, and then ensure that Bitcoin innovation, Bitcoin freedom, not only survives, but thrives in the United States of America. Thank you for letting us come and present to you today. God bless you.
Okay, buddy. All right. All right.
Bitcoiners, welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk presented by Marathon. I am coming back with Q, Mark, and Justin. And wow, what an announcement, what an initiative. You know, Bitcoin is reaching across the aisle more than anything else, I think, on this planet, you know, in this country. It's incredible to see a powerhouse like Club for Growth joining teams with the Bitcoin Policy Institute and Tim Ryan's organization to have this bipartisan effort. Q, let's start with you. What was your reaction to that?
I mean, look, I've been hammering this point home every single time I've gotten up on this news desk, and I will continue to pound this drum until everyone just finally gets it. They brought up in this last speech that Bitcoin mining only accounts for 0.1% of all greenhouse gas emissions in the world. On top of that, this is just a gentle reminder for Elon Musk, who I'm sure is out there right now watching, that more than 50% of the hash rate of Bitcoin mining comes from renewable, or for those who would prefer this word, green energy sources. So the green revolution is happening here in Bitcoin mining. Bitcoin mining is proving time and time again that it is good and better for the environment, and it's about damn time everyone realizes that.
Mark, let's go to you.
Well, it brings up to me a lot of these issues, this hypocrisy that's coming from like folks like Elizabeth Warren that come out and say that they're here to bank the unbanked and provide financial services for those that are underserviced, and yet they are doing everything they can to chokehold the Bitcoin industry, and it seems very much so against what their mission would be. And now we see Bitcoiners are coming. Or rather, politicians are coming to Bitcoin because they understand the power of the brand. It's the biggest brand in the world, and politicians are seeing that they need to identify as a Bitcoiner in order to get people to pay attention to them. So, I think the important thing is not, what can Bitcoin do for them as politicians, but, what can they do for Bitcoin? So I'm very excited to see very tangible messaging coming out, tangible policy coming out, and things that, things like saying Bitcoin's not a security and putting forward this legislation that will actually help the Bitcoin industry thrive and not just more lip service from the state.
I'd like to add that for the first time, we have a candidate at the highest level supporting our mission. Yesterday, we saw Bobby Kennedy Jr. present on the main stage that he's running on a Bitcoin ticket. He's accepting donations using Lightning for the first time in any presidential campaign. And as a community, we now have someone backing our ideals. And now you have these super PACs that are created that are supporting that mission to get elected in office. We finally have representation. We've been going through this whole taxation without representation as a community for many years. But finally, for the first time, we have a candidate that's in our corner, that's in our favor, and you have super PACs that are supporting that. And what people don't remember, particularly around Bitcoin mining, to echo your comment, is that these machines that mine Bitcoin that are all around us are 2,000 times more efficient than a regular computer doing this one job. It does this one thing very efficiently to secure the most important monetary network ever created. And these are the echoes that we should continue to tell people is like, yes, it might have a little bit of power being used, but it's 22,000 times more efficient to do that. And finally, we have a candidate that brings that into place as well.
100%. And I just want to add here, right, or kind of turn the conversation to what is a bigger deal? Is the establishment of this bipartisan group that's going to be pushing for Bitcoin and smart regulation and education a bigger deal than RFK, Vivek, and other presidential candidates that are also trying to do the same thing? What's a bigger deal for Bitcoin? Q.
I think this coalition right here will have the opportunity to last far longer than just a presidential campaign, or even if they're successful 4 years or an 8-year term. This could be something that establishes a real effort to bridge the gap, something that we've heard a lot of politicians talk about, but we've never seen done successfully. We see right now an example of two completely opposite politicians or people who work in this space wanting to find a bridge to bring them together, Bitcoin being that bridge.
Mark, close us out.
Yeah, I totally agree. We're an incredibly divided country. I think the ability for Bitcoin to bring people together across the aisle is world changing, certainly country changing. And I think it's very clear that if you're a politician and you're not embracing Bitcoin and you're not pushing down these policy and legislation points, you're a chump, and we won't fucking vote for you.
All right, y'all. Hey, make sure to smash the like and subscribe button. We are going to go back to the main stage for a 1 Bitcoin giveaway.
Hello. Who wants to win a Bitcoin? Really? Who wants to win a Bitcoin? All right. The guys at ASIC Jungle are about to give away a whole Bitcoin. That's pretty cool, right? Okay, let's welcome Arti Bespalov. He's from ASIC Jungle. Welcome to the stage. Big round of applause, please.
All right, there's a lot of people here, more than anticipated. This is great. You know, we're very lucky to be here in this amazing industry, and us being here really shows that it's possible to build anything, even from zero. If you think about it, just 14 years ago, there was no Bitcoin, there was no Bitcoin industry, this whole thing wouldn't have existed. And in 14 years, thanks to all of you guys, everybody who's been using the system, we have built something nice, something amazing that's honestly revolutionizing the world. And this only shows how much it's possible to achieve anything, really, for anybody in, and honestly, probably any industry, but especially in Bitcoin. And all of us here have been stacking sats, accumulating some Bitcoin here and there, and really trying to get ready for the revolution when we will move towards a more decentralized, more private financial system that the future generations will use. You know, for some of you, maybe one Bitcoin might not be enough, especially for the ones that have been in on the early train. But for other people, one Bitcoin can be life-changing. And really, this is what we're trying to achieve. We really hope that the person who wins this Bitcoin uses this for greater good, whether it's HODLing or building a company or really maybe solving some personal financial matters. And the only reason why we're able to do this is thanks to you, people who use Bitcoin and give us a reason as miners to keep securing the system, making it stronger and more resilient. And I would also like to give a special thanks to the Bitcoin media team for organizing this amazing event and giving us a little bit of stage time to announce it here. Thank you very much, guys. So we're gonna proceed with the draw. I believe you're gonna see it on the screens left and right. It's completely random. We're using a third party. I believe it's called, I don't know, maybe you're gonna see on the screen. Sorry, I guess I forgot what it's called. So up on 3, we're gonna announce the winner, and we're just gonna ask for the winner to stand up and pronounce themselves, so we'll make sure that we can see them. It's difficult to see in the back. And come on stage, come backstage, and we'll proceed with the Bitcoin giveaway. So I guess let's go. Let's draw the lucky winner. Aaron B. Is Aaron in the audience? Wow. Where? Come. Congrats. Thank you, guys. Thank you. All right. Okay, let's go. Let's go from there. Let's go backstage. All right. Okay.
Bitcoiners, welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine live desk presented by Marathon. I am CK, and I am joined now by Stacy Herbert, Max Kaiser, Harry Sudduck. What an awesome panel. What an awesome treat for Aaron winning an entire Bitcoin at the Bitcoin conference. Next up, we have a keynote from Vivek Ramaswamy, who is a conservative, who is representing a pro-Bitcoin position, who's going to be talking to Bitcoiners. I think it makes sense to talk to this esteemed panel about what this new move into relevance in politics that Bitcoin has taken. Stacy, what do you think about?
Well, first of all, at the very first Bitcoin conferences, they used to give away 5 Bitcoin to every attendee. So that puts that into context. In terms of politics, the most popular president in the world by far is President Bukele of El Salvador. And El Salvador is Bitcoin country. So it makes sense that everybody would want to copy him, whether it's wear a baseball cap or make a Bitcoin legal tender.
Right. You know, the thing about President Bukele is that for a moment, he is the first third-party candidate to win an election, right? Because he started his own new party, the Nuevo Ideas Party. And so I think that if you listen to Robert Kennedy or you listen to some of these other politicians in the United States, I think the United States is going to start entertaining a third-party politics, and there's going to be a Bitcoin-based third-party politics. And I think that that's going to be part of the Bitcoin revolution and how it impacts politics, because the two-party system, as we know, is just too slow, too mired in legacy systems, too tied to the banking system.
Correct.
So the only way to break out would be to a third party, and as we've seen work in El Salvador, Bitcoin powered.
The other piece that we got to recognize is that the U.S. has a long history of successful single-issue voting. And what Bitcoin has introduced is the most powerful version of single-issue politics. And everything that's downstream from the Bitcoin issue is going to thrive and flourish.
Stacey, what do you think about that? Bitcoin as a single-issue topic that can bring people together.
That's quite interesting because it's not just money. And if it were just money, then maybe the United States, which has the world's reserve currency, might be a bit more resistant to it. But it's everything. It's Bitcoin mining. It's the culture. It's the industry. Yeah, I think it's going to. That's a good point. It is a single issue that I think will tie a lot. It ties Silicon Valley. It ties Wall Street. It ties Nashville, Austin, and other parts of the country.
Yeah, it flips things on its ear, you know, because the single issue party type of politics is usually associated with what we call wedge issues, you know, issues that divide more than unify. This could be a wedge issue that unifies. So again, Bitcoin, thanks to Bitcoin, things get flipped on their ear.
So how do we prevent Bitcoin from becoming a partisan issue? We've kind of seen more people on the conservative side here in the U.S. embrace it. We're starting to see maybe the pendulum swing back to the left. How do we prevent it from becoming a polarized wedge topic, as Max would put it? Harry.
Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, it's just being able to judge the ideas in a market and having a very natural integration for Bitcoin, the idea market, and the financial and economic market be all naturally occurring so that there really is an arbiter of truth that's going to come to sort of be the judge, the jury, and the implementer of these ideas. So I think that it's positive sum, it's incredibly hopeful and optimistic, and we get to judge it on the merits because the ideas end up in the market at the end of the day.
I think Bitcoin is for everyone. And so it does cover more than just money. It covers everything. It covers, it banks the unbanked. It provides energy security. It provides, an incentive to develop renewable energy. So there are, it covers the whole gamut that I can't see how you can't find a way to fit Bitcoin into your own politics.
Max, I want to give you the last word.
Well, I think it was Winston Churchill who said that Americans will try every single thing else possible before they finally find the thing that they should have been doing all along. I paraphrase, of course. I think that'll be Bitcoin in American politics. Everything's been tried before. Universal basic income will be tried, and everything else. In the end, they'll come back to the thing that works, and that'll be Bitcoin.
All right, great way to end it. I'm really excited for the next session on the main stage. But before, I just want to highlight this incredible book that Bitcoin Magazine just published. It is actually a translation of the #1 selling Bitcoin book in Spanish. So make sure to go check it out at the Bitcoin Magazine store. The Philosophy of Bitcoin, it is really an incredible one. So you can get this online or here at the conference. Let's get back to the main stage.
All right. Energy level still good? Need a shakeout? All right, got an interesting guy coming up now. I interviewed this man a few months ago in Nashville. He's a presidential candidate for the Republican side of things. He's currently polling third, I believe, and he's here to talk to you about sound money. Please welcome to the stage, Vivek Ramaswamy.
Thank you. I appreciate you guys. I'll get right into it. Our time is scarce. The biggest threats to liberty today, and I'll tell you this from my vantage point as a 37-year-old, I'm the first millennial ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I'll tell you this as a member of my generation, the threats to liberty today are different than they were back in 1980. Back in 1980, it was the administrative state. Ronald Reagan came in to clean that up. That's fine. That's 1980 stuff. Today, the threats are a hybrid of government power and private enterprise that together are able to do what neither one could do on its own. The government not suppressing speech directly, but telling social media companies to censor speech through the back door that the government could not censor through the front door under the Constitution. Can't get the Green New Deal through Congress, no problem. We will instead use financial institutions to get every bank in this country to sign a climate pledge to stop lending to Alaskan drilling or fossil fuel projects instead. Use the same agenda through the back door. We now see that pattern repeating itself with Bank of America turning over data on who withdrew money from their ATMs in places like Washington, D.C. around January of 2021. That is the real threat to liberty and prosperity today. And the common thread that ties all of those things up is fiat money itself. That is exactly how the government is able to use its hybrid of power with the big business in this country to be able to get done through the back door what it couldn't get done through the front door. So one of the things I've said in this presidential campaign is that we will make the 2024 election a referendum on sound money in the United States. Thank you. I appreciate that. And the reason that I'm here is that I need you guys in order to do it. I'll tell you why. What I've said is I'm in this to actually put the Federal Reserve back in its place, to restore the single mandate of stabilizing the U.S. dollar as a unit of measurement. Abandon the dual mandate, trying to play financial god, hitting two targets with one arrow, in the end hitting neither, inflation and unemployment. You think about stabilizing the dollar's as volatile as it is. If the number of minutes in an hour varied as much as the dollar does, none of us would be here at the same time. We'd be walking in and out. Well, guess what? The dollar, when it's as volatile as it is, that's a headwind for economic growth in this country. So what I want to do is put the Fed back in its place, go back to stabilizing the dollar as a unit of measurement, stop trying to supposedly smooth over the business cycle, which in fact causes more financial crises in the process. That's what I want to do. But here's the problem. That requires a 90% headcount reduction at the Federal Reserve. And if you strike the swamp strikes back at you. That's where you all come in. You are the backstop. So if I'm elected president of the United States and taking on the Federal Reserve, what I need is people in this country to actually have an alternative to that system. That is the backstop that actually keeps our existing financial system intact. And I'll tell you something. If you're threatened by competition, that means that you were never secure about your own value proposition in the first place. Thank you. So now they're coming for me for the same reasons they will be coming for you. Here's how they're coming for you. Now you see it in the budget. 30% possible excise tax on mining for Bitcoin or for digital assets in particular. That is wrong. You do not use punishments for a specific use of energy. One of the things I've said is that you don't want any special favors. Well, then guess what? You don't get any special punishments in return either. We need the government out of your hair rather than regulating what kind of energy is actually used for what purposes. Fair treatment for all. I'll tell you this too. Thank you. I'll tell you this too. How are they going to implement that? Think about it. That means it requires an entire surveillance state to go along with it. To be able to know whether or not someone is using it for mining, you had to be able to surveil whether or not someone was using it for mining. Freedom of speech and freedom of money are two sides of the same coin in this country. That is what we need to revive and respect. The other way they're coming, or likely to come, is ensnaring Bitcoin in the morass that is our securities regulations in this country. I'm glad that the current SEC chair has temporarily said that he would not characterize Bitcoin as a security. Well, we need to keep it that way. This can't be just federal enforcement discretion. We have to codify that in the rules itself. Write it into the rules. For the very reasons why Bitcoin is finite in its quantity, there is no issuer. It should never be treated as a security under the current securities laws. To the contrary, this is a laboratory for innovation where actually the existing broken securities regulation regime can actually learn something from a new system rather than to be threatened by it. This is what we're going to need, is to embrace a parallel competitive system that's different than the one we have today. Now, mark my words. For skating to where the puck is going, here's what's going to happen a year or two from now. You turn off the government's ability to overreach. They will use the private sector to do it through the back door. Companies going public, listing publicly now. Turns out those publicly traded companies are owned by a small handful of financial institutions. Institutions like BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, that today are using the money of everyday citizens to tell companies like Chevron to adopt Scope 3 emissions caps, or companies like Apple to adopt hiring policies that the company didn't want to adopt. You mark my words, where this puck is now going is that, as for example, companies in the Bitcoin space go public, the thing we now have to watch out for is making sure that they don't use ESG or other standards to do through the back door what government could not then get done through the front door under the Constitution. That's the new frontier. And we need to be alert to it. Central bank digital currencies are the mechanism for enforcing that social credit system. We need a president who is going to stand by with a spine saying that we will have zero tolerance for seeing that move forward from the federal government. Need to keep it ultimately in the hands of the people. So this is what we can create, is a parallel alternative system where, you know what, you don't get any special favors, you don't get any special punishment in return. Competition actually breeds innovation. I think the government needs to be less insecure, more secure in its own value proposition rather than going after people who actually offer alternatives. That's what it means to be an American. We're the pioneers. We're the explorers, the people who will chart a new course in whatever direction is given to us. I'll tell you, Thomas Jefferson, he would have been mining for Bitcoin if he were alive today. I have little doubt about that. He invented the swivel chair while he was writing the Declaration of Independence. That's what he would be doing, swiveling in his chair with his, let's just say, wig, white wig, whatever they have, laser eye, Thomas Jefferson. We should make a portrait of that. That's an American embodiment. It's who we are as a people. And it's not just about America. We can learn from other countries doing this well. El Salvador, at this conference, announced 2 years ago that it would accept Bitcoin as legal tender. Look what's happened in the meantime. Crime is down over 99% in that country. The murder rate is down over 99%. You want to know why? It's because of Bitcoin? In part, it's because it reflects a national self-confidence. A nation that is confident enough to actually accept competition to its status quo is a nation that's confident enough to take on its own greatest challenges at home as well. We can learn from the countries that have already done it, bring that back home here. Think about one of the big risks that the next president of the United States is going to face. The risk that China invades or annexes Taiwan. The key challenge is, how do we actually preserve national autonomy in places like Taiwan without actually going to war with China? I'll offer an unconventional idea for you. I think the widespread use of Bitcoin by the Taiwanese people will make Xi Jinping think twice before he goes for Taiwan, because there's no central node of capture. These can be the American exports, right? We should be the home of financial innovation, of actually self-confidence that says that, you know what, if you have a system that challenges the status quo, we're confident enough to actually embrace that rather than to reject it. So the reason I'm here is to tell you that if I'm elected president, my focus is on reforming the Federal Reserve. But we're not going to be able to do it without an actual alternative that serves as a backstop on that broken administrative state as it exists today. And that is where you all come in. Keep doing what you're doing. I will keep the government out of your hair, and that's going to be good not just for Bitcoin or for you all in this room. That is going to be good for our country. What we need to do, thank you, is in the Republican Party now, these issues are beyond the pale of discussion. There's this thing called the Overton window, what you're allowed to discuss in polite company. In the polite company of the Republican Party, these ideas are far outside the pale. In this campaign, we're driving a truck through that Overton window, blowing it out wide, to be able to understand the root causes of what many Republicans complain about, right? They'll complain about ESG or CBDCs or the rise of a woke industrial complex in America without actually getting to the root cause. We can complain about the symptoms all we want. We're not going to address the cancer until we address the root cause itself. And the root cause of a lot of our economic stagnation and then the cultural stagnation that comes along with it is actually the abuse of fiat money itself. And if we restore the dollar as a stable unit of measurement, take a basket of commodities, peg the dollar back to it, we go back to 4+% GDP growth in this country, just like we had back when the dollar was on the gold standard before 1972. If we can't go back to that, we're going to move back to a future where at least the dollar is stable, Bitcoin can thrive, there are alternatives to the system. If the Fed refuses to reform itself, that puts me in a position to hold their feet to the fire. The next step for me, thank you. The next step for me, January 2025 is when the next president takes U.S. office. But the next step is actually August of this year. 3 months from now, the first Republican primary debate that we'll be having. Right now, these issues are beyond the scope of what the Republican Party cares to discuss. What the Republican current establishment considers the important issues. Fiat money and the problems associated with it are not on the list. Reform of the Federal Reserve is not on the list. Bitcoin certainly is not on the list. What I want to ask you to do is to help me and put me in a position to elevate to the forefront of the Republican primary debates the issue of sound money and Federal Reserve reform in this election. That first debate is in August of this year. Thank you. And you know who gets to decide what issues make it to the forefront? You all do. I'm actually here to tell you today that the secret standard that's been shared with all of the candidates is in the Republican Party, you need 40,000 unique donations. It can be $1, but 40,000 unique donations to make it onto that debate stage. We've already met the polling thresholds. We're at a little over 35,000 as of today. The reason I'm here is that I want the Bitcoin community to be the one that pushes me over the line at 40,000. You guys put me in the position, we will actually raise the issue of sound money at the forefront of this Republican primary process, at the forefront of the 2024 presidential election. That QR code takes you today, I'm pleased to announce, that we're the first GOP campaign in this cycle to accept Bitcoin as a unit of currency for donations. And the first GOP candidate ever to use the Lightning Network to do it. So we're at over 35,000 now. You take $1's worth of Bitcoin, pull out your phones, go to that QR code now. You push us over 40,000. You do your part. Come August, I will do mine on that debate stage all the way through January 2025 when we restore, finally, a system with actual integrity, puts meaning back into what it means to actually hold $1. And part of what's going to allow us to do it is bringing healthy competition to the dollar itself. Get your phones out, give $1, put me on that debate stage, and in August, I will not let you down. Thank you all. Appreciate you. Warm welcome from the Bitcoin community. And we'll be back and see you here next year. Thank you. Appreciate you guys.
Bitcoiners, welcome back to the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk presented by Marathon. Back with the same panel. Wow, what a speech, what a presentation. So many one-liners. I'm very curious what the panel thinks. Let's start with Stacy.
He missed the opportunity to ask for $21. Nevertheless, I will give him $21 in order to see him on the debate stage. And as I said the last time, obviously he was inspired by President Bukele. The most popular leader in the world is going to drive campaigns around the world.
Look, the problem is this, as iterated in Bitcoin Magazine, the gatekeepers. There's a lot of nefarious people in government who don't want these truths that we hold self-evident from making their way back into public discourse. There's a deep, deep cancer in our political system. So I don't think that the politics is going to make it work in America. It's got to be a grassroots insurrection.
Grassroots insurrection. Harry, what do you have to say about that?
Well, I'm always here to root for an Ohio boy. So we love that Vivek's from the great state of Ohio. And, you know, I think what's so fascinating is that, you know, he's really bringing a free market approach to his campaign and to his, you know, donation strategy, but also to the U.S. dollar. You know, I look forward to Bitcoin competing in that environment. I still believe that it's the apex money that we're dealing with. But if he wants to bring a stronger competitor via the dollar, we welcome it.
I really thought that was an amazing speech, but we were kind of talking, and I was like, awesome speech, lame solution, like, I'm going to fix the dollar. What's up with that, Max?
Right. Well, I mean, politics in Bitcoin in 2023, as Stacy points out, they see what's happening in El Salvador, and everyone wants to jump on the bandwagon because they know now that it's a vote getter, it's a vote winner, and it's a path toward political excellence. But, you know, the language is there and the words are there, but is the philosophy there? Is the understanding, the deep understanding of Bitcoin there? I mean, Vivek, I mean, I just heard about this guy the second he went on the air. I mean, has he got the pedigree? Has he got the Bitcoin philosophy? Has he read all of the necessary texts and books to get deep in? Does he read Bitcoin Magazine? I didn't hear him mention Bitcoin Magazine.
Well, hey, Max, he did mention El Salvador. Stacy, you said before he even went on that Bukele is the inspiration here. El Salvador is the inspiration here. And then he brought up El Salvador and Bukele. What do you think about that?
Well, what he said about President Bukele was quite interesting. He said that it had given us national self-confidence. And I think that is quite remarkable. And you do see the transformation in the security. Peace has finally arrived in the country, and there is a confidence there. So I was a little bit disappointed because I was watching him. He was 37, the same age that President Bukele was when he was running for president, that I thought he would have the self-confidence as he delivered that to have a better solution. And just like, say, we could be a Bitcoin country as well. Instead of trying to reform a very corrupt institution, that should just be torn down because it is corrupt to its base. So why try to reform it? But I do believe the U.S. dollar and U.S. treasuries have been a great layer one money for quite a period of time.
Yeah, well, I mean, hey, again, I really do think that he needs to take that next step to say Bitcoin, but I loved a lot of what he had to cover here. That is all the time we have here. Make sure to smash like, make sure to smash subscribe, and we'll see you back here at the desk.
All right, your Warriors, lasting this long. I don't know how many of you are hungover, but I am. So well done for lasting this long. We've got 2 really, really great sessions left. I do want to give another massive round of applause to BTC Mag and David Bailey for putting on another great event. They do it every year. Come on, as loud as you can. Right, a great session now. We've got a new monetary order. It's going to be Arthur Hayes with Zoltan Pojar. Please welcome to the stage. Big round of applause.
Oh. How you doing?
Good.
This is a decent amount of people on a Saturday afternoon. All right, let's jump into it. So I've written a few articles about how the banking system in the U.S. and a few other countries is pretty much fucked, and the crucible this time are these smaller U.S. banks that have been failing. Can you want to walk us through that, like from your perspective as somebody who's studied the money markets quite in depth and written about them?
Well, I mean, the problem of small U.S. banks is, small U.S. banks specific. I think this is basically an episode where the large banks are largely insulated from the problems because they are experienced in terms of managing interest rate risk. They are experienced in managing duration risk, which is just fancy for being ready for a rising interest rate environment. Some of the smaller banks that got into trouble were obviously not as well versed in these. SVB would be one example where I think it was kind of like a perfect storm. Anybody who lived through the great financial crisis and remembers the hedge funds that Bear Stearns used to run, I forget what their names were, but they were basically the most complicated and levered assets on the asset side, and then on the other side they had the shortest liabilities. I mean, SVB was an example where the liability structure was unfortunate because they banked for a bunch of venture capital and tech investors. And if you were to look for one asset class that imploded after interest rates started to go higher, was the long duration growth stocks, right, and the whole tech universe. So the investor base has a liquidity problem. It's pulling it away from the bank that they mostly bank with. And then on the other side, SVB had a lot of venture capital loans and also a lot of long duration securities which fell in value because they didn't really know how to hedge those risks. So the asset side went bad and the liability side went bad, and so lesson learned. First Republic was a different story. I guess, we all read the stories about them making interest-only loans.
Yeah, I had a friend who was telling me that him and his boys, they bought a Hamptons house.
Yes.
And they were like, the bank was like, yo, no money down. And he was like, really? And interest only for however many years? He's like, sign me the fuck up.
Yeah. Well, a friend.
You must be retarded to give me this thing.
A friend texted me that when I got my mortgage from First Republic, I did not know, my friend didn't know what a good deal I'm getting. But the next time I told him the next time he gets a mortgage that's too good to be true, we should just short the bank stock that gave it to you, and maybe it's going to pay itself out fast. But yeah, so it's basically lessons in not being able to run interest rate risk, not being able to not knowing how to make a loan that actually is going to be weathering a rising interest rate storm, and so that's what that is about. I think it's also very important to point out that the response that the Fed had has been quite impressive. I have never seen a Fed that is this proactive in keeping a crisis from happening. I mean, it's.
So do you think that the bank term funding program actually has addressed the root problem, or sort of half of it? It's only treasuries and MBS.
It's only treasuries and MBS.
Commercial real estate or any of the other dog shit that they have on their balance sheet.
Exactly. It addresses half the problem. And I think it's more like a kind of foaming the runway for any of the large banks that might be having problems down the road. But it's a facility that exists. It's extremely generous. I mean, it basically tells you that whatever mortgages you have underwater in treasuries, just please pledge it at par. So that's it's quite generous. And then of course there's this other lending that's done to the FDIC and then from the FDIC to the troubled institutions that's kind of keeping things in peace. But again, I think there is a playbook to manage these case-by-case banking issues as they have come up and as they will probably continue to come up. And so, the system is fine, so to speak.
So you wouldn't be in the school of thought where, we kind of had this lull period where, a few banks went bust, some equity holders got wiped out, markets kind of, treading water a bit. Then come the fall after debt ceiling and a bunch of treasury instruments, shit just really goes fucked up.
Mm-hmm. Well, prices are going to get pushed around, but there's a ton of cash in the system. I mean, the way I explain this to people is there is this facility at the Fed called the reverse repo facility. It has $2 trillion of cash in it, which is basically the system's cash under the mattress. That $2 trillion is money that is not bid for by any financial institution. No bank wants it, no dealer wants it, nobody wants it. It's just parked by the money funds at the Fed. So if the bill issuance comes, and if coupons need to get funded after auctions or whatever dollar needs the world has, I mean the money is there. Just please bid for it and mobilize it. So it's just very hard to see the ways in which the system would kind of.
So do you think that the reaction of gold and Bitcoin to some extent, seeing through this bank term funding program as highly inflationary, if they have to really put all these bonds to the Fed to refinance, do you think ultimately they are backdoor expanding their balance sheet, but not in a way that we would consider QE or the traditional programs that we're all used to now?
Yeah, I mean, look, my view has been that QE will have to get restarted. We are just at.
Why do you think that?
Why? Well, because it's ultimately a government funding question, right? I mean, the government is going to have to get funded, depending on whether. It's basically going to be a question of how much tolerance there is for treasury yields to kind of cheapen relative to all the derivative curves. I mean, I'm talking to a non-technical audience, so the treasury OIS spread is what it is, so the swap spreads can't really get out of place. And so, the Fed is probably going to restart QE to keep a lid on treasury yields.
So some sort of like soft yield curve control or?
Something like that, yes. I mean, we are in the anteroom of that, right? I mean, I like to say that everything in finance is a hierarchy and you need to think about everything in terms of a spectrum. Number one, BTFP, it's kind of like, here's underwater stuff, we'll make it par. Buying back off-the-run securities and replacing them with on-the-runs to kind of improve the liquidity in treasury market is another form of that. Skewing the treasury issuance from the back end of the curve to the front end section is another way of kind of making sure that yields are kept under control. So there's many telltale signs here. I think that making sure that the treasury market functions properly is extremely important and is top of mind for.
And do you think that other countries have a similar sort of problems where you have a banking system that lent all this money at historically low rates in 2020 and 2021, inflation's rising everywhere, central banks raising, banking system goes underwater, but this is not just purely an American thing, it's a European
I think so.
thing, it's an Australian thing.
Yes, I think, the Bank of Japan is not raising interest rates. But they loaded up on a bunch of foreign bonds, these issues are basically hiding and lurking everywhere. We've had a similar issue in the UK with the mini budget and the sell-off of the long-dated yields there, but that hurt the pension community more. So I think these things are in the system, and then depending on how much higher interest rates go, who gets hurt, to what extent by the real estate problems in the commercial real estate sector. I mean, these problems are going to continue to bubble up.
Right. And inflation, right? So every, month and a half, everybody's all up and excited. Okay, what's the Fed going to do? 25, 50, 0, pause, hold, future path, blah, blah, blah. And you've written a lot about how you think inflation is quite sticky here.
Yeah.
Maybe it has declined a bit, but the underlying structural forces that have generated it, these problems are not being solved, nor can they be solved in the short order. So where do you see the path of inflation?
Yes.
And then does the Fed actually respond to it and keep raising and continue to fuck the banking system, or cut and everybody gets Lambos again?
Well, the Fed has been responding to it. It's a sticky problem. I mean, I think there's this view that you hike interest rates and you fix the inflation problem. It's not as simple as that. I like to remind people that even Paul Volcker, who is a legendary central banker, everybody thinks of his achievements as he raised rates a lot and inflation collapsed after. Well, I think Paul Volcker, without a doubt, he was a legendary policymaker, but he was also lucky. So let me just give you two examples why. The first one is, the OPEC oil price shocks that happened in the early 70s that served up most of the inflation problems later on, they happened a decade before Paul Volcker came to the Fed to be the Fed chair. So over that decade, we've had a lot of investments in oil and gas exploration. So that's the period when the North Sea oil fields in the UK were developed. The Norwegian Sea was developed for oil fields. Texas was drilling, Canada was drilling. So there's a lot of supply that was coming online. And then by the time Volcker raised interest rates and the economy fell into a recession, there was a flood of new supply of oil and gas, and basically energy prices collapsed. So that's great, right? The second thing, the political economy and the underlying fundamentals in the labor market were very different. I mean, that was a period when women were entering the labor force, so there were more labor than you knew what to do with. Politically, 1981 is the year when President Reagan fired air traffic controllers because they dared to go on a strike. So, these are things also working in his favor, right? Because you have a recession, but there's a number of people coming into the labor force. The politicians don't like wage price indexation anymore. And today it's the exact opposite. I mean, we haven't invested in oil and gas for close to a decade, and that applies basically to every commodity imaginable. And digging for commodities is dirty. Geopolitics back then was probably, you had that flare up in the early 70s, but then it calmed down. Today it's just flaring up. And then the labor market is just fundamentally different because we have a labor shortage, especially in all the low-skilled workers that the service industry relies on. And politically, I think, kind of skewing the distribution from capital to labor is actually trending, so to speak. So, the inflation backdrop and the fundamentals when it comes to what is going to drive inflation going forward, this Fed is not as lucky as Paul Volcker used to be.
But do you think that Powell knows that? Because obviously he's trying to be the modern day Paul Volcker, but the situation is. I think he's
going to try very hard to bring things down. Again, I think he has an impossible job because again, there's a famous quote from Herodotus, which is that circumstances rule men. Men do not rule circumstances. You're just kind of parachuted into a situation and you got to deal with it. But I'd like to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's going to try his very best and keep things as tight as necessary. But again, that's kind of a question mark at the moment because we are about to pause in terms of the interest rate hikes. And I think the Fed is always in this mode of trying to see, trying to It's tight in a forward sense because real interest rates are positive in a forward sense, but not in a spot sense. And so in a bit, we are always waiting for something to serve up an extra tightness to kind of get inflation down, and then real interest rates are going to be positive.
So in your mental model of, say, the next 6-12 months is Q3, Q4 is when the Fed actually starts cutting? And
no, definitely no cuts. No cuts. A pause is not a cut. It's not an ante-room for a cut. It's just taking a breather to see how the system holds together given all the guardrails that we have put in place, BTFP and all these other things. But the other thing we need to keep in mind is, if you look at the past 2 years, in terms of what has been driving inflation, basically you have to be very realistic and realize that it's a bunch of nonlinear things. So the pandemic was a nonlinear thing. The response to the pandemic was a nonlinear thing. We overdid it. The war and geopolitics is a nonlinear thing. So to be basically, coming up in an inflation forecast and say that nothing nonlinear is going to happen over the next 12 to 24 months, I mean, it's a pretty big assumption. But I think the world is not a world in which nonlinear things won't happen. So I think there's a number of things that can push the Fed's hands if food prices or energy prices were to go through the roof. I mean, there's a number of investors.
Do you think they could pause June maybe, and then inflation ticks back up?
Yeah, it's possible.
Boom, 25 again?
Yes, I mean, the oil market is tight. The oil market is going through this constant dance between recession fear, oil prices down. The oil market is tight, so maybe oil should go to 150. That spot oil price that everybody is looking at, that has no duration component to it, which means that it just tells you what it is today, what the price and demand for oil is for today. But if you look at the price of energy stocks, I mean, those things are through the roof, and they tell you the story, which is that oil is fundamentally tight because we have underinvested. Instead of drilling, we are buying back stocks. Shale has peaked. And demand is growing. It's not falling off a cliff. So that market is tight. It's getting caught up geopolitically. So can oil go from here to 150? Likely. If it does, what does it mean for the Fed? Nothing good, because they have to respond.
Right. And you've spent time at the Fed as a staffer. How do you, and I'm sure you keep in contact with some of your old colleagues who are still there, what's the view about Bitcoin at the Fed? Is it something that they wish never existed because it makes their job more complicated in terms of another asset outside the system that attracts attention? Obviously, it's very small in a relative scheme to the Treasury market, but
yes.
the price action seems to respond to lots of spending,
yes.
lots of printing.
Well, let me answer that question this way. I think there's a fundamental. Let me rephrase the question this way. So I think there is a fundamentally different approach to digital currencies. Let's just put it that way in the East versus the West. I think when you think about Western central banks kind of thinking about CBDCs, like what is it we're trying to achieve with this? I think there's certainly an element to kind of bring in the crypto assets from the cold and to kind of give the general public a digital alternative, because maybe what attracts them to crypto is the digital nature of it. Where in fact, that's one aspect, that the other aspect is one can be printed, the other cannot be printed, right? And so there is that aspect. Then there's, I think, also this digital currency envy in the West versus in terms of all the progress that the Eastern central banks and the Southern central banks have made in terms of digital currencies. I think there's a fundamental misreading of the situation, because central bank digital currencies in the East are about wholesale cross-border transactions and kind of de-dollarizing the world and getting around this network of correspondent banks that the dollar system runs on.
So, I mean, just to drill into that a bit more, so what you're saying is that the Eastern central banks are not offering they're not offering a direct account with them. It's not like you can go to PBOC as an individual and say, I want to bank with you, rather than bank at China or ICBC.
Yes. Yeah, I think those central banks are very much thinking about digital currencies in a wholesale cross-border sense, which kind of brings the geopolitical aspect of this brings the geopolitical aspect into the whole CBDC discussion. But again, I think you have to look at the renminbi invoicing of commodities, de-dollarization, CBDCs, all through that lens.
And do you think that the Fed or the Treasury recognizes that this is an issue, or there's like, we're number one, they account for what, 1 or 2% of global trade in aggregate. Nobody holds assets in renminbi or any other of these currencies, so we don't have anything to worry about? Or is it, no, this is something on the come up, we should be a little bit more cognizant of what's going on, and maybe it's going to affect our policy decisions?
I think it's changing. I have never seen, well, not old enough to I've never seen, but I've never read about instances in the past where sizable, chunky countries basically at the same time try to use local currency in their bilateral trade and bypassing some of the the euros and the dollars that we have always used. So I think there's a number of changes afoot here. I mean, over the past 12 months, I think the news flow about interlinking central banks to CBDCs, de-dollarization, the renminbi making a lot of headway in terms of gaining share in trade finance. I mean, over the past 12 months, the renminbi has gone from 1% of trade financing to 5% of trade financing volumes. In 12 months, the euro's share is about 8%, but after 15, 20 years of existence. So, I think there's a number of changes happening that I think we need to keep an eye on, because it's all going to be at the expense of the dollar's share of commodity finance, trade finance, share of reserve assets, and so on and so forth.
So then I guess if the East or all the producer countries aren't recycling dollars into treasuries, what are they buying? And then number two, who's going to buy all the $2 trillion a year of treasury issuance? Well, that's going to have to happen.
It's not that they are not recycling it into treasuries; they are going to be earning different currencies. Right. So I think that's very important. And let me just give you a very simple example. If you think about a large commodity trader, and we'll just use the commodity trading market because commodities are invoiced in dollars. The way that system works is a commodity trader goes to a bank, draws on a credit line to lease a ship, draws on that credit line again to fill up the ship, draws on the credit line again to finance the guy they're going to ship the oil to. And so there's this beautifully simple mechanics about this. Every time the bank makes a loan, it creates a deposit, and then it goes to the guy who sells the oil. They sell it to the local central bank. The local central bank shows up at a treasury auction, and so that's the way the machinery works. If that's all in dollars, it all goes to treasury auctions. If it is in a different currency, well, half of it is in dollars, half of it is in a different currency. That different currency is going to get recycled this way. Fewer dollars are going to get recycled that way. So that is going to give rise to a problem, which is that borrowing needs are like this, but the money to kind of fund it and show up at every auction, that's not going to get created to the extent it used to be, because there's some leakage to renminbi and rupees and other currencies. And so ultimately, the Fed is the solution. The government needs to be funded. So there's a way to do that, which is QE.
Money printing.
Another way of doing it is, you can enlist the banking system, write the rules such that you need to take down treasuries and create deposits as you do that. And so, but I think the end lesson is that it's probably going to be a more domestically underwritten, treasury issuance as opposed to globally underwritten treasuries.
So then, I guess, would you say that treasuries are probably going to likely continue to lose purchasing power in respect of energy, and something like Bitcoin or other outside money, as you called it, will maintain their purchasing power in energy terms?
I think so. I mean, I think that's ultimately the key question. I mean, I'd like to frame it this way, that money, as we think about it, it has four prices. There is par, there is interest, there is foreign exchange, and then there's the price level. These are very simple concepts. Par is, if you have money in a bank, when you take it out, a dollar is a dollar. Interest is just money today versus money tomorrow. Foreign exchange is, the dollar versus the renminbi versus the euro versus Bitcoin. And the price level is what a unit of money buys in terms of commodities, the price of oil, all these things. So, people like to kind of evaluate the dollar just based on the exchange rate, because you hear dollar, you think about an exchange rate. But in fact, there's all these four aspects to it. There is issues in the banking system, so that's something to watch, but we're going to put a very strong duct tape on it. There is interest, which is going up. We're going to pause now, but again, there's that price level thing, which is inflation. So is inflation above or below those nominal interest rates? And then of course there's the exchange rate aspect of it, which is Bitcoin and renminbi and other things. So I think you have to look at all these four prices to basically have a view on what all this is going to mean for the dollar.
And before we kick us off here, you had a piece that caused quite a stir across the street, calling for Bretton Woods 3. And I think at the end of the piece, you mentioned something like Bitcoin could probably be a solution to this. So first question, do you own any Bitcoin? And then second question, do you actually think it solves some of these problems that you brought up and have been bringing up in your subsequent
Yes, pieces? I don't own any. I mean, my first interaction with the Bitcoin community was that piece. You just kind of threw that comment out. That, and then, very interestingly, people from this community started to email me. Well, it's very interesting, this outside money and energy and gold and all that. And so that's like Bitcoin. I'm like, well, it's interesting. And so,
would you buy some now? You've been writing a lot about commodities and.
No, I'm observing it. I'm observing it. I don't like to dabble in things that I don't understand well. I mean, the one thing I will say about Bitcoin is that money, if you will, is something that's either a purely public or a public-private partnership. So when I look at Bitcoin, it's a purely private initiative, right? And so it's clearly lacking a state link. But then again, things are evolving. I mean, there's a number of countries that have adopted Bitcoin as a legal tender, and so things are definitely in flux there. I mean, there's institutional investors and advisors that are basically making the case that FX reserve managers should put at least 1% of their reserves into Bitcoin.
You think the Fed would ever put any money in Bitcoin?
I'm sorry?
You think the Fed would ever put any of its balance sheet into Bitcoin?
I don't think so. No. But I mean, I think these are all kind of things on the margin, and it's just very interesting to see which way things are going to go. But again, to emphasize, it's a purely private something, and it's looking for that state link. And any book you read about monetary history, you will see that money is either a purely public or a public-private partnership, but it seldom ever stays purely private.
All right, thank you very much. And please let us know when you decide to stop being observing and come into the fold of the enlightened.
Thank you.
Cheers.
All right. Can you all do me a huge favor right now? Yeah? That doesn't sound like you're going to do me a huge favor. Can you all do me a huge favor right now? All right. Can you all get on your feet? And that means everyone. Don't just sit there and pretend you're cool. Right. A huge round of applause for the man who made this all happen. He's an absolute hero. He's a warrior. He's a legend. He's a fighter for Bitcoin. David Bailey, as loud as you can. Loud. Come on.
What's up? Wow. All right, the vibes in here are good. You know, I woke up this morning and, you know, I decided to check the paper. And the Wall Street Journal, right on the front cover, their headline is, "No party atmosphere expected at this year's Bitcoin conference." Are you guys here to party? Are y'all partying? Yeah, that's what I thought, all right? Yeah, they don't get it. They don't get it because they don't understand that this is a movement. They're used to a world where when a bear market comes, when a Wall Street bank blows up, they turn on that money printer, they bail out the crook, okay? In our industry, we let the crooks go to zero and we rebuild. And we're gonna be building this industry and this movement if the price of Bitcoin is $1,000, $10,000, $100,000, or $1 million. We're going to be here building this. I want to thank all of y'all for participating in this event, for being a part of this. This event was electric. This event is an unbelievable vibe. RFK, holy cow, that was amazing. So thank you for being part of history. Thank you for being part of this community. Thank you for coming and participating in the freedom movement. I want to thank our staff who have worked tirelessly to make this an awesome event. I want to thank the sponsors who make this possible. I want to thank all the vendors here who have been working around the clock to make all of this happen. Security, maintenance, audio, F&B, thank y'all. And I want to thank the city of Miami. You know, hey, thank you, Miami. You know, the purpose of our company, the mission and vision of our company is something we call hyper-Bitcoinization. And to us, that's the whole point of what we're doing here, bring Bitcoin to the entire world. And when we started this conference, we actually started in San Francisco, and we moved the event to LA, and then COVID happened. And no one wanted to let us do an event anywhere in the country. And it was the city of Miami and Mayor Suarez who allowed this conference to be the first conference in the world back from COVID. And I will be eternally grateful to the city of Miami for making that happen, for being a beacon of hope to the world. But Bitcoin it's not a Miami thing. It's for everyone. And so we've decided that it's time to take our mission on the road, to spread hyper-Bitcoinization, and to orange pill the next city. So let's play this video.
Thank you, Miami, for the last 3 years in this amazing city. The whole world shut down, but Miami welcomed us with open arms. We want to show Bitcoin to the whole world. We are taking the conference on the road to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. Nashville. Bitcoin 2024 is coming to Nashville in Tennessee, a city that is known as a music and freedom city. Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville from July 25th to 27th.
Thank you, everyone. I'll see you in Nashville. Get your cowboy boots, your cowboy hat. Let's do this. Thank you.
Can I send Peter, go. Okay, sorry, that was my bad.
Nashville. Okay, final session. Final chance to make a bunch of noise. What a session. Oh my God. Jack Mallers. Adam Back. Matt fucking Odell. Come on. All right. It says here the biggest bulls. I actually think these guys have got the biggest balls. Big round of applause. Last chance. Come on.
What is up, Miami? How y'all doing out there? Has anyone been to Nashville before? I have to say, I'm personally very excited about the move. I'm pretty sure Nashville is going to be the Bitcoin capital of the world. I know Jack knows I put a little bit of effort into that. Yeah, arguably already is, right? So we're up here to talk about hyper-Bitcoinization. We're up here to talk about why we're bullish on Bitcoin. I know personally, Bitcoin is it's a tech project, right? It's an open source project. It's code. But it's easy to get lost in that. To me, the most bullish part about Bitcoin is the individuals that make it happen. It's a movement of individuals. Whether that's strong grassroots local Bitcoin communities, like we're seeing in Nashville and other places in the world, whether that's the open source contributors, which we were very proud to support here at the conference with the open source stage and the open source contributor ticket program. We gave over 150 tickets to open source contributors. And while I'm on that topic, I just wanted to do a huge shout out to Jack Dorsey, who gave $10 million to OpenSats. Or whether that's the founders that help build the companies that help push the Bitcoin network forward and make it more robust. And I'm very fortunate to be joined by two of our great founders here. We have Adam Back from Blockstream. And we have Jack Mallers from Strike. So guys, I mean, I don't know how many of you were here in Miami last year, but it's been a long year. It's been a long year. There's been a lot of rug pulls. I hope not too many of you lost your money on FTX or BlockFi or Celsius or Silicon Valley Bank, or Signature Bank, or Silvergate Bank, or First Republic Bank. Hopefully not too many more banks before Nashville next year. But we were talking a little bit, and Bitcoin is scarce. Bitcoin is scarce. If you don't hold your own keys, what kind of situation are you in? You're in a situation where you might not hold Bitcoin. So Adam, let's start with that as a topic point.
Yeah, I mean, I think Bitcoin is interesting to many people for many reasons, but one of the differentiated properties of it is that it's unseizure and bearer and gives you, optionality and self-sovereignty. And as people get more immersed into Bitcoin, they tend to find that a pretty exciting and novel key part of Bitcoin. And so one of the, there are all these different metrics posted online these days, and one that scrolled past that caught my eye in the last couple of days was somebody put together some Glassnode data to estimate that there were that there were 1 million UTXOs with 1 Bitcoin or over. And so somebody who owns a Bitcoin, 1 Bitcoin, is a whole coiner, right? And so there are lots of people trying to stack their sats and get to this 1 Bitcoin target. And so, there's this claim, right? Okay, we estimate there's 1 million whole coiners. And so my kind of immediate thing, well, that's cool. Like it's nice they reached their target, but let's go. Let's get to 10 million whole coiners. And then it dawned on me that that's probably not possible because, the next 9 million people who try to buy Bitcoin will push the price out of reach for them to reach that target, to reach their threshold to get to 1 million, to get to a whole coiner status. And somebody else chimed into this kind of organic thread to say, maybe we're at or very near to peak whole coiners, like the maximum number of people who will ever be able to accumulate a single Bitcoin. And I thought that was a pretty interesting kind of a bullish metric. So I thought it was cool.
I mean, that's 1 million UTXOs that hold a Bitcoin.
Or more, yeah.
But most people have multiple UTXOs in their wallet.
Yeah, it's a very loose metric, so it might be plus minus 25% accurate. There are some people who...
On the downside, there's probably significantly less than 1 million whole coiners.
Well, I mean, it depends on your definition, but there are lots of smaller users who leave their coins on crypto exchanges. And I think you would argue they don't really own a Bitcoin, they own an IOU.
Yeah, they're not Bitcoiners.
Right. So, not your keys, not your coins, but yeah.
I think people learned that the hard way this year. I mean, I think it's important not to get caught up on how much Bitcoin you necessarily own. I think, the first sats you stack are the most important, but then after that, you can never have too many, right? It's just trying to accumulate as much as possible. That's been my strategy. Jack, I mean, and that's also why I think people will be thinking sats and not Bitcoin. But Jack, I mean, at Strike, I think you don't get enough credit that you make it extremely easy for people to self-custody. You want to talk about how that is a fundamental of the product?
Sure. I mean, I think it's fundamental to the innovation that is Bitcoin. Without the ability to self-custody, it's one of the reasons gold hasn't been as successful as humanity needed it to be. One of the coolest things about Bitcoin, in my opinion, and one of the biggest differences with gold is we built Bitcoin. Humans engineered it to be perfect for as far as we've understood money. Gold, we found gold, and we decided that it was the best of all the things we found compared to a shark tooth or to beads in the sand or to precious metals we found. But Bitcoin we were able to engineer to be digital and bearer, and so that we can custody it ourselves, which is a tremendous property so that it does not get concentrated with nation states or with any corporation and can get rehypothecated, and that the supply and the issuance and the inflation rate and the actual market demand can be configured and misconstrued and manipulated. And so as a company and as a founder that really just wants this thing to work more than anything in the world, it was a first principle to us selling it is as soon as you start writing code is if I'm going to sell this thing, how quick and how easy can I help people get it off and get it to their custody, because it is one of the most important properties of the instrument. So I don't know, I hope customers like that, but as a business and as a founder and as an individual, it was from day one importance, of course.
Well, I mean, you crunched some numbers on that. I remember we were talking when everything was going to shit. Well, maybe it's still going to shit. But when all the banks were failing and we were talking about third-party risk and custodial risk, you crunched some numbers on how much self-custody was done on the platform.
Yeah, we have a particular type of customer, I would say. So I wouldn't use these numbers generically through the whole industry, but I know my own numbers and I can speak to them. On the lower bound in a given month, I would say around 80% withdrawal almost immediately after purchase, and then in an upper bound during the FTX situation, we were over 95% as high as immediately withdrawal. So the amount of Bitcoin that we custody on behalf of our customers is minuscule on a ratioed percentage basis than probably a lot of the other crypto, shitcoin exchanges. And I think it hopefully says a lot about what we're trying to do and what we're trying to serve to customers, but then I also think it says who we attract and what we stand for, and that I don't know how many customers I share with FTX. If you had an FTX account, you probably didn't like a lot of the things I had to say about them. So yeah.
So I mean, I think it's another aspect of owning Bitcoin is that potentially coins that you can acquire without any history, so coins that you can purchase that nobody knows you own, are kind of more valuable, right? Because if somebody doesn't know you own this pocket of coins, then that's your insurance policy. Something that you've bought on an exchange, done wire transfers or debit card payments, there's a big history and everybody knows you have it and they'll sweat you, to hand it over. But if they don't know you have it, that's your insurance policy. And it's relatively difficult to do that, but there are cash transactions and various loopholes and ways to get modest amounts of Bitcoin with less tracking. So I think that's an interesting thing to try to do, to try and keep at least a little bit of Bitcoin that has no connectivity into the financial records of the financial system.
Damn right. There's some guides to that effect at nokyconly.com. Also, just huge shout out to Peach Bitcoin, HODL, BISC, Azteco. These are all different tools that you can use to get no KYC Bitcoin. I think people should be aware of the risk of KYC Bitcoin, and people should be aware that essentially you're on a list of Bitcoin ownership and how much Bitcoin you own. So thanks for bringing that up, Adam. I'm curious, guys. We have a mutual friend, Parker Lewis. He always says gradually, then suddenly. I want to check my bias a little bit. Some of you might be aware, not this conference, but last conference, I might have said 200K by conference day. We didn't get 200K by conference day. But also in 2019 in San Francisco at Bitcoin 2019, on the roof of that conference, I told everybody there to open their phone and buy some Bitcoin, and we hit a top of 13,500. We didn't breach that top for 2.5 years. So I got egg on my face on that one. That was a long time ago. Got egg on my face on 200K by conference day. But I'm constantly, since I've been in Bitcoin, there's FOMOs in the back of my head that at any moment you can wake up in the morning, there's just a massive green candle, and then the true scarcity of self-custody Bitcoin, of actual Bitcoin, really becomes apparent. Do you guys think of it that way, or am I just a crazy person?
Well, I mean, if you think about it from a certain point of view, not owning Bitcoin is being short Bitcoin. And so being short Bitcoin makes me very scared. So it makes it very hard for me to hold on to any fiat whatsoever. And I think that's actually a kind of, and many people get that way. They get more immersed in it, their allocation gets bigger, they start stacking sats, they start cutting back expenses, they start selling things. And so yeah, I think that, being out of Bitcoin is the risk. Most people have their portfolio mentality. We don't have the unit of account yet, but we do have the unit of portfolio account or investment account. That most people who get very immersed in it switch to thinking about the portfolio, about how many Bitcoin they have, and so they get pretty calm if the price corrects, 50%, 75%. As long as they got the same number of Bitcoin, they don't care, right? So you can see that mental shift has come over.
Yeah, I mean, I think the actual question you asked is, do I think of it that way?
Do you stay up at night sometimes and you're like,
well,
I don't have enough Bitcoin?
Like what Adam was saying, I guess I could strip naked on the stage and sell this for some more Bitcoin. I don't get that nervous, but I know.
Who wants to see Jack do that?
No. What I wanted to say, though, is I don't think the world knows how to price something that's definitively scarce, that's engineered to have a finite supply. I grew up in the Chicago trading markets. I grew up with a phrase that demand finds supply. If gold is going to go up enough, it will get to a price where people are willing to knock the gold out of their mouth to go sell it, or rip their house out of the ground to dig under and find new gold bars. The price of gold and the demand of gold actually defines its issuance rate and the supply. If gold is in enough demand, as Elon Musk said, there's probably outer space you can go find more. There are two things that I'm aware of in life that are definitively scarce. Is one, my time on this planet, is I will die someday, and that's one of the only things, as of right now, I can absolutely guarantee. And the only other thing is that there will never be more than 21 million Bitcoin. And so the only thing that I mentally compartmentalize on how to reference, how to price this thing, is how much I value my life. And it's why I take care of my body, and it's why I build relationships that I love, and it's why I do the things I do, and to try and think about how to then carry that level of energy and finite capability into a monetary instrument. I don't know how the world's going to price it, and it's going to be complicated, and it's going to be volatile, and sometimes it's going to be war-esque because there are nation states involved. But I mean, I couldn't be more bullish under that pretense. For everything else in your life, guys, there will be more supply if there's enough demand. There could be all the demand in the world, and nobody can create more Bitcoin in the same way that you can't live forever. And so, yeah, I'm really, really fucking bullish. I don't know how the world's going to price these things.
Yeah, that got me going. Time is the only thing more scarce than Bitcoin, period.
So, yeah, I mean, I would say about the kind of being nervous about being out. So when I was saying, not being all in Bitcoin, feels like that is the risk, right? And so whenever people sell a bit of Bitcoin, like if I have some dollars because I've traded something, I'm nervous. Like I wake up in the morning to one of these, 1,000K or 10,000K candles, right? So I'm like super nervous to get back in. And effectively, it's statistically the case, right? So people, when they start messing around with trading until they learn not to do that, people have looked at the data, and if you take out the 12 biggest, highest gains days in a year, Bitcoin loses money year on year. So what you're really gambling is, if you're not all in Bitcoin, that you're going to somehow magically pick the days when this doesn't happen, and the odds are against you. So it's dangerous to not be in rather than out.
Well, no, I agree with that, obviously, and I think the other thing I personally, along the analogy of time, is the only thing that I ever exchange my Bitcoin for is if it is in exchange for my time. And that's how I think about trading Bitcoin. I don't think about speculating on the price. I don't have a Zillow tab open on my laptop. I only think about the only thing as scarce and as valuable to me is my life. And so if I ever need heart surgery, or if there's ever anything that's so valuable to my time, that was the only way I would ever exchange sats. Other than that, just based on its definitive scarcity, it's probably a scam. So it's really simple when you put it like that, and it's an easier way to think about it, in my opinion.
Damn right.
Yeah.
I mean, on that note, we are running out of time here. Before we wrap, I want to thank everyone who made this conference possible. I know you guys, it's very hard to realize what kind of work and effort goes into this. But there are hundreds of people that made this event possible. There's hundreds of people from our team at Bitcoin Magazine, to the camera crew, to the audio guys. Everybody around here put so much blood, sweat, and tears to make this event happen. I hope you guys truly enjoyed it. I hope you really appreciated it. I hope you join us back in Nashville next year. I hope you truly appreciate the scarcity of Bitcoin and the scarcity of your time. And I want to have a huge round of applause for our wonderful guests and these two founders over here. Thank you, guys.
Go this way?
Go this way? Bitcoiners, wow, what an event. Thank you so much for joining us here. This is the last time we're going to be coming back to you from Miami at the Bitcoin Magazine Live Desk presented by Marathon. I'm here once again with Adam Swick, PQ. We're here to talk all about this event, all about how bullish we are on Bitcoin, and of course, Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville. Gentlemen, how bullish are you on Bitcoin? Adam, let's start with you.
Extremely. I mean, it's impossible to leave this conference not more energized than when you came in. The flight down here gets you excited. You don't think you can get any more excited, but you have conversations, scheduled meetings, just bumping into people in the hallways. More excited than ever, more people building than ever. Super pumped for Music City next year.
Amazing. Q.
I think you actually meant to say P, but I'll take it. Look, this has been such an incredible experience. Adam, you hit it so perfectly. Coming down here, the excitement to get down here. Frankly, I can't believe I'm still awake. We've been out so much. We've been enjoying ourselves. My voice is starting to actually give out. This has been an incredible conference. After a three-peat in Miami, ready to see what Nashville has in store next year.
P.
I have never been more excited. I'm going to be honest. When I heard that news, I shat myself. So I've never been more bullish on Bitcoin. I cannot wait to be in Nashville with all of you gentlemen.
All right, y'all. So I want to talk a little bit about the panel we just watched. There are some really good one-liners there. Jack Mallers saying the only thing as scarce or scarcer than Bitcoin in the world is your own life, your own time on this planet. What do y'all think of how do you value Bitcoin? It seems to be something that, is it $26,000? Is it 21 or infinity divided by 21 million? What does that even mean? Adam, back to you.
Yeah, it's a great question. And, tactically, it's something we struggle a lot with when we're running our forecasts. You run these things in U.S. dollar denominated, and it's so easy to think that way. But every so often, we take a step back and say, wait, maybe we should be thinking about this in Bitcoin denominated terms. And I find ourselves thinking more and more that way, which is exciting. And it seems like here it's a similar sentiment. Ultimately, I don't ask the question myself that much. I keep Marathon keeps our heads down, focuses on securing the blockchain, and the price is just something that a number that pops up every so often. Yeah.
How do you value Bitcoin, P?
It's interesting. You may have heard the saying, 1 BTC equals 1 BTC, and I think that that is absolutely true. I do agree that the only thing more important than Bitcoin is time. Yeah, man, couldn't agree more.
Q? Valuing Bitcoin, how do you do it?
I mean, look, I think it's twofold. As Bitcoiners, I think we all kind of agree and find that sentiment of 1 Bitcoin equals 1 Bitcoin to be true. I'm not spending my Bitcoin unless it's to make more Bitcoin. However, that's, I think, a conversation amongst Bitcoiners. When you talk to those who don't necessarily have the same belief, have the same sort of gung-ho attitude on Bitcoin, they're still thinking about it in dollar terms. And I think it is important for a company like Marathon to still have that side of it to help those who are still learning about Bitcoin be able to relate, think about it in a way, and over time, they will see and understand why we continue to say 1 BTC equals 1 BTC.
So this is an open question to whoever wants to jump at it, but how do you explain how bullish you are about Bitcoin to someone who is not orange-pilled?
I'll start. I think one of the most important things to do when you have these conversations is figure out what they care about. Because we say in Bitcoin, Bitcoin fixes this, Bitcoin fixes that, Bitcoin fixes everything. And it is true. You care about the environment, there's an asset, there's a way we can apply Bitcoin with Bitcoin mining to actually help the environment for those people who care about that, for those who care about their family and saving and making sure they leave something behind for their kids. There is an avenue for them to understand and value Bitcoin in that way. And the list goes on and on. Businesses that are sick of paying that 2-3% to Visa or MasterCard or whoever, guess what? You don't have to pay that fee if you use the Lightning Network and allow your customers to pay in Bitcoin. So it solves every problem you want.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. It's a classic question that comes up on a lot of these conferences, obviously, as you're meeting people. How did you get into this space? And just when I think I've heard all of the answers, there's some common themes. You hear a new answer that you didn't expect. And a familiar story or something that happened to their family, something that happened, tragic events, happy events brought them to the space. I'm constantly surprised by the wide variety of reasons people are in the space, and it's really about meeting people where they are, understanding what is important to them, and Bitcoin usually fits in somehow.
For me, I think that I tend to approach it from an inflation perspective. When you explain to people the percentage of all the US dollars that have ever existed in the history of this country that have been printed since 1950, since 2008, and you explain to them that basically the government is using inflation to steal from you without making it so obvious, that tends to hit home. That was the thing that orange-pilled me personally. That's the thing that resonates the most with me.
Well, I mean, that narrative in particular has never been really easier to tell. One, it's the inflation problem, and now, you know, we're seeing huge financial institutions in the legacy system, not just the crypto system, fail. I mean, do you talk about the macro elements? Do you talk about the stability of what is happening today and how that's falling apart?
I found that screaming as loudly as possible is one of the other strategies that I use to effectively orange pill people. I just point at Silvergate, at FTX, at these other explosions that have happened, and I say that's going to be your life, and your children are going to hate you unless you invest in Bitcoin.
That and eating a piece of shoe leather, right?
Yes, of course. Look,
of course.
Bitcoiners are anything if not honest, hardworking people. And when you make a commitment, like a bet, for example, like I made with you,
yes,
and then you lose that bet for reasons that are outside of your control, then you have to make good on it and eat a shoe, in my case, as
But
referencing.
to establish, no one bet you to eat the dog food, right?
No, that was a choice that I made myself to stack sats because I believe in Bitcoin. And clearly you do not. So,
All right, well, so gentlemen, what are you guys even talking about?
On Bitcoin Magazine Live, I was going through some of the strategies that I use personally to effectively stack sats and save more money for my future children and family and generations and everything that's important. And one of the strategies that I discussed was eating dog food because it is cheaper than human food. You know, dog food is grade, I think, 4D meat, which is deceased, dying, decrepit, and something else that starts with D. I don't remember. The point is, we all have different levels of conviction in Bitcoin, and you know, some of us are more convicted than others.
We're clearly shitcoiners because we eat human-grade food.
Yeah, no, not long-term preference enough. I need to keep it together,
I'm questioning my commitment now. I thought I was pretty committed to this space, but I'm having second thoughts.
Adam, is Marathon bullish?
This is not a part of the onboarding at
Look,
Marathon.
CK,
This isn't in the handbook.
CK, clearly you are not bullish enough, but to go back to what you're bringing up about these financial institutions, we did see earlier this year these collapses. And yes, the price of Bitcoin in the short term collapsed and then very quickly picked right back up. So we are seeing in real time the use cases and showing, hey, this FDIC insurance that we think our money is safe is in fact not as safe as we think. And sure, if you're out there watching, you're listening to this and you're like, I can't deal with the volatility. I can't move that much money into Bitcoin. This is going to be, as Greg Foss says, a rounding error. We are less than a year away from the halvening. We have seen it time and time again. I'm gonna put my foot in the sand right now and say the 4-year cycle is far from dead. I see Sam Rule giving me a side eye, so I hope I'm right.
Well, hey, you know, I want to actually turn the conversation back to the conference and kind of talk about some of the key themes that we saw here. You know, I honestly was really, really excited by all of the new businesses that are here. It's really kind of incredible to see. Yes, there was that washout that happened after 2022, but there's so much new building that's happening here, a lot of new tech. We even saw a potential replacement for the Lightning Network get announced on the open source stage. What do y'all think about some of these themes?
Yeah, I've seen a lot of super interesting thing. A lot of policy talk, which I thought was awesome to hear from some pretty important people. Last year, I got the sense working the Marathon booth, we had a lot of people learning, coming up saying, what do you do? What is mining? Which was great to have so many people learning. This go around manning the booth, a lot of people coming up with ideas. You know, have you considered this? Have you thought about this? Have you thought about mining with this? Have you thought about going into this country? And so really appreciate that it is a building year, which is super exciting. Last piece, I ran into more non-Bitcoiners, you know, people that self-admitted that they were pro a different cryptocurrency for a variety of reasons. But Bitcoin has caught their attention this year, and so we might be winning over some of the doubters, which I'm excited by.
P, you want to go next?
No. Q, after you.
Look, I think one of the points that you brought up, Adam, is that is excellent is the fact that we are seeing in real time the global adoption of Bitcoin really happening and picking up. And, you know, all of us are here in the U.S., in Miami. We have the privilege of having the global reserve currency. But just as a gentle reminder to you all, the BRICS nations, for the first time ever, their combined GDP has now surpassed the U.S. and the G7 countries' GDP. The BRICS nations are now also talking about creating their own currency to essentially finalize international trade for themselves. A quick little note for you, Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin and all you other leaders of those BRICS nations. Bitcoin does exactly that, and you don't need to trust each other. So I know Vladimir Putin is out there watching intently right now.
Go for it, Pete.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if you've read the future documentary by Lionel Shriver, The Mandibles, but I think we are headed, unfortunately, in that direction, which is to say, group of countries establishing their own currency to get around and circumvent the U.S. dollar. And I think, of course, Bitcoin is the only thing that a reasonable person can do in order to protect oneself and one's family from that kind of outcome.
I mean, I fully agree with that. I'm a huge fan of the book The Mandibles. Shout out to Odell for popularizing it. I wish that Lionel Shriver could have come here and signed books. We're going to work on bringing her to Nashville at Bitcoin 2024. But one of the key elements of that book, which is not mapped to reality, is that Bitcoin doesn't exist in that book.
Well, actually, she says Bitcoin fails in that book.
So there you go. In that world, Bitcoin doesn't exist, and we're living in a world where Bitcoin does exist, and I think that that's the difference. I don't think that the BRICS nations are going to actually be able to come up with an alternative currency that works. The alternative currency that will be adopted eventually after the dollar is Bitcoin.
Interesting. You're saying the optimistic take, that we are in the best of all possible worlds because of Bitcoin. We're not in the pessimistic world where we're all going to have to be eating dog food.
I mean, dog food might be optional. But
it's definitely optional.
I need to rethink some things. I will talk to you about this afterwards.
Adam, do you think, I mean, waving into, geopolitics, there's been a lot of narratives about the de-dollarization, the rise of these alternative currencies. Do you think there's going to be another fiat currency that becomes the global reserve before Bitcoin?
It's hard to coordinate and trust one another and to get something like that built. And I think that's, the miracle of Bitcoin and why proof of work and all of this, why we're all here today is Bitcoin was able to solve a lot of those problems. A lot of the problems are caused by people. People run countries, and that's why I like to believe in the code. So I think people will try. I think they'll struggle, and hopefully they find their way back to Bitcoin.
I think they will, honestly. I really do think they will. One of the ways that I explain Bitcoin to people that aren't Bitcoiners, haven't been orange-pilled, is I simply say, Bitcoin's money that actually works. Your money sucks. It's broken. We know that. That's a fact. It's not disputable at this point, and Bitcoin works. It's a fixed supply. It's permissionless, can't be censored. It works. And guess what? Shout out to my man Nolan. You can count it, too. So that's the important part. You can count your Bitcoin. You don't know how many dollars there are, but you know exactly how many Bitcoins there are.
Love it.
Well said.
So jumping over to, there was a lot of talk about, hey, there are a lot of negative sentiment about Bitcoin. That's almost like the default sentiment, right? And there's a lot of excuses, energy usage, volatility, all of these different kind of reasons why not Bitcoin. But I think that a lot of those narratives are kind of falling apart, especially as we see volatility in fiat, volatility in the dollar pick up. When are we going to start saying the dollar is too volatile? Q.
They have numbed us to this idea of inflation. The idea that, inflation is transitory. Actually, it may not be. Inflation's a little sticky. Slowly and steadily, they're getting us used to the idea that inflation is okay and acceptable, and not just the 2% inflation that we've lived with since the 70s. I'm talking about 5-6% inflation very consistently. That is volatile for a currency that you are meant and supposed to be able to save. Just think. With the exception of P, all of us have 401ks that we cannot access because P is the ageless wonder. Could you imagine putting money aside in a 401k that for 30, 40 years, you don't know what the dollar is actually going to be worth? How can you actually safely say, hey, this is how I want to save my money. This is how I'm going to be able to provide for myself at an age where I don't want to work or when I want to be able to help my kids get through anything, college or whatnot. Bitcoin is the solution. Bitcoin is the only option that we have. And unfortunately, there's a lot of rhetoric that pushes against this idea.
The current environment, I think, is causing a lot of people to question how things work and learn about it. I mean, I was taught inflation in some high school class. I had to memorize the definition, but I didn't internalize what it meant. Similar, that FDIC insurance, I had to memorize that definition and take some tests on it, but I didn't really understand what it meant. It's not until these things happen where people really start to question, wait, this is actually impacting my life, and these just aren't textbooks in some economics class I had to take however many years ago. And so I think it's going to bring more people into the community, and it's a lot of learning. This is complex stuff. If you take a step back, it's remarkable that this financial system is held together the way it is with glue and tape. And so, you know, all better that Bitcoin step up and people are realizing the problems that exist out there and how Bitcoin solves a lot of those in a simple, elegant way.
So I want to jump over to another theme that has really been important in the Bitcoin, conversation leading up to the conference, and it's made the conference a topic of conversation because we are willing to have a conversation about it here, and that is this idea of ordinals and other items on top of Bitcoin. Obviously, that's something that there's not a lot of consensus around it. There's still a lot of hurt feelings about what is happening on chain. There's even some regret on previous upgrades like SegWit and Taproot because of it. To say that this is striking to the core of Bitcoiners is, I think an understatement. But gentlemen, P, let's start with you. What's your thought on the conversation that happened around ordinals leading up to where we are now, and what is the consensus right now amongst the Bitcoin community?
Yeah, absolutely. I think there is not consensus. I think, as you said, there is a lot of conflict. I think that my personal opinion is that people should be able to do whatever the fuck they want with their Bitcoin. And if they want to spend that Bitcoin on things that I think are completely frivolous and highly regarded, then they can. And that just increases the security of the Bitcoin network. I think that, that's basically all it comes down to. For me, personally.
I am more for experimentation and trying. That is the story of cryptocurrency. That is the story of Bitcoin. It is the reason I love working, living, and learning about this space. There have been many, many projects in this space that have been tried and failed. There have been many, many that have tried and succeeded. More power towards this experiment. I think it's novel. I think within the Marathon team, we're still learning about it, and there's disagreement within the Marathon team. But that's why we're here, is to try new things and talk about it, talk about the pros and cons. And next year, we're going to be talking about something else. It might still be this. It might be something completely different. But experimentation and pushing the boundaries is what it's all about.
Before we move on, I want to talk to you a little bit. Obviously, fees on the Bitcoin mining network have been going up, significantly, and I'm sure that is really positively affecting things over at Marathon. I'm kind of curious, how are you forecasting maybe what the future of fees looks like as this new paradigm is unleashed? It's
a great question. I got to say, it was a crazy couple of days. The Marathon team, you can sign up to get a text message every time we win a block, and so the team, it's kind of great when you all sit in the same room with a team of marathoners and everybody's phone buzzes at the same time. You just won a block.
Yes.
There was, like I said, there was a few days where you were looking at your phone, you were seeing the fees, and we had to call the tech team and say, I think there's a bug in these texts because this decimal point is in the wrong spot when it came to the fees that we just won per block. So definitely insane. Right now with the halving approaching, we're taking a more conservative approach. The fees are kind of gravy at this stage. It seems like they're stabilizing. So looking at the numbers, perhaps something we start to forecast in. But at this point, all upside. I think it's important to maintain a lot of optionality as a miner as you go into the halving. The only known is that there's a ton of unknowns. So as of now, forecasting a wide variety of possible scenarios, halving, fees, all the above.
All right, before we transition to the halving, I want to give either P or Q or both a chance to respond. One last thought on ordinals.
I would like to just chime in and say, as a free market maximalist, I do agree. Everyone should be able to spend their Bitcoin however they want. Very directly, though, this idea that test running these things and doing this, it's a help to the network is, quite frankly, in my opinion, laughable. We have a privilege that we are able to do these things, that we're able to send JPEGs over the blockchain. At the same time, there are people who desperately need a form of currency because their country is going through hyperinflation. Just look at Argentina, for example, or Iran not having any sense of a stable currency. These places need Bitcoin. Iran, another example of a country that needs to settle international trade outside of the dollar network. But here we are sending Pepes and JPEGs over it because we have a privilege of living in the dollar system.
There's one other thing I'd like to say, which is that I agree with you, first of all. And also, the thing that I do have a problem with is people that are making spurious claims about ordinals and what they are and what they signify and things like that. There are certain people who are claiming things like, we broke Bitcoin, which is totally bullshit and not true.
No, absolutely true. I'm sorry, you're absolutely correct. They did not break Bitcoin. I'm sorry, I misspoke there.
I was about to say, how dare you?
Bitcoin will never die, Pete.
Yeah, exactly. So that kind of shit, I'm just like, come on. It's just people grifting. And I think there's a lot of that right now in the space. A lot of people who are just in the shitcoin world, they're moving over into the ordinal space because they see it as a way to affinity scam.
And make a quick buck.
Yep.
I mean, there's a lot of quick bucks to be made if you can print something out of thin air, obviously. So, you know, that's true when it comes to NFTs. That's true when it comes to ordinals. That's true when it comes to, you know, other tokens and even fiat money. That's kind of the whole point of Bitcoin, is it shows the contrast between finite supply and pretty much everything else which can be printed. I want to switch over to talk about the halving. Obviously, the halving is coming next year. It's going to be a huge theme for Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville. I'm kind of curious, what are y'all's anticipation of the halving, and are you excited? Let's start with you, Adam.
Super excited. Obviously going to have a major impact as a publicly traded miner. I think, like I said, important to recognize that we don't know what's going to happen. Important to be prepared for anything that could happen. And that's part of the excitement, is operating in the unknown when you don't know what's going to happen to your revenue. If I did know what was going to happen post-halving or what's going to happen price afterwards, I'd be on some private island somewhere. But instead, I'm here trying to figure it out with the rest of you.
No, you and I are going to Vegas if you ever figure that out.
Gentlemen.
You want to go first?
Please.
I am extremely excited. I think that the halving is going to have a similar effect that it always has. It's going to create a supply shock, and that is going to drive up the price of Bitcoin. I am planning to sell one of my kidneys for Bitcoin, and I'm very confident that it's going to be a fantastic investment.
I think the dog food polluted kidneys trade for a little less.
You'd think that. They actually go for more. It's a collector's item.
Look, you both are absolutely right. As far as from a Bitcoiner's perspective, I think we are prepared and have a solid expectation. But there's another side of this too, where those who are not involved in this space, those who are the tourists who come in during the bull markets, who maybe pay attention to Bitcoin when it's hitting an all-time high, they saw it in 2017. They saw it again, 2 years ago in 2021. And as the halving happens again, and you start to see the consistency of this, do it one time, okay, maybe. Do it twice, maybe there's a fluke. Do it 3 times. A lot more questions are going to be asked by normies, and I think you're going to see adoption really pick up. Bitcoin has not stepped away from being in the financial news on a regular basis. It's discussed and talked about as often as the S&P 500, other indices, as well as bonds when you look at financial news programs. If Bitcoin has a nice, big, new all-time high during this 4-year cycle, you are going to see more normies start to pay attention to Bitcoin, and it's going to get buck wild.
I mean, that's what history has shown, is that's what happens. You know, the halving happens, and then within, you know, around a year of time, we have all-time highs and a lot of euphoria. I am hopeful that that is going to continue, just because I'm scared for things to change. You know, I want the halving to continue to matter, and I want this 4-year cycle to continue to drive adoption forward. Will that change in Bitcoin? It's been something that people have speculated for a long time. Super cycle. Bitcoin no longer having less of a effect. Let's go with you. What do you think?
You know, it does seem, you know, the magnitude of halvings are compressing. I understand, but on the other side, I think the magnitude of people learning about this, it's infectious. It's a virus. It spreads quicker. The more people learn about it, the quicker it spreads. So I think the magnitude of people learning is going to trump everything, that combined with the supply shock, even though it's a smaller magnitude of supply shock.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. I think that the faster this spreads, the faster this spreads. I think that, you know, this is the first Bitcoin conference where there's been not 1, not 2, but 3 presidential hopefuls speaking about it. I think that's extremely significant, and I think that any decreases in the rate of adoption or the price, because people start to understand the mechanics behind the halving, is going to be outweighed by the rapid increases in adoption.
I mean, ultimately, what we're going to see is an opportunity for us as Bitcoiners to be building both technology, use cases for Bitcoin, as well as just ways to explain Bitcoin, so that when the time comes when all of your friends who've been laughing for the last couple of years, all the family members who are really mad that you told them to buy Bitcoin above 50K, I'm really sorry about that, Mom. Just keep holding. Trust me on that. You know, this is our opportunity to learn, to be prepared, because when that time happens, there will come a moment
candidly where this 4-year cycle has to stop because everyone is adopting Bitcoin all at the same time. The game theory will play out, and it is happening slowly and steadily, slowly and then suddenly.
When hockey stick? When hyper-Bitcoinization?
Like I said, man, whoever knows, just let me know, and I'm buying us flights to Vegas.
P.
No fucking clue. I thought I knew.
Let's get a forecast. Come on.
All right,
Let's
it's going to be 2025.
2025? Wow.
Yep. Hockey
Man.
stick. Million per Bitcoin.
Brains are going to break.
Guaranteed. You heard it here first.
Yeah, I mean, similar. I mean, a little more conservative approach here in terms of planning for a public company, but I think we're prepared for maybe a rough post-halving and things shake out, but those believers that survive those rough 1 to 6 months are going to be heavily rewarded.
All right, y'all. I would be remiss if we didn't talk about Nashville a little bit. All of us have been to Nashville. P and I live there. I love the city. I'm so excited to have the conference there. The venue is right on Broadway, so perfect place to have this event so that way you can go and party and explore and enjoy country music in the home of country music. Y'all, what gets you most excited about Nashville? Let's start with you, Q.
Because 2 of my homies live there. Like, which one of you is letting me sleep on your couch?
Hey, guest bed. I got you, my man.
Yes. But no, in all seriousness, Nashville is such a fun place. I've always had a great time going. I'm excited for 2024 to be in Nashville. Post-halving, too. That's going to just be a great theme to be able to discuss there. And then, of course, it is the home of Bitcoin Magazine. So we're on your home turf, guys.
You and Bitcoin Park. And soon to be many more Bitcoiners. P.
Yeah, I couldn't be more excited. I think Nashville is an incredible city, incredible group of people. Everybody is so kind, and I'm excited specifically to have this event there because it will bring Bitcoin to so many more people than even an event like this does because it's not physically in Nashville. So selfishly, I am extremely excited for everyone that is in Nashville to get orange pilled even faster because I love the city.
Hey, the color of Tennessee is orange. Go Vols. Adam, what's your last word?
I like that. No, similar. I spent a lot of time in my former life. I was like a digital healthcare investor. A lot of that going on in Nashville, one of the things it's known for. But I look forward to rebranding it from Music City to BTC City by next summer.
Bitcoin City, USA. Y'all, that is all we have for you here on the Bitcoin Magazine live desk at Bitcoin 2023. I want to say a sincere thank you to you, Adam, and to all the good folks at Marathon for helping us make this possible. I want to thank everyone who tuned in all three days. I want to thank everyone who was a part of this event, and especially those who attended. You are the real legends. Make sure to smash like, make sure to subscribe, and make sure to get your Bitcoin 2024 ticket. Right now, prices are going to be going up steadily throughout the year, so this is the best time to buy. Do it today. Bye. See you later.
Thank you, Miami, for the last 3 years in this amazing city. The whole world shut down, but Miami welcomed us with open arms. We want to show Bitcoin to the whole world. We are taking the conference on the road to set the stage for Bitcoin in a new city. Nashville. Bitcoin 2024 is coming to Nashville in Tennessee, a city that is known as a music and freedom city. Bitcoin 2024 in Nashville from July 25th to 27th.